Good morning, honorable members. Greetings to all of you. Greetings to the department led by Honorable Mandasha. All chairpersons of entities, CEOs, Director General, DDGs, Chief Directors. I don't know whether you bring directors as well. I don't mind greeting them. Members of the media, the gallery, you are all welcome to this meeting. Honorable members, you'll bear with me, I'm a bit fluish, so if my voice escapes here and there, it's the nature that I was met with wherever I was. But I want to say to all Christians, we wish you had a great Easter. When Honorable Mantashe came in the morning, he says to us, who are heathens, how do we call a meeting after immediately after the Easter? And I want to start there because he cancelled his trip to Nigeria, state visit. So he said, and I don't believe he said it to change my mind, but we explained to him that the program of Parliament insists that we meet. And honorable members here raised the view last time we met that let's not put SAF on the day we are meeting everybody for obvious reasons. They are tired at the time they deal with SAF, and the engagements are fruitless. So we had to even apply in Parliament that we meet on Friday. We have been granted, we are meeting on Friday to deal with SAF and Council for Geoscience. Let me not miss the opportunity to congratulate the department that you had promised us that you will go live with Sunpack on the 1st. You didn't do it, but a week later you successfully went live. Maybe it's worth congratulations, because when we did not see it happening on the 1st, we were worried, but a week later you managed to do it. We are quite delighted to have seen that. We all know, Honorable Minister, that it's not legislated that the review done by AG be done, but they have raised an issue that the APPs were not submitted on time for review. And the reason we want it, maybe you don't want it, the reason we want it is because it helps us to engage with you, understanding your performance, your shortfalls, your challenges. So we had invited them to give us their review. They are not ready. Maybe you need to consider that you do it for us if you don't really like their review. We like it a lot because that is the framework in which we can hold you accountable. So that is the point that we wanted to raise. Can we get to apologies before we give to the department? So another thing is that if you look at the program, it was suggesting that we will first deal with our in-house issues, and adopt the second term committee program. We will not start there, we will start with the department, because there was a request that we delay a bit because some people from the department would travel today, which I can see they managed to travel yesterday. They are here. So we will start with them, and then later on, when they decide to stay or leave, we will deal with our in-house item. Apologies, Ms. Boss.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister, and our guest. I have the following apologies. Honorable Mofokeng will not be able to join us, and Honorable Zungula and Honorable Zondi will join us later today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Boss. Honorable members, as you know, today the meeting is about receiving the APP from the departments and the entities. We will hand over to Honorable Mandashe to drive the ship that side and maintain order that side. It's his responsibility. He knows how we do it. I will manage mostly this side. Honorable Mandashe.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. Honorable Whip, because I don't normally acknowledge you, you whip me the whole day. Honorable members, the DMPR team in its entirety, members of the media present, were here as a department, brand new, 1 month old, formally. We started working as a department on the 1st of April. We have split the department. As you remember, I must just remind you that energy is split. Electricity and energy are a department now, were mineral and petroleum resources. This is what we're presenting today. We'll stay on our lane. It's quite an important department. It's quite a cohesive department. I can make that submission before we make presentations and you drill holes in it. It's quite cohesive. We apply our mind to what we're doing. We talk through issues. Actually, if you look at the representation, you'll see in the presentation that 57.6 staff members of the department are female. It's not by accident. We're particularly focused on transformation. Mining is known as a male discipline. We are disputing that. It's a discipline for everybody. Hence, 57.6 staff members are female in the department. They are not symbolic. They are playing key roles, you'll see in the presentation. But I will ask the DG to lead the first presentation. And he can talk to the team, he can allocate tasks to his team. He is responsible for this. DG?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Minister. Good morning to you. Good morning to the Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, members of the public, the media, and colleagues. Chairperson, I see the presentation is not flighted, but I know copies were distributed, so I'll just talk to the slides and refer to page numbers so that we can all follow.
Just hold on, DG. Members, do you have copies of the presentation? Then we can start, DG. Can we manage that they come and connect?
Mhlangwini unayo ikopi? Honorable Mhlangwini, do you have a copy?
Okay.
Give me mine.
So, Chairperson and honorable members, I'm on page 2 in terms of the presentation outline. You will see there are about 7 sections to the presentation, but the sections can be grouped into 3. Section 1 up to section 3 is more providing the background, which I will lead, and then section 4 is the heart of the presentation, which is the details on our strategy and the APP, which will be presented by Ms. Tobile Mbata. And then the CFO will take us on the section 5, which is the budget. And then there are annexures which will not obviously go into the details, which is information that's sitting in the detailed document. Slide 3 of the presentation, Chairperson, just provides a summary of our vision, mission, and impact statement. And basically the vision of the department, as we see it, is for us to continue to lead transformation of the mineral and petroleum industry and contribute to economic growth and sustainability. In terms of the mission is what we've always done, which is to regulate, transform, and promote the sector, the mineral and petroleum sector. In terms of impact, what we want to achieve as the department, we want to make sure that we drive and contribute to inclusive economic growth, job creation, poverty alleviation, and eradication of inequality. I will move to slide 5. As members may be aware, Minister has already indicated that the department, following the announcement by the President last year of the split, we have undertaken what we call the process called the NMOC, where we're splitting the 2 departments between electricity and energy, as well as mineral resources, mineral and petroleum resources. The structure that's reflected on the slide there, it reflects the structure of the department. We have 4 programs in the department. Program 1 is administration, which it consists of corporate services, financial management, ministry, and the office of the Director General. Program 2 is mineral and petroleum regulation, which also incorporate compliance, and I will and as you may recall, how we had started working in the last financial year was that we had separated part of compliance and monitoring and enforcement, specifically on the mining area, from the licensing part, which is sitting with DDG Maqubela. Because you will see as well when you do the presentation that that is the biggest branch in the department for one DDG to actually manage. Program 3 is mine health and safety, as you know it. Not much has changed there. Program 4 is mining, mineral mineral policy development. You will see with the split, we have lost, maybe not meaning to say we have lost. 2 programs are no longer reflected here. It's the nuclear as well as programs and projects. The 2 DDGs that used to be in those areas have moved to electricity and energy. Specifically under programs and projects, the work that used to sit under the program on the mining and mineral space has been allocated to the other DDGs in the department. So what you are seeing here is called, at a high level, the startup structure. It's I think in terms of the DPSA, we have about 6 months now as a department to relook our structure completely and make sure that we put together a functional and efficient structure that will take the department forward. Next slide. The minister spoke to the previous slide. The minister already spoke to this slide, which I will not go into the details around. Just to highlight that in terms of the split, from the numbers point of view, what the process, the rules of the process was that positions will follow the allocation in terms of the legislation. So you would recall that the split, when the split happens, the president allocated different legislation to the different ministers. So in terms of the previous structure, what then happened as part of the NMOC process was that the resources that executed work under a particular legislative legislation would then follow that legislation. And when you do that, at a high level, the split between DEE and DMPR was that 80% of the resources from a human resource point of view remained with the DMPR and 20% moved to, plus minus 20% moved to electricity. So you will see that out of plus minus 1,500, 1,600 staff complement that we had under the DMRE, about 1,130 employees remain with the DMPR. If you look at the pie chart at the bottom right of the slide, that pie chart just depicts or shows the split in terms of the number of employees per program. As I indicated, program 2, which is Minerals and Petroleum Regulation, has got the highest number of employees, which is 447. It is followed by administration, and that administration is admin and support. That includes corporate services, finance, and under corporate services you have legal, you have IT, communication, and others. It's sitting at about 371 employees, and then mine, health, and safety is sitting at about 237. Policy is sitting at about 75 employees. This slide, members, just goes into the little bit of detail in providing what is sitting under each program. As I indicated, those are the programs that and the purpose of the program that are sitting under program 1, which is administration. As I indicated, you have the office of the DG, you have corporate services, and then you have financial management. I would not read each one of those functions line by line. Under program 2, this is the Mineral and Petroleum Regulation, which is responsible for the regulation of the mining and petroleum industry, as well as ensuring compliance. You can see the number of chief directorates that are sitting under this particular branch. This is the branch that is led by DDG Maqobela. But as I indicated, and you'll also see that some of the programs that were sitting elsewhere have now been, for example, the Directorate for Artisanal and Small-Scale Mining and Gender Mainstreaming in the Industry has actually been allocated to this particular program. You would have seen in the previous slide that we had said that some of the compliance we have, as we had done in the past, allocated to DDG Moloto, who, according to the previous structure and the current structure, is considered to be additional to the establishment. But because of the workload that we have, while we wait for the final and new structure of the department, we are allocating some of the, especially that Chief Directorate for Mineral Compliance, to her so that she can assist DDG Maqobela, who is sitting with all these chief directorates. Program 3 is mine health and safety, and those are the branches or directorates that are sitting under mine health and safety. There's 4 chief directorates that report to the chief inspector. I wouldn't go into details around that. And then you have policy, which has 3 chief directorates, which is mineral and petroleum policy, economic analysis and statistics, and economic growth, promotion and global relations. Those are at a high level the chief directorates or the areas that fall under each one of the branches. I think for me, what needs to be noted is obvious. If you look at the rest of the branches, in terms of the span of control, there is like 3 or 4 chief directorates that reports to one DDG, which is considered a fair allocation or a fair representation compared to when you look at mineral and mining petroleum regulation. Next slide, you can go to slide 12. On this slide, we're just depicting the entities that have remained with the department after the split. On the petroleum side, or the energy side, it's the companies under the SAF group. And then on the mining or mineral side, you have Council for Geoscience, Mintek, Alexkor, Mine Health and Safety Council, State Demonstrator, the Regulator, SADPMR, and then you have AE as well, which, although it is part of the SAF group, and they will obviously go through their own presentations later today. Now, Chairperson, going into starting with the presentation in terms of the heart of what we are here about, which is presenting the APP and the strategy. These slides, the 2 slides that I'm going to go through, just provides background that we took into consideration when we developed our strategy and APP as the department. On the mining and mineral side, I guess the key takeaway, without reading through all the bullet points, is that there are obviously at a global level, there are trends that are impacting and shaping the or reshaping the sector. And these trends include obviously the energy transition, the technology evolution, and the geopolitics. And without obviously going into the details, I mean, the recent developments in terms of the tariffs, etc., are at least indication that trade and obviously global alliances are undergoing a reconfiguration, and countries are adopting strategies to obviously secure resources, be it petroleum or energy resources or mineral resources, to ensure that they protect their own economies. I think when you move on in terms of the continent, it's a given that the continent possesses the majority of the minerals and other resources, including oil and gas, that everyone is, or the alliances or the confederation that is going is after. So it obviously becomes important that the continent, and including South Africa, look at issues of harmonizing how we obviously get the most out of the resources that we possess as the continent. I will also, Chairperson, not go into the details around reading in terms of South Africa, the fact that we possess some of these commodities and our position around the PGM. I think what's important out of this picture is that our strategy and plans it's very clear that they have to make sure that we take advantage of this changing world and drive programs and projects that will be beneficial or will be of most benefit to South Africa. And therefore we must therefore continue to improve our systems by obviously implementing a modern and transparent licensing system. We need to focus on enabling and becoming responsive in terms of our regulatory frameworks, and we must also continue to drive beneficiation and industrialization, but we must also continue to support junior mining. In terms of this slide, Chairperson, as I was talking to the slide on mining, I touched on some of the points in terms of the background. This is on petroleum. I think from just to lift in terms of what we believe our focus areas that the colleagues will go into the details around should be, is that we believe that our focus should be on ensuring security of supply, and this we must do by ensuring that we retain refining capacity and we support refining capacity that's currently here in South Africa, and obviously create an environment that can also attract new refining capacity. But we also, and that we believe we should do by ensuring that we are transparent about, or we have clear plan in the form of the petroleum sector development plan. I think I will stop here and hand over to Ms. Mbata, who will go into the details in terms of the plans that we have put together in terms of the strategy and the APP, and then she'll be followed by the CFO.
Thank you, DG. Good morning to the Honorable Minister. Good morning to the Chair and the members of the Portfolio Committee. And also good morning to our SOEs, including our executive at the department and the media. DG, you've already touched on the input in terms of what we looked at in as far as refocusing our plans to ensure that we respond to the current operating environment that South Africa finds itself in. We were given also a framework from the post the reconfiguration of government, where government said to us, we have the National Development Plan. However, we need to find a way to expedite and realign our initiatives to make sure that we are able to drive this inclusive growth and job creation as a priority, to ensure that we reduce poverty and tackle the cost of living within the country, and also build and make sure that our state, the people that work in the service delivery front are capable, they're ethical, and they're professional. So we're given these as the pillars as we went away to put our strategy. And these were meant to respond to the 5 goals that government has for this economy that is meant to be dynamic and growing, more equal, and it's capable and provides a safe and a secure environment that is cohesive. So we then took this framework, Portfolio Committee members, and then we said, as the department that drives, it leads in the petroleum and mineral sectors, what is then our contribution towards ensuring that these priorities of government are met? Next slide, please. So our focus then became, as the department, We then said to ourselves during our planning session that we're going to contribute by making sure that we've got these 5 priorities that talk directly to the development and alignment to the MTDP, which is promoting investment in the mining and petroleum sectors. And that for us to be able to measure that we are able to do that, we're going to ensure that the work that we're doing in the policy space provides a coherent and enabling environment. We're going to put efforts and interventions around investment in the infrastructure, both in the mining and the petroleum sectors, including investment in exploration by supporting the initiatives around exploration, both in the mineral and the mining sectors. We're going to ensure that we support programs around industrialization. And as I go through the presentation, you'll see how ourselves as a department, including our SOEs, we're going to align ourselves to ensure that we provide greater impetus in terms of that outcome. And obviously, as DG already spoke about it, our efforts through efficient systems will ensure that we deal with the backlog now and also in the future. And it's not only about systems, it's also about ensuring that even the policy environment, there's alignment between the work that we do and the work that DFFE does, so that we deal with the issue of efficiencies around the mining licensing. And then in as far as transformation is concerned, we're still going to continue with the work that will assist us further transform the sector. And we've done a lot of work around that in as far as SLPs are concerned and many other programs that I'm still going to go through. Around environmental sustainability, we've got programs that are going to assist us, especially in the derricks and ownerless mines and the work we do around the closing of the shafts to ensure that we improve, the legacy, dilapidating of infrastructure and that were caused by the mining that was done. So there is some work that we continue to do that. And then obviously around our priority of promoting regional and integration, we are going to be strengthening and be intentional about the alliances that we pursue to ensure that we strengthen the regional integration, and then we are in the global markets. And you would see the work that we're also doing that will be part of the G20. And then obviously, as I already mentioned, around strengthening our institutional capacity so that we build a capable and not only just high performing, but a digitally enabled organization, as we know that technology brings efficiencies. Next slide, please. So in as far as what supports our long-term plan in as far as our strategic priority 1 is concerned, which refers to promotion of investment in the sector. As I've already mentioned, the 4 outcomes that are linked to that. We had already started in the previous reporting cycle to look at the legislation that we have that are governing the sectors that we regulate. And we started with the process of reviewing to make sure that they are still supportive of the economic environment that we are in. So we continue that work and ensure that we review the policies. We have already started with a few mine health and safety. We've had some legislations also that were being introduced and extended to in the previous year. The focus in the coming, in this 5-year planning period is to ensure that the whole suite of our policies are reviewed and they are fit for purpose to ensure that there's growth in these sectors. In the APP itself, you'll see what we're committing to review in the current financial year. In as far as promoting investment in petroleum infrastructure, currently, you would know, as DG mentioned in the opening slides around the fact that in South Africa we've had many of our refineries. We don't have domestic refining capacity, We've had some refineries closed down. So there is, through our partnership with our SOEs, there is intention and investment that is being made in opening up some of those refineries and refurbishing them. There is a GTL project at Petro SA that we're currently looking into, and also the latest acquisition of SAPREF, which is going to assist us with that indicator to ensure security of domestic supply. But what is quite key for us there is obviously finalizing the Petroleum development plan, which we've started the work in the previous reporting cycle, wherein as being assisted by SFF, we went through a study around how vulnerable we are as a country in as far as energy security of petroleum products is concerned. So that study will then talk to us developing the sector plan, which will then, identify and, marshal us in terms of, where are the investment opportunities and what type of investment must we prioritize in as far as that is concerned. In as far as industrialization and beneficiation is concerned, we know that, the chrome industry in South Africa is ailing quite significantly. There has been a bloodbath in terms of the job losses. There are quite a number of factors that are contributing to that, including the high cost of energy prices, but also geopolitical dynamics, including logistics. So as the DMPR, obviously we cannot, pursue this objective alone. We have, in collaboration with National Treasury and DTIC and many other government departments, are looking into, how best can we support the arrival of smelters. We have a target of 10, but as I'm saying, this is a multi-stakeholder and multi-governmental initiative. However, DMPR has got a very large role to play around ensuring that the policy environment is conducive, and also the incentives are packaged in a way that is going to assist the industry going forward. In as far as exploration is concerned, as you know that we are currently sitting at less than 1% of global share of exploration of minerals. We have an ambition that is anchored by our own strategy that in the next 5 years, at least we should reach 5%. Obviously, this one also, we have started the work with CGS and IDC and the National Treasury in terms of creating a fund. However, there is more scope for participation also by the private sector, so that we really drive this ambition. Outcome number 3, members, is quite important to drive that exponential and inclusive economic growth, because that's where really the jobs do lie. So I think our intentions and our strives to make sure that we drive these two, I think, will assist us quite a bit in dealing with our issue of inequality and poverty alleviation. And then number 4 obviously deals with efficiencies within the mining system. We have, as you would know, we've reported a few times, we have obtained assistance of a service provider to assist us with the mining system. However, even with that mining system, we'll need to streamline the authorization processes so that we, when you come to South Africa, you are assured that at least a set amount of time you will be able to get your license instead of, the policy misalignment and also the inefficiencies that, that we do have currently. In as far as our ambition to accelerate transformation in the sectors, we have committed ourselves to enable and create jobs through the issuing of licensing. In the last financial year, we were able to issue over 8,000, account for at least over 8,000 jobs. So there is greater scope for us. We've put ourselves a target of 58,000 jobs enabled in the two sectors. We are going to continue supporting artisanal and small-scale miners. As you would know, that we also launched a fund, and in the previous financial year, we almost were able to disperse 21. I think by the end of the first quarter this year, we should be able to have dispersed to 21 small-scale and artisanal miners. Our target is at least 100, and obviously, I think there could be scope for more, but obviously it's dependent on the funding allocation that we do receive. We are going to continue focusing on improvements in the mine health and safety by ensuring that there's compliance. Our Chief Inspector of Mines runs this program in collaboration with mines and the tripartite to ensure that, continuously we improve, the community, the lives of the communities and the miners themselves in these mining companies. So this is a focus area for us because obviously investment, comes when there is greater certainty around compliance in industries. So that is also true for the mining sector. And obviously, we are still committed to ensure that we reinforce the SLPs within the mining companies, and that has been working very well. But I think obviously it is still our intention that the social license to operate is being maintained, and there is benefit in the communities where mines do operate. In as far as environmental sustainability is concerned, we have committed in the next 5 years to close 200 mine openings, but obviously this is also a function of funding. As you know, that we get this funding from National Treasury. In this current financial year, I think we could just have over 140 million for the year. That it takes us to, I suppose, going forward in the next 5 years, subject to funding, we should be able to manage that program. In as far as our intentions to promote regional integration and cooperation, as DG would have mentioned in the opening slides when we around, the shifts around the global alliances and how that is important for us as a resource country, that we ally ourselves accordingly. So we are intending to participate in the structures and also meaningfully participate in the structures, but also shift the agenda to the benefit of South Africa and also the continent by ensuring that in our participation we advocate for harmonization where possible, so that there's greater integration in terms of the resource countries, and then there's greater benefit for South Africa and Africa at large. And then around, the next slide please, in relation to our efforts to professionalize but also maintain a high performance organizational culture, as also DG would have mentioned, that we've just gone through a process of reorganizing the department and splitting. So this is an opportune time for us to reestablish what the department stands for culture-wise, but also is an opportunity for us to start to instill those key factors that are going to assist us to be more efficient. So it is our ambition. We had already started in the previous planning cycle to put systems in place around combined assurance to deal with our internal controls, so that our ambition of attaining a clean audit outcome. I mean, we did in the previous financial year at least on the financial statements, did receive a clean audit, but work still needs to be done around the performance information, but also the internal controls at large. I think there's greater efforts and oversight from the executive in the department to ensure that really we pull up our socks, because it is our ambition that by the 5 years we receive the clean audit outcome. We are on a drive to digitize our processes. We do know that with digitization comes efficiencies, currently our systems are very manual. However, I think for us to be responsive and improve our turnaround times, we need to put greater emphasis around digitization. And then obviously, as we are starting a new department, it's quite important that human capital development becomes the priority. No strategy gets implemented by systems alone. People are quite important. So we need fit for purpose training and development and recruitment in areas. So our collaborations with the setters, academia is quite important, in that we gain the skills to assist us with obviously also evidence-based policy making and also regulation. So in as far as the annual performance plan is concerned, what we've done here, we didn't group it according to programs, rather we grouped it according to the outcomes that we wanted to achieve. The APP aligned to the programs is part of the annexures. If members are interested, they can go there. But in as far as our focus area of policy and frameworks development, those are the targets that we have in the current APP. We're going to be finalizing the amendment of the MPRDA. You would know that last year, the upstream development, petroleum development was extended. And therefore, when we amend the MPRDA, it's also at its final stages. There's lots of consultations that have already happened. It's been quite a journey. But we've just gone through the cluster system. We are now ready to go to cabinet and then public consultation. But it's meant to deal and provide some coherence in how we regulate the sector, take into consideration all the issues that we've been struggling and grappling with as the department. And then we're also going to be amending the Petroleum Products Act, which is also quite advanced, and it should be finalized in this current year. In as far as the Diamond Act is concerned, we know that the diamond sector is undergoing quite a difficult period in terms of the market. There's quite a number of important nuances that we need to consider around, what are the things that we need to be doing to infuse and promote the diamond sector and allow it to operate in a competitive market. So there's work that the policy department is doing in consultation with our diamond trader and also the regulator there. And that is going to take into consideration the issue of precious metals, which were not necessarily part of the Act as we have it. And then obviously we're looking at reviewing the strategic policy, stocks policy, and that work is also linked to our fuel petroleum development plan, and which is also informed by the vulnerability study that I've already spoken to, that SEF through SFF is assisting us with. I've already spoken to our ambition to support, in fact, the imperative to support the revival of smelters. Mintek is working together with the department and also the different intergovernmental structures to put up those initiatives and incentives to support the revival of smelters, and that is going to be our focus area again this year. In our ambition to deal with, if you have looked at the MTDP under priority 2 speaks to reducing the cost of operating in South Africa. and that directly speaks to our administered prices. So us as the department, we are going to be reviewing the pricing formula to deal with the issue and provide our contribution towards that priority. In as far as investment in infrastructure is concerned in the current APP, obviously this is going to be informed as well by the finalization of the master plan, Petroleum Development Master Plan. But we are intentionally, in consultation with the sister departments and our SOEs, looking into developing a proposal that is going to sit in cabinet on how do we invest in local refinery over and above the two that we've already spoken to. That I think SEF, when they come here, they'll talk to you about them in detail. We're also developing a pricing framework in consultation with National Treasury and our SOEs. That is going to enable investment in petroleum infrastructure. And this is not just refinery, it's also looking into a petroleum pipeline infrastructure, but also storage. And we're working with SEF on that one. And then I've already mentioned the petroleum sector development plan that is currently going to be developed following the vulnerability study. In as far as beneficiation is concerned, in our current APP, we are really at the final stages as well of finalizing the critical minerals strategy and its value chains, including its implementation plan. Mintek was quite instrumental in assisting the department with that work, but obviously other government departments like the DTIC are part of that work. And then obviously our ambitions in as far as exploration of shale gas is concerned, this is a continuation of the work that started last year with PASA. In the current financial year, we're also wanting to ensure that 5 projects have been supported with funding for exploration. Next slide, please. I've already mentioned that for streamlining processes and efficiencies, we have procured a cadastral mining system. In this current quarter, we'll be starting with the rolling out in the first region, and then subsequently in the other regions as the year progresses, and also looking into dealing with at least finalizing 2,470 prospecting and mining rights applications. In as far as socio-economic development is concerned, there's quite a number of our initiatives that are meant to address that. It's the issue of jobs enabled through the different sectors. It's the issue of issuing mining rights to the historically disadvantaged, and also ensuring that mining companies implement SLPs in the areas they committed to. And we continue to support artisanal and small-scale miners, and also the strategies for women and youth empowerment in the different sectors. And the SOEs that are supporting us have been articulated on the last column. Next slide, please. In as far as compliance is concerned, this is mainly the work that is done by Mine Health and Safety, including the Mine Health and Safety Council. That is really around adherence to prescripts and timeframes that have been stipulated in the Mine Health and Safety policy. Next slide, please. There's still a continuation of that work. This is not new to this year. We've been doing this work even in the previous planning periods. We can move forward, please, conscious of time. I've already covered this. And then on the mineral and petroleum regulation side, the compliance work that we're doing there is around inspections, be it of the fuel samples, be it of the SLPs, be it on the environmental inspections. We're going to continue with that work to enforce compliance. Next slide, please. Around environmental sustainability, this year, we've only been allocated funding for us to address 1 acid mine drainage and close 3 derelict and ownerless mines sites, and then also close 40 unsafe mine shaft. And that work we do in partnership with CGS and Mintek that assist us in that work. And also this is a subject of funding that we receive from National Treasury. And then around our ambition to collaborate with the region and globally, we've committed to implement projects in the MOUs that we've signed, and we've committed to promote and run roadshows on the Exploration Fund. And this we'll do in partnership with our SOEs. Next one, please. Around financial compliance and governance, I think we've already mentioned, but we've committed ourselves to no fruitless and wasteful expenditure, no new fruitless and wasteful expenditure incidents, including irregular incidents in the current financial year, as much as finance leads, but the responsibilities upon all the branches to ensure that in their control environment, they're able to put up systems that are going to prevent that, and obviously achieve an unqualified audit in the current financial year. And then obviously around corruption, the Office of the Director General will investigate all the reported cases proactively. SOE oversight is the last slide. SOE oversight, we will continue to ensure that our SOEs submit their corporate plans and the compact, that we review their annual performance plans, and also that we monitor their quarterly performance through the reports. And also around efficiencies, we're going to ensure that we digitize. Thank you so much, DG. I can hand over to the CFO.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable Minister, DG, SOEs present, DMPR colleagues, and members of the media. Good morning. Chair and members, the slide that's being presented at the moment, that's flighted out, it is the DMRE, the indicative budget. The budget that we closed on 31 March 2025 would be 8.8 billion. We will close off DMRE and submit the final set of the annual report on 31 May. But if we had not split, the budget indicatively would have been 8.9 billion. But important to note on the slide is the large portion that's allocated to transfers and subsidies. And as DG indicated, there were 2 programs that were transferred to the Department of Electricity and Energy, being nuclear and programs and projects. Next slide, please. On this pie graph and the slide in front of you is the budget post the split. DMPR will now be vote number 34, which retains 2.8 billion, which represents 30% of the budget. The Department of Electricity and Energy, vote number 10, retains 6.6 billion. But included in that 6.6 billion is the 2 programs that transferred across. Under nuclear, a large portion was to NEXA, that was close onto R1 billion, and the rest of 5 billion was for programs and projects, transfers to our entities, that's implementing entities, and to ESCOM. But I will concentrate now on DMPR 25-26, the budget for this financial year that commenced on 1 April 2025 is 2.859 billion, made up of the compensation of employees of 905 million, goods and services 779 million, transfers and subsidies 1.1 billion, and 16 million for payment of capital assets. But I will provide the breakdown of those. And that's the budget over the MTF period. At the end, you would see that DMPR retained the 30% share of the budget. Next slide, please. Chair and members, this is the slide with the breakdown by program. It indicates for the presentation by the DG and Ms. Imbata, for those targets and outcomes that we wish to achieve, This is the budget each program receives for this financial year. That's 25-26 financial year. Administration, for compensation, we have 295 million rand. Goods and services, 291 million. Transfers and subsidies, 3 million. And we have an amount for capital assets, giving us a total of 605 million rand. Minerals and Petroleum Regulation takes the same shape of the breakdown, with a total of 791 million. Mine Health and Safety Inspectorate, 239 million. Mining and Mineral Policy Development, 1.2 billion. Minerals and Petroleum Regulation branch accounts for about 27.67% of the budget, which includes transfers to SADPMR, PASA, international membership fees, and assistance to small-scale miners. The Mining, Minerals and Petroleum Policy branch accounts for a largest chunk, which is 42.79% of the budget for 25-26 financial year, and houses the transfers to state-owned enterprises, that's Mintek, Council for Geoscience, as well as the transfer to the African diamond-producing countries. And the minerals exploration amounts for 80 million in 24-25, 120 million in 25-26, and it's been allocated to establish a dedicated exploration fund for mining. And lastly, the cadastral system, that's Project Ingwe. The budget resides in administration under corporate services. We have 16 million for 25-26 financial year, and the same amount for 26-27 financial year. In the last financial year, we did add in an additional 13.36 million, which was reprioritized to the project. Next slide, please. Chair and members, the slide here provides the budget for the new financial year just for the department and its breakdown in 25-26. Compensation of employees, as I've indicated, was 905 million. Operational funds, here it's all the operational costs for the department. Amongst others is the travel and accommodation, leases, training, communication, legal fees and audit fees. Earmarked funds, which is the shale gas project, to PASA, which is 46 million. Earmarked funds again is to the mine rehabilitation project, to the Council for Geoscience, 22.4 million. Earmarked water ingress project, also the Council for Geosciences, 32.3 million. Earmarked rehabilitation of mines to Mintek, 134.7 million. Earmarked mining exploration fund to IDC, that's 120 million. And expanded public works program, 1.2 million. These amounts are earmarked funds, although they are classified as goods and services. And to utilize these funds, in event it is reprioritized, it has to go through National Treasury. So it's not funding that can be used for any other purpose than allocated for. Transfer payments, it's 1.1 billion. Firstly, it's transferred to the department agencies, and that is Mine Qualification Authority, it's our CETA contribution fees, SADPMR for operational expenditure, Mine Health and Safety operational expenditure, Council for Geoscience, we also contribute for operational expenditure, including onshore and offshore map coverage and geological mapping and exploration of mining. Transfer payments for international memberships of 8.3. Transfers to public corporations, it's for the IDC of small-scale mining projects, and Mintek, its operational funding. Private enterprises, 93.5 million, and that is to PASA for its operational expenditure, mining companies, and it's for the water subsidies to marginal mines. And lastly, it's the households of 1.8 million, mainly for gratuities when retirements happen. The next slide, please. On the last slide is the budget per program, details of the transfers and subsidies, which is the largest portion in some of the programs. Under program 1, we have 3 million, and it goes out for social benefits. These are for gratuities for retirement of 1.5 million. Employee ex gratia payment, these are payments for condolences in terms of our policy. Mining Qualifications Authority, this is the CETA contribution of 1.1 million under program 1. Under program 2, we have African Petroleum Producers Association, and that's for membership fees. South African Diamond and Precious Metals Regulator, we contribute for the operational expenditure of 62 million. PASA, it's for the operational expenditure of 91 million. The IDC for small scale mining, 29 million. Water management, these are for water management solutions, and for the subsidies we pay out of 2.2 million. Under program 3, we have Mine Health and Safety Council, and this is for operational expenditure of 4.6 million. Under program 4, we have Mintek of 282 million for operational expenditure, also Mintek for CapEx of 32.9 million. Council for Geoscience is 640 million. And lastly, the African Diamond Producers Association, which is for membership fees, bringing the total transfers for 25-26 of 1.1 billion, 26-27 of 1.2 billion, and 27-28 of 1.2 billion as well. Well, that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Okay,
I
thank you.
end that.
Thank you, CFO, and thank you to Ms. Mbata. Chairperson, from my side, as I conclude and hand back to the Minister, just to highlight, I guess, in terms of this slide, the main thing that I wanted to lift is that in terms of our plans, we plan to continue to focus, obviously, on the development of the sector by ensuring that there's investment in infrastructure, beneficiation, alignment with other departments on environmental sustainability, compliance and enforcement, again, by working with other departments and agencies such as SAPS, socioeconomic development by making sure that the entities that we license or the companies that we license comply with the conditions of license or the commitments that they make. Internally, we obviously commit to re-looking our processes and streamlining them to make sure that we do not become a bottleneck as a department. As before I hand over to the Minister, and as I've also mentioned, we will also be undertaking a process to review the structure. What we have now is what we call the startup structure. So we have an opportunity in terms of the guidelines of the DPSA to put forward a new structure for the department. Now the two departments have split, and we aim to at least have the structure in place before the end of this financial year. You would know that when the department merged, because we tried to do this internally, it actually took us almost 5 years. By the time we're almost ready with that structure, the department split. So this time around, we are giving ourselves a target to make sure that we do this in year one to make sure that there is continuity. Maybe, Minister, as the last point that I would like to indicate, Chairperson, you mentioned the issue around the AG. I think we did have an engagement with the AG around this APP and the plan not going to the AG. And the simple reason was that the timeline that the AG had given the department was a bit too tight. The same team that was developing this plan had the responsibility to help the other department of electricity to develop a similar plan. So basically within the same timelines, the same team with the same number of people had to develop 2 strategies and 2 plans, APPs. So that took obviously longer than we could have managed. But what we can assure the committee on is that what we do when we do the APP, we incorporate the input of the AG from the previous audit into the plan. But we've also agreed with the AG that because there is always an opportunity to amend the APP, they will still undertake the process of reviewing this APP. So that opportunity we've agreed with the AG. Minister, I hand back to you.
No, thank you. Thank you, DG. I just want to highlight only a few issues. We're taking over 80% of the staff complement. We are retaining 30% of the budget. And the reason for that is we mainly manage transfers to entities. We are therefore, in the main, a financial center for entities. And that gives us pressure of having no choice but to be efficient and be coherent. So when we say we're coherent, it's not because we choose to be. We must be, because we're running a tight ship. Thank you very much. Over to you, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, it's 10:43. Can we grab some tea and come back at 10:47 before we ask questions? The reason I'm doing this is that there's a live stream of this meeting, and sometimes it doesn't look good when you are eating in the venue. Even cameras are naughty at some point. But let's just have a 5-minute break. But what we did not do, Minister, is to tender an apology of the Deputy Minister who tendered it personally to me, formally, that we may have few meetings in future where she won't attend because of maternity leave. Let me leave it there. So we just want to record it so that people don't think there is malice there. Thank you very much. Let's come back at 10:47. Minister, honorable members, that was the presentation from the department. Can we please interact with it? But from my side, maybe first, Minister is on page 12. Page 12, where there is a list of petroleum SOEs. And, oh, it's on page 12 where there is a list of petroleum SOEs as well as mining SOEs. Now, it says they serve group of companies. It indicates PASA, Petro SA, and SFF. Where is AGSA? And since you went live, shouldn't we put it as Sunpack, those that have merged? Because you are a new department, you went live. Why are we still separating them? And why AGSA is not there? The second point, I just can't remember the page, is on the targets that you want to meet on refining capacity. There's an indication that there are 2 refineries, which is correct, and you would want by the end of this financial year to reach 4. And in your presentation, you mentioned Petro SA as well. And I don't believe you must set targets that have proven to be difficult to meet in one financial year, especially with what we hear about Gazprom that was tasked with the resuscitation of that GTL refinery in Mossel Bay. I know we are going to meet with SEF and Petro SA in a few weeks to explain what happened there. Is what we are hearing in the media correct or not? But just because it's there, I'm worried that we are setting targets that we may not reach because of that relationship that the media is saying it's falling. The last point I want to raise is now that the merger has happened, the overlapping issues. How are you going to deal with the overlapping issues between you and electricity? And an example will be gas. you do exploration and you are the one that are regulating exploration. But after the gas is found and turned into something that will give us electricity, who is who in the mix of things? And I'm asking this because I don't have, it's an honest answer. If it makes me dumb, let it be, because I don't understand the gaps that are still there between electricity and DMPR. So slowly, with patience, take us through what you think is going to happen. Thank you very much. Honorable members, Honorable Lorima, Selepe, Ntlangwini, Honorable Mhlongo, Honorable Senne, and Honorable Hassan. Can you come?
Thanks, Chair. Always an interesting one because we can talk about policy. And I found this presentation, some of it was very interesting, some of it was sadly lacking in detail. So there are a number of areas. Start with, and I'm not going to refer throughout exactly to the slides because there's a difference in the slides on the hard copy and the digital, but I'll give you an idea. So slide 14, I think it is, it could be 12. So let's start with, could you detail what harmonized African strategies would look like? What would regional integration entail exactly? What measurable benefits could we get, and have we got any from this so far? Then there's this overview of global, regional, and domestic developments that are shaping the developments in the mining sector. And it's an interesting explanation of what's going on, but I find, to me, it's lacking. It says this: increased investment hinges on improved geological surveys, robust governance, improved transport infrastructure, and a strong focus on minimizing environmental and social impacts of mining. Most of which you would probably hear if you went to try and raise money for a mining project in South Africa. What's not here is the effect of empowerment legislation. Because I can tell you something, you go into any place in London, New York, and you try and raise money for a South African mining project, and they're going to tell you, but there's a tax on capital. That means you bring 100 million rand to South Africa, you immediately have to give 30 million rand of that project to BEE interests. And that is a huge disincentive. And yet this does not appear to feature in your understanding of the investment environment, the mining environment. So I guess let's bring that down to a very simple question. Do you believe that BEE requirements are a disincentive to investment or not? Simple, yes, no. Let's move on to slide 19. Once again, a little bit frustrating on when we're going to see the new version of the MPRDA. We get told process, but we don't get told timing. Could you give us an approximation? Are we going to see it in June, July, September? There is an aim here for a coherent and enabling mining and petroleum policy environment. What specific measures are we going to see that will create an enabling environment? Next question is on the petroleum infrastructure. It's all stuff we'd like to see, I'm sure, but who is going to invest in petroleum infrastructure and what infrastructure? Are we talking just the refineries? And could you give us an idea of what the business case would be for somebody to invest? Because we're told that the trend in the world is towards these super refineries. We don't have any super refineries. We do have one relatively small one, Astron, which seems to be doing okay. What do you think would attract investors to our refineries to get them started again. Another policy question. It says to accelerate the transformation of the mining and petroleum sectors, and we always hear this, but I'm still concerned by transformation. It's a very slippery word. It can mean different things at different times. Please give me a definition. What exactly does transformation mean? Is it racial transformation? Is it more than that? I would love to see a written definition. Maybe you can supply me with one. Then to minerals exploration. Now, it seems to me that because there's been so little interest in exploration from the private sector, that government has decided to fill this gap by itself. Maybe I'm wrong in that, in which case please tell me. But I'd like to focus on the numbers here. We are, after all, spending or intending to spend 640 million rand on the Council for Geoscience, which is going to carry out that mineral exploration. Currently, how much private money is spent on minerals exploration versus public money? Because if the idea is that the state will fill in for absent private investment in exploration, how much are we going to need to invest? Because I suspect it's a lot more than we've got. And if you look at successful mining jurisdictions in Australia and Canada, between 90 and 95% of the money that goes into minerals exploration there is private money, not state money. So how do we compare to that? Going on to the laudable aim to improve the administration of license applications, it says the baseline there is 90 days to finalize the licensing applications post the environmental authorization approvals, and moving that to 60 days. So how many of the applications, and of course I don't need to know the exact number, but I need to know a sort of a rough percentage of the applications currently are taken care of within that baseline time, within that 90 days? How are we doing on that? Moving on to slide 26 and the revival of smelters. Now, the obvious way to revive the smelting industry is to provide cheap electricity. So is this the only thing that government can do? Incentives are always good. Is cheap electricity the only incentive, or are there other incentives in play? And then, of course, my favorite minister, the new cadastral system. So which region will see the rollout of the new cadastral system first? And when are we going to start seeing that happen? Transfer payments. PASA. I see this money going to PASA. PASA used to fund itself from licensing fees. What happened there? I'm going to stop there.
Honorable Slepe.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the Honorable Minister and DG and the DGs in the House. Mine share is very short. I just want to check here with the under budget summary program of water management subsidies for marginal mines. There's a budget allocated there. It's about 2.2 billion. I just want to check whether this the water management subsidies and the program, it doesn't align with the program that has been given to the Mintek of rehabilitation, because to my understanding, these two are most falling under same thing, that the marginal mines and the rehabilitation. Can't you compress the two to be under one? Because almost they are dealing with the very same thing. Also looking at the expanded public works program of the Trilek and ownerless mines. Those three are most likely falling under the same thing. And then I'm checking with the a huge amount of budget. One is at 1.2 billion, the other one 2.2 billion, and then the one for the Mintek, it's 135. I'm checking there. Can't you compress this to fall under one thing? Because more or less all are dealing with the rehabilitation. Then, number two, in the interest of development of the small-scale mining, Honorable Minister, the challenge that people are facing in different areas whereby they are approaching the big mines in getting
for the Petroleum Development Plan. As the committee, when will we be finished with that? The chair always have a very compassionate question that he always like to ask, and that question at times I think gives him sleepless nights, and many of us. We don't want to sit as a country being so vulnerable that if one day we wake up and we say we don't have petroleum. So that will be interesting to know when are we going to have this Petroleum Development Plan. I think I have spoken to the SLPs on page 21. I don't think it's true on the effective enforcement and monitoring. It's not true. It's not been enforced and monitored effectively. Because if it was, Minister, we still will not have communities and community traditional leaders that still complain about SLPs. So I think that is untrue. On page 22, it speaks to the 200 mines openings and the Oneland mines. Does this include the asbestos mines? Because Minister, the asbestos mines, because last time you said there are 246 asbestos mines and you are closing 3 per annum. So does this 200 include that mines, and what about the other ownerless mines? I think I have asked, Chair, I think I have exhausted. I have
thank
asked the
you.
inspectors. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mhlongo.
Good morning, Chair, and thanks a lot. I would like to greet the Minister and greet everyone else who is in the House. Mine is short. It's regarding the formulation of policies. Pertaining to policy formulation, I would like to know when we are conducting or doing the review process, if there are some amendments, or if any amendments of the legislature or whatever, do you conduct a research on doing that? Or you simply change and formulate or add new items on the policies that will suit or that will be easily achieved? Do you do it concurrently with framework? I mean, the framework whereby you operate within. Do you do it on yearly basis? I mean, the frequency of review, is it on yearly basis or how is it done? So far, does it prove to be effective? All the policies that has been formulated, are they proved to be effective and user-friendly? You find it easy to work with or to follow or to achieve those policies? And if there are any challenges or weaknesses that you find when you are reviewing the policies, have you ever addressed, or how were they corrected? And going to my last question is on page 37 on anti-corruption and accountability. It is said you investigate the reported cases proactively. So if there is corruption and it has never been reported, you just leave that, you go past it because it was not reported. So you only focus on those that has been reported. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Senator.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me also officially greet the Minister and the team. My first point, Chair, it's on strategic priority 1, on outcome 3, which speaks of industrialization through beneficiation and localization to support economic growth. What I want to know is how logistics, energy, and transport challenges are being addressed to support localization, mineral processing. Is there a plan to develop parks or special economic zones to focus on beneficiation? And my second point is also like Honorable Ntlangweni on SLPs. It's true, presentations were made even in this house that some of these mining houses are not implementing the SLPs. Sorry. So I want to know better mechanisms which the department has in place for this financial year to monitor and also verify the implementation of SLPs by mining companies. Monitoring also meaning physically going to do oversight and ensure that indeed they have implemented. And my last point, Chair, is on Chair, the NDP 2030 outlines strategic goals for the developmental and transformation of mining and petroleum sector, including increased beneficiation and equitable resource distribution. What tools is the department using to monitor and evaluate progress towards these targets, and how do these targets form part of the APPs? And are there regular monitoring mechanism or independent reviews to ensure accountability through the existing APP model, particularly for NDP goals? And how does the department plan to address any identified gaps or delays in meeting these milestones? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Hassan.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me start by appreciating that this is the first reporting cycle in some ways of the newly established Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources. And I think it's actually a quite exciting time that there's more focus that's been given to minerals and I think the petroleum sector in a way that we can actually leverage off that hasn't maybe necessarily been given in the past. I want to start, Chair, on strategic priority 3, which is also on slide 22 above us, around ensuring environmental sustainability. So if you look there, yeah, the number of mines that have been sealed around derelict and ownerless mines. I was under the impression that the rehabilitation of mines was more broad than just sealing of entrances or exits. So I'm just trying to understand, are we dealing with the actual rehabilitation of the land as well? Are there other sort of plans to recapacitate the areas, those who are miners, etc.? So I just want to understand that, because if I'm correct, in the previous reporting cycles, those were targets that were reported on. And so if they're not, they should be there. Because otherwise we can seal the entrances and exits of mines, but that's not really a form of rehabilitation in its entirety, or it is, but it's not sufficient enough. I also want to look at the regional integration and cooperation regarding mining and petroleum. And I think this is quite critical because there's an opportunity here to close the gap in terms of oil refinery and the impending gas cliff, which I think, Chair, you also had some questions that I wanted to cover around who does what, because there's still confusion from the portfolio committee side in terms of gas. I know there's upstream and downstream, but it is important for us to understand, especially given some of the issues that are probably going to come up in the future. In terms of the amendments to the MPRDA, already there's some criticism of the process. I think DG, we need to understand what their criticism is and try and close it before it gets to Parliament if possible. Otherwise, you're leaving it in our hands to try and close, and you may not get the kind of outcome you want from an act or an amendment act without including all of the stakeholders. So I'm trying to understand on that matter What are the policy gaps and the issues that we were trying to solve historically? Why did we need the Amendment Act? But more importantly, what are we doing to ensure that stakeholders are being brought on a journey? Of course, you're not going to have a situation where everyone's going to be happy with a piece of legislation, but I'm trying to close a potential gap for the future. In terms of global dynamics, I think it's very interesting, Chair, to note that even with Trump's tariffs, which were effectively created by ChatGPT, one of the elements that have been excluded, or particularly excluded from tariffs, are critical minerals. And even in the attack on South Africa, you'll note that critical minerals haven't been touched. Now, this presents an opportunity for the country. Number one, because they're showing us directly and indirectly that they need us for that. We know that South Africa is the largest producer of platinum in the world. What are we doing to ensure that we're protecting the national interest, but at the same time ensuring that we get what we need out of it? And this is a more broader political point, Minister, that I think we need to look at, because in all of the discussions around the dynamics with the relationship of South Africa and America, that's there, but I do wonder if there's an opportunity here for us to leverage some level of beneficiation or opportunity for us, especially because we know they don't want to touch the sector, and we know why. My next question is around mineral or increasing mineral beneficiation program. Has a broader feasibility study been conducted to ensure that the different sectors of the economy are well capacitated to potentially roll out that different element? I know that along the supply chain, there's various forms of beneficiation. So we need to know about that broader feasibility study. And the reason I'm raising this is particularly because we want investment in the beneficiation program along the different lines. And I don't want us to not realize the value of that. And of course, this then brings up, in terms of capacitation, what are we doing for young people, for women, etc. We have targets that are being presented to us for future fulfillment. But I think we need something very specific when we're talking about beneficiation. So are we training young people through various CETAs? How many young people are we bringing into the space? How many youth-owned SMMEs are being sorted out to actually work on the beneficiation, etc.? Particularly when it comes, for example, to chrome beneficiation training. Has the MQA been brought in? What are our long-term plans to ensure sustainability of beneficiation? That's quite a big one. And then, Chair, on SLP reviews, I'm covered by members who spoke about the implementation or lack thereof. What are we doing to capacitate the department for further oversight? Do we need to bring in third parties? Are there ways to further incentivize? Because SLPs are there on paper. Some companies implement very well, some are really poor, and it really is luck of the draw, depending on which company you're interacting with, and that can't be the case. But secondary to the implementation issue is the CSR nature of SLPs, and whether there's a focus on local economic development. So what I'm effectively saying is that we need to do a lot more focusing on local economic development through SLPs, potentially also as a way to knock or put a further dent into unemployment in the country, but also moving beyond just the legal obligation on mining companies to basically proceed further with infrastructure development, etc., etc. But effectively, I'm just trying to understand what are the department's efforts to ensure that SLPs are structured in a way that maximizes local economic development. And then, Chair, my last point, is actually around the South African critical mineral strategy. It talks about the metals that are key to battery manufacturing. And I may pose this question again to Mintek as well, but I'm interested from a departmental perspective. What are some of the binding local procurement targets for EV manufacturing, whether they're using our lithium or graphite? Are there some plans to specifically beneficiate the critical rare earth minerals? Could we, in that way, have some local procurement targets that we force, whether by legislation or regulation, in this new industry that's coming through on EV manufacturing? And then I'm also interested, Minister, maybe also on a more political level leading to policy. Are there any thoughts or ideas that we could propose to DTIC to safeguard the production and beneficiation of these rare earth metals or battery manufacturing going forward? So all I'm saying is this is a new sector. We need to think about putting in the safeguards or the guardrails early so that we don't have a situation where we're mass producing and then nothing's going back into the country, nothing's being used to beneficiate young people's skills, etc. And very importantly, what are we doing to look after the national interest in that regard? Because I do think that we have the cards, but I don't know if we're necessarily playing them out in the best way possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Slepe, in under a minute.
Chair, quick one. I didn't page over here. Mine, just 2 points, Chair. Is that the program of small scale, is it really reaching out to the communities? And then if it really, what are the measures or any program that has went to the communities maybe to check, because there's a lot of communities that they don't know about this program. I'm just checking the department, how do you reach out to the communities? And then the last one, is that, Minister, when the department increased the royalties, and then if you didn't increase the royalties, when are you going to, or how long does it take for the department to increase the royalties? Because it's the only industry that can assist the challenges of South African economy for increasing the royalties for the mining house. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe before we come to responses, in page 34 you say there will be 1,080 fuel samples tested. That's good. But what is the legislative gap that empowers SARS when they do it to close a petrol station down, but you only issue a fine? Maybe we need to help you there so that the legislation is changed, because we know SARS can close when they find that they have done a test, you have not complied, but you just fine a person. And I raised it in our oversight, that fining, you know, Home Affairs always conduct inspections in restaurants. They find that restaurants are not compliant with the labor laws of the country. They simply issue a fine and an establishment just pays. And tomorrow when you come to check whether they've compliant, it's the same people that you were saying don't have papers, they shouldn't be working. So where is the legislative gap that stops you from closing down a petrol station that is involved in adulteration of fuel? Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I will allow the officials to deal with technical questions, and then I will add. DG?
Okay. No, thank you, Honorable Minister. I will try to respond to some of the questions, and the others the team will respond to, Chair. If I start with the questions that were raised around page 12, in terms of the representation of the entities, I think it was an oversight that AGSA and SNPC is not reflected there. And I think that and I think, Chair, you also mentioned that you would have then thought you would see the picture of everything meshed together. The reality in terms of the measure process is that it's a process, and it's got stages. Effectively, SNPC cannot fully operate and absorb everything until the SNPC Act is passed, because their powers are limited. Currently, they operate as a subsidiary of the SEF group. And with that whole thing that they've explained, I think, to the committee in the past around the listen assign method. So hence, you'll continue to see the number of the entities, because they are not, with the listen assign, the original entity remains. It's just the operations that are basically moved to the other side, but legally the other entity will remain. So the main thing, though, is until you have the act passed by Parliament for the establishment of the SNPC, it can only be established as a subsidiary under the SEF group. And I'm sure they can explain that in detail on Friday. The point around the refineries, and we said 2 in a year. I think, Chair, maybe if we go to that slide, you will note that we first presented strategic outcomes in the next 5 years. And then we moved on to present what we are committing to per annum. The two refineries is what we are saying should happen in the next 5 years, within the current administrative period. As you can see, we say the DMPR 2035 strategic priority. It's a priority sitting at that level. And the output is that by 2030, there should be 4 functional refineries. So the target was not necessarily for the current financial year. I guess it's maybe how we've packaged the slides, that we did not separate and highlight the annual target strictly from the 5-year targets. Chair, maybe the other point that I must address is that when we put together the presentation, as this was more about presenting the strategy or the plan, if I may call it that, we focused on coming here and presenting the what we are going to do, not the how. Because if we have to go through each one of this and present the how, I guess we would have needed the whole day. I mean, to say, this is how we're going to do this is how we're going to, but we're still going to respond to those specific questions that have been asked around the hows of some of the issues. But the focus was to say, this is what we are committing to go and work on. That was the approach to this presentation. And perhaps I guess this one the minister can add as well. But in terms of the departments, and even when the departments split, there is always a provision for the 2 ministers where there are areas that may overlap, or if I may use that word, or where they may require cooperation, for the 2 ministers to enter into a memorandum of agreement. Right? So it is for the 2 ministers, if there is view from either of the ministers that something needs to be clarified and there needs to be boundaries. Because I think my personal view is that it's one government. You know, departments are there, yes, to execute certain parts of the work. The overlap will always be there. We interact with DFFE on a regular basis because we do environmental authorizations on the mining side, they do environmental authorizations, but there's an agreement in place in terms of how, even though the actual NEMA is actually sitting with DFFE. So there is a provision that allows the ministers to put together a memorandum of agreement to clarify the battery lines if that need arise, Chairperson. We have, I can say that at technical level, we have identified, without really listing them, a number of areas that we believe there's going to have to be that clarity. And I may use one specific example. On the petroleum side, there are things that NESA require where actually the authority is sitting with the Minister of Minerals and Petroleum Resources. But NESA would normally send a request to the Minister of Electricity, who will send the request to the Minister of Petroleum and Resources. And this is something that has already played out. And he will process it and send it back. And the work continues. So that arrangement is possible and can be made. There was a question from the honourable member around what do we mean by harmonization. I think harmonization means exactly that when you operate in an environment and you have different rules, you are not going to get maximum benefit. I mean, if you look at the regional level, if you don't harmonize, if you are talking about regional integration, but you don't harmonize your regulatory instruments, you are obviously likely going to pull apart. Let me give an example. For example, the issue of that everybody's been talking about, the issue of scrap metal. You can have rules here in South Africa. If the same rules don't apply and ban, you know, the sale of scrap metal to go wherever, if in Swaziland or in Mozambique, it's different rules. And, you know, people can travel between the countries. But what you are doing, stopping in Durban and Richards Bay, could still happen in Maputo. So you need to ensure that there's harmonization. So it's the same thing around the minerals and the petroleum sector, that you need to make sure that as an integrated region, you obviously harmonize what you are doing to make sure that you get maximum benefit for the region. I guess the honourable member said the global overview that we had conducted, I think the words used was that it's lacking. I guess that's the lens we were wearing. You know, when we looked at the overview, I guess it is part of this process in Parliament that we get input from members if they believe there is an area that we should go and look at and consider, and we can look at it and comment. But I think, and the minister can add on this one, but the one on BEE, I think, like with SLPs, if we have a view around BEE being a cost, then we should be having the same view around SLPs. So meaning we have the same view around the social license to operate. I think it's only right that where entities operate, those that are local benefit from that. So I think for me, if we hold a view around empowerment at the global level, then it means the whole same view then would apply around empowering local communities, which I don't think it's the right thing to do. The timing of the MPRDA, as I said, what we are presenting here is the what. The APP has the timelines. If members look at the APP that we submitted to Parliament, members will know that we have made specific commitments around the various pieces of legislation that we said we're going to review. We have said what we're going to deliver in the current financial year. We have said what we're going to deliver in terms of the MPRDA in the current financial year. It's there in the APP, so the timelines are there. Maybe I should also respond to the question by Honorable Hassan around the fact that there are there's a view around the review criticism. I think, Honorable Member, what we had done is that we are at the early stages of the review of the MPRDA, which started with a public workshop, and it was followed up during the review process with consultations with various players in the sector, the Mineral Council, the banks, the legal firms, including even communities or NGOs. I think what we must guard against is we must guard against calls that say, we have given input, you go draft the law, but before you put it out for public comments, we must see it first. And some of the calls that we've seen is exactly that, where people are saying, no, but you can't take it out until you've seen it. And I'm saying then it's in a way undermining the role of government, because then you've got sectors that want, if they don't like it, then it means it does not go out. You know, so we need to guard against that. Everyone will get, people have given their views, everyone will get an opportunity when this goes for public. It's not coming to Parliament for final sign off, it's going out for public comments. And everyone will have an opportunity to give their views. But this is also obviously driven by, I guess there are those who are trying to second guess the work that we're doing because they may have an issue with a certain section in the past, maybe they didn't like or something like that. So, but I think from our side, we have consulted extensively with all the stakeholders we consider key. And the general public, including those stakeholders, will have an opportunity to give further input. I will skip some of the questions to allow the colleagues to respond to them. I'll leave the one on exploration as well for DDG Nzimande to talk to. I think in terms of the revival of smelters, as you can see on the presentation there, we are clear that the enabler will be the finalization of incentives. And the incentives there, it's not just the price of electricity. It's looking at various instruments to make sure that you drive the outcome that you want. The work that we're doing in that regard, I think there was a question about have we done any feasibility? Yes, there is some research work that has been done, and the department has worked with other entities, including the IDC. And there are a number of initiatives that have been identified that are sitting with different departments that they must go and explore so that a comprehensive proposal can be made around what incentives do you put, or what instruments do you put in place. Which regions cadastral? At this present moment, I think one of the things that I've always said when you come to the committee is that what you don't want to do when you implement an IT system is to create a crisis, where you wake up, you switch off what was there, you press the new one, and then the system crashes and you've got a challenge. So what we have decided to do is to start with the regions where we were able to clean up the data very quickly, because there's limited, not limited, but because the regions are not sort of that complex in terms of the data that they have. And that will allow us first a period to see the system working and to tweak the system where necessary before we go into the bigger areas. At this point in time, I can say that the two regions that we feel comfortable with the data cleansing that we have done is the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape. And it's because there is obviously not the same volumes that you'll see in other areas. Those are the ones that we are looking at as a start. DDG Moloto will deal with the issue of small-scale mining. There was a question around Section 102 from Member Slepe. And I think for me it was not clear. Maybe my other colleagues understood that part. Because for me, a mining company cannot give an area that they are not licensed to mine. If they are licensed to mine an area, then if they want to give it away, obviously they will have to request for a change to give that particular area away. So I didn't understand when the member said there's no mining, if it means they were not licensed. You cannot give away what you are not licensed. You know, it means that area is available for anyone to apply to license, but maybe I didn't understand the question. Maybe my other colleagues may have understood the question and they'll respond accordingly. HR stats, I will leave to the Jim Mhlongo to deal with that. I'm trying to run through this. There was a question around what plans the department has on the gas pipeline. I think from a department point of view, we understand that some of the expertise and the mandate is sitting with the entities. And hence, when we're presenting the plan, we showed which entities will be working with the department on specific or certain areas. So we obviously, yes, it's our view that the SNPC and the SEF group must play into that space, and we will support them in whichever way for them to deliver on their respective projects. DDG Maqobela will speak to SLPs. I won't go into that. I think I've dealt with the response I've given around how we're going to implement cadastral. It's that, I think the question was, how is that going to implement impact on the backlog? We believe, obviously, once you go online, you will minimize human touch, but in the beginning, it may not be as quick and as effective as you want. I think when the colleague was presenting, I think it's that last point there, we had said that having the system on its own, without streamlining our processes, authorization processes, is not going to help. You know, having the tool, but you don't look at your own internal efficiencies in terms of how long it takes for people to do things, etc., it's not going to deal with the backlogs. And that's what we're saying we need to enhance and streamline, and hence we are saying we need, in that way, we can reduce the timelines for about 90 days to 60 days. I think what's important there is that we're saying post-environmental authorization, because the large number of the applications that are sitting as the so-called backlog is because there's either appeals or issues around environmental authorization, you know, and hence we are very specific there about post, because that's what is within the department control. But then you can ask, what are you doing with the environmental authorizations? I think one of the things that we have identified, and again, it talks to harmonizing even our own government policies, is that we are having engagements with environmental affairs in terms of streamlining our processes as well, together with them and our laws, because there are interdependencies. There's things they depend on us when there's an appeal and vice versa, and we need to make sure that those processes are efficient. I've spoken to the issue of timeline for legislation. It's in the APP. The point around the 200 holes, it does include, I think, again, it's an oversight. It does include rehabilitating 3 asbestos mines on an annual basis. So for the 5-year period, you're looking at rehabilitation with the same budget. You're looking at sealing of 200 holes and rehabilitation of about 15 asbestos mines. And that's within the current budget. If the budget is increased beyond what we are seeing, a lot more can be done. Research, formulation of policies. Yes, there is research that when policies are reviewed that the department would do, and that includes engaging those who are obviously the players in the space. Like I gave an example with the MPRDA. The review of the MPRDA started with a public consultation where people had to give input. This is one area, though, that we are seeing an opportunity for improvement. We have been engaging with a number of research institutions that have shared with us the analytics, the tools that they have, where they actually on a regular basis do an environmental scan. And they have already shown us that we may be limited in terms of what we have, but the team also, they do have, we subscribe to a number of international tools that help with the analysis of what is happening locally and internationally to drive our, can influence or that assesses our policies. Anti-corruption, I think what we meant there is that no, we didn't mean that if it's not reported and we know about it. I think what we're saying is that when we know about it, we must do something about it. That's the point that you're making there. I'll quickly run to the one around the NDP and what tools are there. The Department of DPMA, DPME, they do analysis. I think there is a recent analysis they've done where they look at our commitments in line with the NDP, and they will analyze in terms of the work. On a regular basis, we do, as part of the MTEF and our strategies report to DPME, how far we have we have gone in terms of implementing the things we had committed to. I think I've spoken too much, Minister. Let me allow other colleagues to come in, and then if they leave anything, I can come back to it. CFO, can we start with you? And then.
Thanks, DG. There was one question on PASA. 57% of the operational costs the department allocates via the fiscus. The remaining operational expenditure comes from PASA themselves via sales, revenue sharing agreements, exploration fees, and admin fees. So we only contribute a portion of their operational cost. The other question was raised, can't we compress all the funds for rehabilitation, that's water ingress projects, expanded public works, and Mintek? The targets are linked to certain programs, and portion of that, not the entire target. But we do take note of your comment, though. I think those were just two comments. That was just a comment, DG, and was one question on PASA. Thank you.
DG Mhlongo.
Thanks, DG. Good day, Minister, Chairperson, honorable members, and colleagues. I need to respond to one question. The honorable member wanted to know the numbers in relation to the vacancy rate of 2.4%. We do currently have 28 vacancy positions on the startup organizational structure. A breakdown in terms of the branches. We do have 8 vacant positions in the mine health and safety branch, 5 vacancies in the mineral and petroleum regulation branch, 7 vacancies in support. That includes corporate services, office of the DG, and finance. The total there is 7. We do have 8 positions vacancies in the ministry. That is the office of the minister and the office of the deputy minister. Thank you.
DG Makobela.
Thank you, DG. Good day, Honorable Minister, Honorable Chair, Honorable members. So I guess the first thing I would like to say is that as a regulation, we always want to start by understanding that shepherding is not an easy task. And ours as a department is to enhance order in our economy at every given opportunity. So one of the examples I wanted to start with to give is that on the issue of empowerment, we've seen different approaches from investors in petroleum and those in mining. Those in petroleum, interestingly, do not complain about the 25%. We have examples, recent examples of Glencore here in the refinery. They invested knowing that there was 25%. Prax has invested in Natref. Vitol bought Engine knowing, and Shell downstream is also attracting quite an interest. So I guess the issue is really to make sure that there's certainty about what is required, and we always try and give that to investors. The issue of maybe just to add on the cadastral, we believe that we will eliminate 70% of the current applications when the system is rolled out. Because in the system currently, we sit with 70% of the applications that have no chance of making it. but people just continue to apply. In the new system, it will reject you as soon as you press on that polygon. The issue of the days, I think the DG has covered, then the 90 days. So without appeals, without objections, without extension requirements from those that make the applications, we are easily within that 90 days. Now, what takes applications beyond 90 days is that it is first in, first out. So a person would be sitting at number 3,000 and have to wait that long because we're still processing number 560 and so on. So I think we are confident that with the new system, we will, by the end of the 5 years, get to 60 days from the time that the legislated period for environmental authorizations ends. And in that environmental authorization, we also assume that there won't be any appeals because they then add to the number of days. I think when they don't get satisfaction with the DG on environmental authorization, they escalate to the minister. And that then also adds to the number of days. The issue of SLPs, again, talks to the disciplines that I think we all as society have to always bear in mind when we approach projects. We believe that everyone in the chain, including the host municipality, need to be disciplined about the turnaround time because they then have to give a nod or not on projects, on LED projects. And if they don't come back on time, that delays. On the issue of mechanisms to monitor, I think, again here, in our view, we are going to be implementing measures to improve SLP compliance by insisting on, one, the discipline on the part of our own ourselves as a department in following up, but also then not allowing the time that some of the mining companies ask for in terms of extension of the periods for completing some of the projects. Some of the projects are delayed because of people wanting to get involved in construction. So it is linked to also the construction mafia, if I can put it that way, because people insist on getting involved in projects. And that also leads to delays on some of the projects. Then on the issue raised by the chair on the samples. So we believe that we need to be looking at mobile kits because one of the advantages that the Revenue Service has, they have mobile kits. So their inspectors, they go to the service stations with a kit. It's a mobile lab. And when they find that there is non-compliance, you stop there and then. One of the things we have to consider is to then adopt that mobile kit approach going forward, because if we find, and you can see as a retailer, that my sample has failed, you have no option yourself but to close there and then. So those are some of the things. I don't believe that there is a legislative a gap as such, but I think we just need to use, but they come at a cost, the mobile kits, at a huge cost. Then I think on the issue of perhaps fears about the Petroleum Development Plan, our plan is that we will finalize it during this financial year. But I must say that disciplines of routine, they help us to ensure that there are no fuel shortages. They have helped us for decades now. And we, in this regard, we have weekly meetings with all the major oil companies. And if you are, all of them have to report in those meetings the status. And if you are not pulling your weight, then the rest of the colleagues basically, you account to that collective. I think I've covered, if not then, or on the training of people on the cadastral, there will be an opportunity for people to undergo that training, but unfortunately it will be online. But I mean, we've seen with the use of social media that people are able to train themselves using mobile devices on a number of applications. Thank you, DJ.
DG Nzimande.
Thank you, DG. Let me follow on the greetings and protocols that have been established. DG, you spoke to, Chair, DG spoke to the regional integration question, but I just want to add this part. I think there was a follow-up question that said, what is the benefit for South Africa and what does regional integration look like? I'll make an example of Mintek. In one of the presentations we've made previously to the committee, there was a slide that has a map showing Mintek's footprint, showing that Mintek has a footprint in about 45 countries, and a bulk of those are on this continent. And that is the benefit to this economy, because we put out our technologies there, we put out our own inventions there that bring revenue into this economy. That's just one example. There are many others. But also regional integration looks like intra-Africa trade, which is something that we are committing to amplify in going forward. And there are examples, as I indicate, of those from previous transactions and engagements with other countries. We enter into MOUs with different countries and we pursue different projects that bring value into the South African economy. And then on the, I think there was a question about BEE being a disinvestment. And the question was, do we see or do we believe BEE is a disinvestment or a deterrent to investments? We do not see transformation or BEE as a disinvestment, but we see it as a sending the ladder down action that we cannot afford not to do. The objects of the MPRDA talk to the mineral wealth of the country belonging to the people of the country. And BEE is about actualizing that, ensuring that previously disadvantaged black people in South Africa do benefit from their own mineral wealth, and they do participate actively in the economic activities in the mining sector. So that's how we see BEE, and that's how we see transformation. Hence, we continue to include transformation into our performance plans going forward. And then there was a question on private money that goes into exploration, and is government replacing money that should be private money by establishing the exploration fund? The answer is no. The establishment of the exploration fund is about de-risking our acreage, particularly in mineral commodities that are underexplored in this jurisdiction. And this is not new in the mining circles globally. For example, as recently as the 20th of March this year, China announced a $90 million exploration fund that they've committed as a government to drive exploration in China. On the 12th of February this year, Australia announced a tax incentive scheme for critical minerals production to a value of about $7 billion Australian dollars between 2027 and 2030. And it is anchored or based on a 10% uplift program on all investments into critical minerals. So what we are doing, other governments are doing it. Well-established mining jurisdictions are doing it. And then I think the next question was, how much of the global exploration budget goes into the South African economy? We recently looked at the S&P Capital IQ report, because they do an annual survey in terms of exploration funds. And in their report, they make a comparison that in 2022, 1.9 billion rands went into exploration into this economy versus 1.28 billion in 2015. Much as this is a survey we use to benchmark against what we want to do and where we want to be as a country, we do put a caveat on it, because the bulk of this information on their annual survey, in fact, almost all annual surveys, are based on listed entities. We know for a fact that there's a lot of exploration by junior mining companies that's not accounted for here. And with the implementation of the new cadastre, the plan is that we will then begin to monitor how many PRs have we issued, where, and where are they active, and how much are they spending. In terms of Section 28 and 29 of the MPRDA, we will be calling for that information to be submitted by those exploration companies, junior mining exploration companies, so that we get a better sense and a more realistic figure in terms of how much is going in. We believe there is a gap. This less than 0.8% that is reported publicly, we believe it is slightly higher, and we're beginning to work on it into the future. And then there was a question about, when we review legislation, do we do research or do we just do it loosely? The answer is yes, we do research, and we always start with stakeholder consultations. DG spoke to this. We go out to our stakeholders and we ask them, how has your experience been with this piece of legislation? Where are the pain points? Where are the areas that you believe we should improve? But we also look internally and say, for example, the MPRDA has delivered a lot into the economy, but it has not been without challenges. It's been taken to court on several occasions. We sit down, we study those court judgments, and then we say, what is it that we need to do to improve the legislation going forward? But we also importantly do a lot of benchmarking. What is Canada doing? The best in class in mining terms globally. How have they done? How have they dealt with specific issues? And we benchmark against those countries. And based on the benchmarking outcomes, we then reconfigure our legislation and continue to consult our stakeholders. In terms of impacts of the reviews, whenever we draft or review a law, we do a socio-economic impact assessment study, which we submit to DPME for approval. No piece of legislation comes to Parliament without that approval, that certificate. And that measures potential impacts and impacts of any policy or legislation that we do. And I think lastly, there was a question our approach to beneficiation and whether there's training of young people. DG spoke about a diagnostic study that we've done. We've done a study, a comprehensive study as the department. And in the study, we then said, all good and well, we've diagnosed what the challenge is with smelters. Let's go on to say what is required to improve the situation. We've come up with an implementation plan or set of interventions. One of the interventions is exactly that, skills development. So as we begin to implement those interventions in partnership with other sister departments, skills will definitely be covered. And maybe lastly, Honorable Chair, on a lighter note, Honorable Hassan spoke about we have the cards, but we seem not to be playing them well, or we need to check as to whether we're playing them well or not. I recently read a cartoon where one president was saying, I hold the cards, and the other responded and said the cards are made in China. So we will be watching very closely as we play our cards.
Last one, Minister, DDG Moloto.
Thank you, DG. Honorable Chair, if I'm allowed to maintain the existing protocol that was set this morning on the issue of how are we reaching out to communities, especially in terms of them knowing about small-scale mining. We do conduct community outreach programs, we do training programs, we do workshops. We've been to many areas in the country. We've been to Limpopo, Northwest, Northern Cape, Mpumalanga, KZN, and the training is a general training that also includes how the department works, also including training on legislation. And we also advertise for the assistance of the small-scale mining to ensure a fair process and a transparent process. Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will comment on few. There was a question about ICAS and SANPC. I would imagine that that presentation will be detailed on Friday when SAF is here, because all the three entities that constitute SANPC were in the SAF stable. So that detailed explanation will be given in that presentation. But I think ICAS should have been highlighted, but the reality is that moving forward, it will be SANPC that is highlighted. There will be no ICAS, there will be no SFF. There will be Petro SA because we've left a legacy board to look into areas that are still dysfunctional in Petro SA. So it will be carried along for a longer period. The question was, we said we want to have 4 refineries by end of this year. No, the plan is 2025 to 2030. So it's a 5-year plan, it's not an annual plan that we've presented. So the target of having 4 is at the end of the 5-year strategic plan period. Overlap between ourselves and the DEE, we have not come across this overlap. We hear every time we come to the portfolio committee, we hear about this overlap. We have never experienced it. Because when coal goes to ESCOM, we don't follow that coal into ESCOM. It goes to ESCOM, it gets processed, it becomes electricity, it's beneficiated. It's out of our control, we don't follow it. When diesel go to Angerlech or Chorikwa, that diesel go to Angerlech and Chorikwa, we don't follow that diesel. Once it gets into those 2 stations, it is DEE. We don't follow it. So there is no overlap in these 2 departments. We have not come across it. But we have made a provision among ourselves. We talk regularly with Minister Ramkhopa that if there is anything that is confusing, we'll talk. The Then we go to the regional harmonization strategy. What are the benefits? I'm laughing at this because an isolated South Africa, which was not part of the global economy, does not appreciate the importance of integration. We do. Appreciate that. tertiary institutions and get qualifications. We have two of the best mining schools in the continent, Vets and Tegis. UJ used to have a diploma program. They are upgrading that into a degree. We're working with the University of the Northwest to open another mining school in Rustenburg. So I'm giving that information so that we also encourage young people to enroll and study and be professional. And I'm leaving it at that. The critical mineral strategy is going to cabinet in the next round. We've finished it. It is worked by Mintek. It is finished. We'll go to cabinet in the next round. Once it is approved, it will be policy and we'll be able to circulate. The question of engaging DTIC will be part of the overall strategy. Then we'll look into the legislative gap on closing entities. But one of the things that we are emphasizing is that we are more an economic department than a regulator. It is causing a lot of discussion in the department that what we must be focusing on productive activities, rather than being known to be harsh with closures. I always talk to the Chief Inspector of Mines. When he invokes Section 54 and suspend operations, mining companies really come and cry. We hardly invoke Section 47, Honorable Chairperson, which gives us power to close a mine. We don't think it should be a step taken easily. We must be very serious in taking various steps before we reach that stage. So the closure is not our primary activity. Production is our activity. You know, when there's an application for a fuel station and I get an appeal that it has been turned down, I do talk to the petrol controller. There's a man at Departmental, a petrol controller. So I do call him and ask him, why do you turn down this station? Because that small person who wants to open a petrol station wants to create economic activity. And sometimes we're forced to close it, not to turn it down. But we must have detailed discussion before we agree on turning it down. Thank you very much. I think we've tried to close the gaps that were left in the answering. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Minister and the DG and the team. I know Honorable Slepe wanted to come back, but we're not doing well on time. We're 2 hours behind. And that speaks to the ability or the inability of the chairperson to chair a meeting. It really speaks to that. My ability or my inability to chair the meeting if we are 2 hours behind. We'll talk some other day, Minister. We have seen concurrence rehabilitation in Mpumalanga. We went there. But that's in coal. In Stilfontein, there's a mine that owns there. You had to look for them. And we found them, but they had left without rehabilitation. So leave the apartheid legacy. There are those who are not doing rehabilitation in other sectors of the mining. But that's for another day. Yeah. Adulteration, you know, economic development can't supersede why that concept exists. You produce petrol so that they can be consumers, and consumers are people. But if you give something that will damage their cars, it's not right. It's not right. And we can't say because you are an economic developer there, you are in business, we can't close you, we'll first look at other things. No, people's cars, trucks are dying in the process. And those are people who are taking money out of their pocket to fix it or to buy another one. Honorable Lorima, just in under a minute, I want to propose something.
I'll try, Chair. Many interesting answers there. Regional integration, very interesting. Minister, I applaud your emphasis on productive activities, but that's really what we're talking about here. And I was interested by the responses to the BEE, and it seemed to be that, well, it was or it wasn't a disincentive, but anyway, Minister, as you said, if people find it a disincentive, then they're racists. Well, Minister, you've just written off 95% of the investment community in the developed world, and I don't think that's very helpful. You talked about the importance of transformation, and I thank you for that definition, about it following the demographics of the country. But then if we talk about that, then we have to look at the department's own breakdown of its employees. Now, I want to stress up front that I don't hold by this. I think the department should be employing South Africans, not by race group. And yet, look at your figures, Minister. 3% of your employees are white people, 2.5% are colored people. There's clearly discrimination against minorities, which, as you said, is against humanity. So perhaps you can give me an answer as to why it's important in some areas where it's convenient to you, but not important in others. You said yourself, you don't impose BEE on exploration. Well, that would imply that it actually is a disincentive because we've got far too little exploration as it is, and anything that blocks it, you rightly think, should not happen. Well, that's happening to investment as well. It's all very well to say, oh, well, you know, if unless people can benefit, then we don't want this investment. There's three ways that we benefit from investment. It's ownership, it's tax revenues, and it's jobs. Now, if you say, well, we don't care about the tax revenues and we don't care about the jobs, we only care about ownership, then there's no projects. Nobody benefits at all. And Minister, I think you should seriously consider this much more a central part of your thinking.
Honorable members, I have no problem with us staying here for longer time, and the kitchen closes, you don't eat. But that's not what you are here for. You are here to work. It would be unfair for you, honorable members, to come and we don't give the minister to respond. So if you want, and that's what you want, I'm happy to give you more time to speak. But if the kitchen closes, we continue because there's no food. There are still five entities that we must receive presentation from. I don't have a problem. If you raise your hand, I will recognize you. I have no qualms with that. No, you are raising your hand. It means you must raise something, and he has to answer. Honorable Slepe, Honorable Zungula, and Honorable Hassan.
Yeah, sure. Sure, thank you very much. Mine is to clarify the question because I'm not answered by DG. My question was based on an existing mining right where the company is working, but there are portions that they want to exclude from the mining right, cut off, but the mining right is owned by, for an example, owned by Anglo. But Anglo is saying, no, we are no longer going to mine the particular portion, and then we can donate back to the communities. And then my question was based on that one, that in terms of legislation, because the section 102, it works with, if there's a mine close by, then you can easily transfer to that particular mining right that is close by. And then if in instance that there's no mining right close by, what the legislation can assist, because this thing is for the benefit of communities. And then that's why I'm asking the department, what can be made in order to assist this, the benefit of the locals, obviously, is for the small scale. That one, yeah, that was my question. And then the other one, I was not answered with the royalties, Minister. When are you increasing the royalties? Thank you.
Honorable Zungula.
Thank you, Chair. Should I proceed, Chair? Enkosi Sihlalo. Minister, from time to time, including the presentation, it did speak to the issue of the NGOs. And I want to presume it is the foreign-funded NGOs that take the department to court for various issues or various reasons. So the question would be, what is the scale of those actions or by the NGOs? And secondly, what is then the impact of their litigation on the goals or objectives of the department? And lastly, what then becomes the program of action or the action plan to actually resolve the problem? Because we can't be sitting forever talking about foreign-funded NGOs who are blocking development in our country. Thank you.
Chair,
Honorable Hassan.
a very quick but important point. I think, Minister, you need to bring us into confidence on some of the benefits that the transformation agenda has brought into the mining industry, into the petroleum industry, because the reality of the matter, and I will say it until I'm blue in the face, transformation is a net positive. When you have more players in the industry, when you open up the space, not only do you bring about economic growth, number one, number two, we are sitting with a complete crisis of unemployment, the majority of whom are the black, that includes Indians, coloreds, and the African majority who are sitting unemployed. Perhaps, Minister, you must tell us the number of black people who are employed in this industry, the number of people that we have assisted through this process, and maybe even some of the legislative frameworks that deal with transformation. Because we need to defeat this narrative that when we transform a sector, when black in the majority come through onto the top of a sector, automatically it means, number one, transformation's a problem, or number two, that economic growth has been hindered, or number three, worse, that we are incompetent and that we are unable to manage these sectors in industry. So I thought it's important, Chair, for the Minister and his team to bring us into confidence on some of those points. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ntlangwini.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm covered by the Honorable Hassan on the transformation question. I think it doesn't need any more elaboration in terms of that, Chair. It can't be that 30 years within democracy, we must still find and fight for our space within these industries. And we all know in the past who used to benefit from all of this industries and were even unqualified to benefiting in these industries. So we're not going to have a battle of that today. But I want to touch on the point, Chair, on the one that is very important, is the aspect of petroleum. And the Chair made mention of it, that, you know, we are sitting with petroleum adultery, and then you have posts that are vacant, and nothing is being happened. When are those posts going to be filled? Because we're going to have National Treasury come and taking those posts again because you haven't filled those specific posts that are open. There are 8, I think, the DDG have said it's 8 in mining, and then there's 5 in petroleum, as I can recall, and obviously that 8 in your department, Minister, which I don't think it's necessary we can add it on to the inspectorate, because we really need to play a much more effective role in ensuring that mine houses are compliant in terms of safety. And that is one of the aspects that maybe perhaps we didn't dig deep into the presentation in terms of the safety aspect and the budget pertaining to safety within mines. what is the budget allocation to ensure that safety and compliance are adhered to within the mining sector. The last one is obviously I will want to have the shareholders. I can't wait, obviously, when entities are coming to present. Chair, you are, Minister, you are privy to that information. If you can't give it to us today, you are welcome to send it via our committee secretary, as all of the information that we ask you here, and you can't give it on your fingertips. Please send it to our secretariat. We'll be glad to have that information. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm closing on the questions. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Honorable Orima, if you talk BE, that's one area we'll never agree with you. It's political, it's ideological, okay? It's Russian. There are three contradictions of colonialism of a special type. It's race, it's gender, it's class. Those contradictions are there, and we'll never agree on that, because you will see affirmative action in BEE as negative, because you're talking from a position of privilege. That's your advantage. I can't help that. I'm moving from a different position of appreciating the fact that I must be affirmed and be given space to participate, one in management, to participate in ownership, and participate in procurement. It never happened. So that area, I don't think we must try to reconcile it, because we're not going to agree. I'm a rural boy. I went to the mines on contracts. I never accumulated what is recognized as experience. I know that it added experience to me, but I was not regarded as a human. I was regarded as a subhuman who reported to a standard 6 supervisor with my matric. Now, I'm in this department. I had a DG, I won't mention the name, I can be sued, who was a DG of this department with matric. And the only advantage he had was that he was a white male. I'm having this young man as my DG. He's an engineer with MBA. But nobody recognized him because of the color of his skin. That is where we are going to differ forever. And if you say BEE is a disincentive, you talk for 95% of investors. You talk about 95% because your assumption is that investors are white. That's your investor. Yes, yes. You interact with white investors internationally. You don't recognize a Mike Teke who has built Seriti into a massive company which is bigger than Pick and Pay. In your eyes, you don't see him. And Exaro, which is 35% owned by black people, that ownership you don't recognize. You must be relaxed, cool off.
Just a minute.
Yeah.
You see what I'm not going to allow is for members to ask a question and say whatever they have said. And when the responses come and you don't like them, you have a problem. The manner in which you raise the question is the manner in which they're going to be responded to. So maybe we need to avoid some of the ideological and political questions if we don't love the answer. And Minister, maybe you also need to treat sideshows as sideshows, and we deal with the business of the day.
Yes. But BE is not a sideshow. It's not it cannot be a sideshow. Transformation is not a sideshow. It can never be. It doesn't matter what happens, that cannot be a sideshow. That black people in this country must be given an opportunity to be economically active and to be able to manage the economy. 3 years back, I conducted a research, Honorable Chairperson. All major mining companies, particularly, I did that research, all of them, without exception, have not less than 50% black management. No, and to me, we take that as progress made. Now, in that transformation, let me give you a benefit of transformation. Honorable Hassan, you know, in 1987, we had a strike for 21 days. I was a mine worker. One of the rights we acquired in that strike is not only the right to access the blasting certificate, we also got the right for women to be employed in mining. Today, more than 76,000 miners are female. Those are benefits of transformation. That we have 76,000 females in the industry. In percentage terms, that is low, is about 15, 16%. It's growing. And that is transformation. We cannot close our eyes to that development. We must actually put our neck on the block for it. Okay. I can give you many. I can give you many. I've talked about ownership all the time. I can give you many. More than 80% of miners in the industry who do blasting are black today. Okay, today, as we sit here. And to me, those are benefits of transforming a society. Last week, Sirit was celebrating a major record. 5 sections in Kutala having achieved 1 million tons of coal per section with 1 continuous miner. Black managed, black owned, and black operated. They had a million each, 5 of them. 1 cm in 1 section, 1 million tons. So to me, that is progress that we're making with transformation, changing the outlook. I'm not trying to justify adulteration of petroleum. All I'm saying is that it's an issue that we take serious. Inspectors do go around and check them. All I was saying is that in the department, we are encouraging driving productive programs. And closure of any entity must be a real last resort. That's all I was saying. I'm not encouraging adulteration of diesel. The royalties, that is slab, in government, I'm just giving you this for free. In government, there is one department that talks about something called funding, finance, money. It is called the treasury. Royalties are collected by SARS and they disappear in the treasury. Okay? Just keep that in mind all the time. NGOs, foreign funded NGOs, they do take us to court. And what is the solution? To me, the solution is simple. 1, they must be registered. They must acknowledge their source of funding. 2, there must be legislation, we're discussing with justice. There must be legislation that accelerate commercial cases and not follow the long route of a court, high court, Supreme Court, and Concord. There must be a short one. And the model in Namibia is workable, it can help us. And if we can do that, the current program of the department to do exploration of oil and gas can be accelerated, including shale gas. Okay, whatever I left, DJ.
There was one question about, I think, from Honorable Tlangwin about the filling of positions. I think I can just respond by saying now that we are allowed to fill positions, that's exactly what we're doing, and we're moving with speed. So we'll definitely fill all the vacant positions.
Okay, thank you very much.
And they will not all be given to inspectorate.
No, I'm not allowing any other hand.
Mr. Chair, my question about disparities in hiring has not been answered.
Is there a question you left? Is there a question you left, DG, about disparities and so forth?
No, I think there's the one about the 102. The section 102 from Honorable Slap, because I think what I wanted to say on that one is that, my understanding is that, obviously, if you have a right, it's sitting in your license. For you to give it to somebody else, it means your right has to be amended. And to amend that right, you have to follow that process. Otherwise, it means that mine, they just can't give it to you. It means that mine will remain with the responsibility of what is happening on that particular side. You'll be like a subcontractor. So from I'm sitting and the legal brains, we can, that's my understanding of the process, Chair.
So the Honorable Lorima's question is answered.
Which one?
Yes.
Which one is that?
The system that the department proudly presents, its racial numbers of hiring did not fit the demographics of this country. So can you explain why not?
Oh, it was answered, that one. That question was answered.
Chairperson, maybe if I can, simple answer is that we advertise positions, we receive applications, on the basis of the applications, we appoint. And we do prioritize, obviously, on the applications, the different groupings. And that's why we share the stats openly like this. Thank you.
Honorable members, maybe two things that I must say before we go to lunch. You know, Honorable Minister, when you are saying it for the second time, and I want to give you information, that we don't go to where SLPs are handed over and all of that. There was a tendency in the 6th administration where we were not invited for anything in your department until I spoke to you. That was corrected. But we have never been invited to any handover of SLP or opening of a mine until Honorable Slepe. So if we don't know what is happening somewhere, we can't come. Yeah, I think we must correct that tendency as well. The last point I want to make, BE is not a sideshow as well as transformation. What is a sideshow is that when Honorable Lorima asks a question, it's responded to. There is pointing of each other between the minister and Honorable Lorima. Those are sideshows I'm talking about. Another sideshow is for minister to respond to that gesture. That's a sideshow to me that I am saying I will not allow in the meeting. Not that transformation is a sideshow. So let's try and manage the decorum of the meeting when we come back and in the future. Thank you very much. Ms. Boss, can you make an announcement where the food is? I don't know.
Good afternoon, everyone. The lunch is served at the restaurant for everyone next door. For how long, Chair?
It's 1:15 now. Let's come back at 2.
Personal money, and I'm saying I am opposed to that. I did not say you can't have
Guys,
the department.
Dibanani, she is looking for a maternity leave.
No, 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 no.
That can be arranged.
No, no, no.
Minister puts his
If you want departmental money, I sign. I got no problem, none whatsoever.
Okay.
But if you want to put down yours card, it makes it easy for me to reimburse you. But for me to get reimbursed, it's very difficult.
Thank you. So to save time, we will have Mintek now presenting and we ask questions. But we will club together SDT and SADPMR, PMR. Then we will ask questions after they have presented. We are not going to club Mine Health, Safety Council and Safety Council with Alexkor. So with your permission, honorable members, can I give each one of you 4 minutes? Yes, I think that's fair. And if you exceed 4 minutes, I stop you. A follow-up question must not take as much time you have taken in the original question, because you are asking for clarity on something that you have already asked. And if questions are not answered, you will indicate. But let's try and manage time in that manner. I will agree. Thank you. Can we please have if there be? Izawulandelwa i-SDT and SADPMR.
Can we start?
Yeah, we can start if you are.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Meetings, TG and our colleagues present. My name is T.B. Damunja. I'm the Chairperson of Mintek, and I'm here today with the CEO, Dr. Mutuku, Senior Management of Mintek, Ms. Pretoria, and who is the acting CFO, and Provenno, who is General Manager for Mail Process and Characterization. We are pleased and honored to present Mintek's corporate plan, the annual reference plan for the 2026 financial year. Our activities are informed and anchored in our 20 strategy. They are so aligned with South Africa's national imperatives and priorities, more particularly in terms of maximizing the utilization of mineral resources by promoting mineral beneficiation, also creating a people in development. Over the short medium period, Mintek is actively involved in areas which can be categorized in six strategic oriented objectives, which would conduct relevant about research, technological innovation. I'll hand over to the CEO to present our presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable members, the minister, and officials, all talk observed. I would like to be brief in my presentation. A lot of this has been before, and some things that will be covered in the presentation fully discussed. So I will just focus on really our performance and what we plan to do in the next 3 years. This is just the structure of the shareholder compact. The first part being the shareholder compact, and the second part is the strategic plan and the annual plan for 2026. But importantly, also we are showing the descriptions and measurements of our indicators, which is important. Quite often we get questions. So to transfer the outputs of research to industry, and this is what we call commercialization of our intellectual property. Then to indicate that they were required to promote mineral technology, and this form part of our strategic objectives as well, but also establish industries as well as expand industries. And you'll see that this are reflected in our strategic objectives. I will skip this. I will skip values. They're important. They are not just for posters, but also we live these values at Mintek. And these are our strategic objectives, and strictly coming from our mandate. Conduct research, foster industrial establishment and expansion, commercialize our intellectual property, meaning we need to transfer the outputs of research to industry. But also, all this is done by people. So there's a clear focus on developing a capable workforce, and I'll start actually with the strategic objectives in my presentation. But we cannot do this without the infrastructure. Here we are talking specifically research and development infrastructure, but overall infrastructure as well. We need to make sure that we are financially sustainable. So the presentation basically will cover these 6 strategic objectives. This has been spoken to. DG's presentation started with really the global outlook. Everything that is listed here, commodities demand, price, interest rates, inflation, supply, they affect Mintek. If I just focus on the two, the gold price or the gold sector and the PGM sector, we are fully aware that the price of PGM is sitting at around $950 an ounce, and platinum, and gold is about 3,200. Okay, 500. So when I did this, that was a price at that time. Now, the impact on this on the platinum sector is huge, and we have had the platinum industry closing, retrenching, planning to retrench, some retrench, closing unprofitable shafts. But also the demand has significantly impacted this industry. Why am I mentioning this? Because Mintek's income, majority of it come from the platinum sector as well as the gold sector, and I'll illustrate that later on. Also, we had the demerger of Anglo Platinum, which is Anglo-American, which presents an opportunity for us, and I'll talk to that later. The impact of China cannot be overemphasized, as well as the US. Load shedding has been spoken to, exchange rate, and you're going to see that. And the ESG, environment, social and governance issues are playing a key role now, and I'll talk to that later on in my presentation. This is the reason why I mentioned those earlier key factors. Mintek were a global player. Here we're just showing the presence of our products and services, starting with major mining jurisdictions, Australia, China, Russia, India, Canada. You go to the south, Chile, Brazil, as well as South US. Whatever is happening in Russia, we get impacted. So where we're showing major distribution, for instance, in Russia, we have sales agents in Russia, we have products there. We have sales agents in Canada. We have sales agents covering the continent. So whatever is happening globally, it affects our global operations. If you just then look at my extreme right, probably your left, where we talk about pyrometallurgy. We have a huge division at Mintek on pyrometallurgy. This is about smelting. Whatever is happening in ferrochrome, whether it's the shutting of the furnaces, affects our business. Just for the record, most of the furnaces that were commissioned in the ferrochrome and ferroalloy industry was Mintek's involvement, majority of them. And when there's a shutdown, that's the implication, and that's why also from Mintek, we're actively involved in this area of assisting in the revival of the ferrochrome, ferroalloy industry, let me put it that way. If you just look at our instruments, products, process control, we're just showing you now, if you just look at particular products for us, very strong in Russia, South America, in terms of instruments, but also you can start to see where we have instruments and process control. That's in my presentation, is more blue than green as reflected there. It shows how vulnerable Mintek is to the geopolitics, to everything that's happening globally. Now, to even emphasize the point, if you just look at one product from Mintek, Sinoprobe, which is used in the gold industry, where we have more than 100 units now globally, and this is a heat map for that. If there is decline in gold production in South Africa, what it means for us is we need to look globally. And whatever is happening globally impact on our business a great deal. Now coming closer to home in terms of our strategic objective, and looking at the programs. I'm not going to go in greater details on the programs, but there was a request for us to highlight what we are promising to do in the financial year. So I'll be at high level. You have seen this before. We have 6 programs that are dedicated to research as well as industry support. First, when we did an assessment, the industry indicated that they are not going to be investing in new operations a great deal, but to sweat their assets. So it was important for us to develop activities that are geared towards productivity and efficiency gains. So we have a dedicated program for that. But also it's becoming very clear that people are revisiting what they considered waste or secondary resources will be from recycling. If you look at platinum, about 25% of the supply of platinum is from recycling. So this is becoming a topic globally, and Mintek also were participating in this space. Automation, digitalization, most of those process controls actually is about this. The heat maps that I've shown, most of this, we talk about 4II at Mintek, we can commission these technologies from Randburg and monitor them from Randburg. This is where we are and advanced the country is in terms of automation and digitalization. Mineral beneficiation, we'll talk to that. Integrated solution, mine impacted water. These are 2 parts to this. First, mining is polluting, so we develop technologies to address mine impacted water. But also mineral processing is energy as well as water intensive. So we're developing processes to recycle the water that we're using in the processing and also using less water and be energy efficient. So, okay. Then there's energy efficient processes as well as energy generation and storage solutions. So the next few slides, I just explaining what I've just indicated. So if you allow me, Chair, I'll skip the next few slides to just save time. Unless there are questions later, I'll be able to take them on the programs. So I will skip these slides unless there's an objection to that. Just reiterating what I just said in greater detail. In talking to our performance now, I will then bring some of the points that I skipped in those previous slides so that I give effect to what it means. We always start here. What does it mean to have a capable workforce? For us, you need experienced workforce. But that has to be accompanied with the requisite skills and qualifications. So the first part that Mintek struggled with a great deal, it was the qualification profile. And you'll understand that it is important for us to have that to be able to continue to produce those products and services that I've indicated earlier on. So, but we can do this if we have also functioning human resource function at Mintek, which is the focus of our intervention in this financial year, but also expanding our science and technology and engineering staff. Research development programs, and I'll pause here to illustrate the importance of this part. When we started this journey, and the chair always make this reference that we spoke a lot about qualifications, and we did get questions. So what does it mean to have people with PhDs or masters? In research, you need somebody with a research experience, and you only start to get that when you do your master's and PhD. So at Mintek, to be a researcher, minimum qualification required is a master's, but ideally a PhD. And this is important because our peers are sitting at around 70 to 80% PhDs in SET. So to be globally competitive, that's the standard for us. So when we started this journey, if you look at doctoral degrees, we're at 7% of our SET employees, research cohort with PhD. We're sitting at 33%. Masters were sitting at 23%, which translated to more than 30% increase on PhD and 20%. This number is growing and it will continue to people with experience. Most of our employees have experience, they've been with us for a long time. What they were lacking was the qualifications. However, people coming from the mining sector do not have the qualifications, but they have the experience. So we're balancing the two. We do indicate that we'll require them to pursue their further studies. We're investing a lot in leadership development as well as management. Most of our managers are technical people, so we need to invest in the transition from being a technical specialist to be a management and leadership. A typical example is Prof. Indrasen. We need people like him, but also sometimes they're reluctant to take management positions. So this is an attempt for us when you look at the tables to look at the trend. When we started, when we said from 2020 to 2024-25 financial year, a growth period, the graph doesn't really show, you will see it. When you look at total set, science, engineering, and technology, if you look at where we started from 2019, we're at 210. To be at 280, it was a major growth. But it wasn't only growth in numbers, it was also growth in experience as well as qualifications. And you can see now you cannot continue to grow. We're saying the next 3 years we're stabilizing. You can look at also, if you look at PhDs, how we have grown, MSCs, as well as the pipeline, AO1, AO3s, and entry-level positions at Mintek. Most of them have master's degrees and PhDs, but also they need to gain that experience. So what you are seeing from 2025, 26, 27 is not a lot of growth, but to keep on focusing on quality and excellence. This is what I indicated earlier on, that most of our technical divisions, if you look at capacitation in terms of people, we're almost there. What we are struggling with is to expand infrastructure to be able to take more work, which is what we'll be focusing on. Then the outer years, that's when we will grow again after we've stabilized. It is important for us to do that. Now here are the numbers. If you just focus on the first number, the total number of SAT employees, we focus on both researchers as well as support employees. So we do report on both, and the programs even on qualification and enhancement is for all employees at Mintek. Because here we're talking about the research cohort, hence the focus on SAT. You can see the growth from 2021, 2022, where we are currently sitting at 272, and we anticipate to stabilize around 208. It's sufficient for us to execute what we need to do. What is important is continue to make sure that we have the right pipeline. When you see NA, is that we did not elevate the KPI to the shareholder compact level, but we always monitored that, like a number of employees enrolled for further studies, starting with 400, but 40, where we are 76, and we're going to stabilize around 80, 70. This number will go down as more employees now attain their higher qualifications. In terms of representativity, you can see that Mintek achieves, as you can look at females participating. It's very difficult in the mining industry as well as science and engineering to be able to attract 46% of females in science, engineering, technology, and research. Probably this is one of the highest, maybe other few entities will be at this level. Conducting research, you can see in terms of our referee journals, referee conference papers, the red, you can see there was a major jump there. That was a COVID effect when people were working from home. So we encouraged them to write papers, to write journal articles, because we were not really operating machines. That's the effect of that. But you can see that there will be stabilizing and the growth phase will come in the 2028 financial year. And this is what it means. In this financial year, we'll continue to invest in research and development and training programs across Mintek. If you just look at the refereed publications, a growth of more than 120% from 2028-2019 financial year. And the operative word here is refereed because it means it has gone through quality check, as well as the refereed conference papers, which has increased by more than 90%. And we'll continue to encourage our employees to participate in international symposiums, to be invited as keynote and plenaries. You can only be invited to give key notes, address, or plenaries if you are recognized nationally and internationally. And we're starting to see most of our employees participating in this space. I think a question will be asked, how you start to then engage, show the results of this investment in people. This also translates into Mintek being able to sign major contracts also with major global companies. And also with this level of expertise, we are starting to offer expert services as well as looking at charging what we believe we are able to receive from industry. Here, just look at the numbers. You can see that for the outer 3 years, we'll be just hovering at those numbers. Where you see preliminary performance 2024-25, and you see the numbers being high, this is the contribution from Mintek at 90, where most of our employees submitted journal papers as well as book chapters, as well as books, specifically for Mintek at 90. Industry establishment and expansion, as I indicated, we're a global player. We support the department in mine closure and rehabilitation. We will continue to do that. And what is not reflected here is additional funding that came in December, January, to seal additional 245 holdings. We have started with that process already. But of importance here, when you start talking about certified reference materials, you're talking about quality. Certified reference materials are used for quality assessment and benchmarking of analytical methods, as well as a validation of products and methods. It's important, and Mintek is a major player in here. Also supporting the department in the development of critical minerals and metal strategy for the country. The state of mining industry in South Africa, and recently we've been asked to be part of the task team that is developing the framework for increasing beneficiation at source, and this is a G20 task team on critical minerals. The important part here, beneficiation is done globally, but is it done at source? And this is the departure point for us to say, can we have a conversation about beneficiation at source? And it's a major thing for us to be able to distinguish the two. On that objective, these are the numbers. The important thing is to look at the number of new products and prototypes. These are new technologies coming out of Mintek. As much as we will be stabilizing on the other outputs, the focus will be here for us to translate those research outputs into new technologies, new processes, and new services, which will grow our income. Accredited methods, this talks to quality as well. Artisanal small-scale mining, we work with MQA a lot to provide training, whether it is for artisanal small-scale miners, in jewelry, in all areas related to mining, as well as a new mine openings and rehabilitation. And what we are not seeing here is because that new funding that came after we have submitted our plans for approval. This is important to look at where we come from in terms of income from the sale of our products and services. And the growth that we are talking about, you can see it from 2020-21 financial year to where we are. What we are saying with consolidation phase, you cannot continue to grow. You need to stabilize. And the stabilization is for this next 3 years. The growth is phenomenal. The revenue from sales of product and services is about 45% of our total income. What I'd like to highlight here is that you can see the growth from product and services increased by 160%. But then Mintek established an Office of Technology Transfer, and we've been capacitating it. The impact of that, we are starting to now again license some of Mintek technologies. And I'll mention one, and to just highlight the impact of reliable electricity supply. One technology that we're licensing is to produce magnesium with an international company. License signed, but when we get a peak of their due diligence in terms of where they'll build the plant, South Africa is not included. And what they are citing there is a reliable supply of electricity. Actually, they are looking at countries like Egypt, because you can get magnesium from seawater. And it's high energy intensive. And I'm just using that to illustrate the point. And now in there also we're negotiating an agreement to license. We just demonstrated that you can produce iron ore using hydrogen as a reductant. This is a breakthrough. Now this is ESG presenting opportunities for the country, but if you don't tap into that and develop those, yes, it's a grudge research for us, but it's also an opportunity for us to tap in there. It's very difficult. The Americans tried it and they brought it to us. Very dangerous. That's another part. I think for us, we saw an opportunity. Maybe we're a bit reckless, but we thought we could do it and we proved it. And we're about to sign that contract. Also, in the outer years, what we're saying is because now we have the right mix of employees, we're starting to offer expert services. Expert services, you charge what you believe you're worth. We are unable to do that. If you go to McKinsey, you're going to pay. Doesn't matter. You don't even need to disclose what goes into that. This is where we're moving at Mintek. Moving away from a game of volumes, a game of expert services. And this is where we believe sustainability of Mintek lies. And here are the numbers. I think the first one, you can see income from the sale of our products, services, royalty, and licenses, starting from 142 million. Now we're sitting almost at $500 million. I think SEF will be coming. I need to use the word billions. This is where we are, $500 million. And also what I think is important for us to start noting is that we will start to increase our licensing of our technologies because of Mintek Office of Transfer Technologies. Infrastructure, I'll just go in there. It is important for us to uphold our accreditation. We are looking at ways and means of recapitalizing Mintek. Mintek hasn't been recapitalized in many, many years. And that started to pose a challenge for us. And we're engaging with National Research Foundation on funding of equipment. We're signing an MOA with them. But also, we're looking more broadly for support from this committee, from the department, to make sure that an entity like Mintek continues to be recapitalized. In that regard, you can see we're investing in property, plant and equipment, we invest in human capital development, but also safety is important for us. But also we need to satisfy our clients, and our target is been over 90% of client satisfaction rate, and we managed to attain that. Accreditation, we want to maintain, we will maintain our ISO accreditation, which we have been maintaining over the years. Finally, on finances, you can look at the trend up there. Total income increasing, but it cannot perpetually increase, will stabilize at some point. I think the important part that I'd like to highlight here is our liquidity ratio. It is important that they always say liquidity ratio of above 1 is good, but we want a really healthy liquidity ratio, 1.5 to 3. Mintek was sitting at 1.6, oscillating between 1.6 and 1.7. Healthy position, meaning also that they were able to really manage our working capital. The slide speaks for itself. I thought the chairperson will talk to this, the budget cuts that we did plan this presentation together. So from MTF, we were hit. Mintek is not alone in this. But the impact of this is when it was communicated for us to be able to absorb this. Around 10% of our allocation was cut. So are other entities. The impact for us is 30 million per year. It will be cut subsequent years. It's huge for an entity like Mintek. Additionally, because also DSTI was requested to cut, some of our programs were cut from the DSTI. Effectively, 45 million wiped out of our baseline. And it has an impact on really our net results and overall investment in other programs and property, plant and equipment and all the programs that I've indicated earlier on. There's a major issue. Then if you hoy in there, VAT and others, and then you can see the impact of this snowballing effect of the cuts and also anticipated challenges coming our way. On that, I'll say thank you, and we'll take questions.
Thank you, CEO. I committed an error when we started of not handing back to the minister. I shot straight to the chair. It was oversight. Minister, over to you.
No, Chairperson, let's take questions. I thought you were taking hold of your meeting.
Thank you very much, Mintek. Can we interact with the presentation, honorable members? Was it too clear? I will take Honorable Mhlongo, followed by Honorable Lorima, followed by Honorable Selepe, Honorable Senne, and Honorable Hassan. Just one clarity from me, and I was being opportunistic to bring it back to the minister, because my question will be related to the department. So, projections, strategic objective 2. There's a bullet that says we continue to support the growth of artisanal and small-scale miners through training. I'm not sure about the 1,425, whether you project or you have, and innovative technologies like Igoli, poised to drive demand for Mintek. And then on the next page, the number of artisanal and small-scale miners, beneficiaries trained. The target for 2024-2025 was 200. Your performance was 259. Meaning that you are doing well. But there was a presentation made by the department on artisanal and small scale miners support. And there were applications that were, I can't remember whether they were, how many, but they were a sizable number. And if I'm not mistaken, you only approved 19. You will remind me, DG. So if we have small scale and artisanal miners who are trained here, and then 140 apply, and we reject them, we say they don't qualify, only 19 or 46 qualifies. What do we mean? Why are we training these people and not collaborate with Mintek and get them the support they need? Because clearly, when they are trained, when they get out of that training, they are well equipped. There was some explanation at some point that some of them could not bring proper document, and I don't believe a trained artisanal and small-scale miner would fail to make an application that is sound to the department. I'm just looking at the collaborative efforts that you have with each other, because Mintek is a subsidiary of the department. Why does it look like we're not talking to each other? That's the question. Honorable Mhlongo.
Thanks through you, Chair. Mintek's work is very important. However, I wish we can move from demonstrating projects to actual implementation. As it is said, action speaks louder, but I'm going to leave that. I am sure this was asked before many times. What hinders Mintek from upscaling its pilot project? How can we assist or render help as a committee? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lorima.
I'm interested in the rare earth elements extraction. There was a project some years back to build a smelter to extract these elements. Could you just update us on what happened there? I'm assuming it just didn't get funding. And tell us a bit more about your bid to use coal discards to extract rare earth. Thank you.
Honorable Slepe.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think I have just only 2 questions. The first one is on the program 2, under the mining waste and secondary resources. Under bulletin 1. Okay, thank you. Under the bulletin 1, do you have any development plan for the small scale artisanal mining under the development process for recovering of valuable metals and the minerals from tailing slags, waste, and dusty flush? I'm checking that. Do you have any development plan for the small scales on that one? Number 2, providing the technical solution to support the sustainable site closures. What are the technical solutions that are there to support sustainable closure and the rehabilitation? And then the last one is under the integrated solution of mine impacted water. The development and implementation of technologies for the treatment of mine impacted water. Do you have areas already you have identified to implement this? Because there are areas that, as you are given the task of doing the rehabilitation, I'm checking, do you have areas that you are specifically starting with them? Because there are dams that left unattended and rehabilitated that are dangerous. Perhaps those, that kind of a project can assist, if maybe you can have areas are being identified that you can start with. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sinne.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me appreciate and welcome the presentation. Chair, just one point. I just want to find out from Mintek in terms of their stakeholder engagement and collaboration. How does Mintek engage communities, civil society, and also local government to ensure inclusive mineral development? What platforms are available for ongoing collaborations or dialogue with external stakeholders? I think maybe I missed it, but I did not hear anything from the presentation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hassan.
Thanks very much, Chair. Let me also appreciate the presentation. Yeah, it's always a little awkward based on where you sit. First thing, Chair, to acknowledge is that Mintek is a very good performing entity of the department, and we appreciate that. In fact, I said to the Mintek team that the last few forums we've been at, we've actually cited some of the research work that Mintek has been involved in, especially around the EV batteries, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, it is one of those entities we're very proud of. And of course, we want to continue being proud of, or perhaps be even more proud of the kind of work that's being done. The first question, Chair, is that I'm interested in the dust or fly ash processes that are used to recover valuable metals. We recently in the Portfolio Committee on Energy went to the Kusile power station, and they have quite a number of ash. I wrote down this word now. Anyway, they have ash piles, and they were talking about reusing it. I know it can be used in construction, concrete, etc. So I'm just interested to know if Mintek is working with various power stations for that, or if it's more of a commercial interaction. And if not, I think it should be something that you work with ESCOM and other potential government entities. I mean, there's a whole ecosystem we can create here that can also generate revenue for the state. The second is, one of the issues you mentioned was around the Mintek attempt to bring in more masters and PhDs. Now, one of the challenges in the industry in higher education is not that we don't have, the problem is not having enough supply. We have enough young people who want to study. The challenge is around bursaries, around access to market, around access to job opportunities. Is Mintek working with any private sector sort of companies to get bursaries? Are you linking people up with it? I know that your budget may not allow for you to provide actual bursaries, but are you assisting people in linking them up to it? Because for me, that would be the bigger issue. On slide 25, you spoke about constrained infrastructure. Now, is that physical infrastructure, or do you mean growth within the organization? Because I recognize that in the latter or the outer years of the MTEF, you're looking to stabilize. I think that's understandable, but we also don't want to get into a rut of just performing at the same level. And that's why I'm interested to know, what are the constraints for growth? Yeah, are there opportunities for additional grants from universities, from different think tanks? You know, given the budget cuts that you cited right at the end, I'm just trying to understand if there's any plans to close that gap. As I will say always, we can't always rely on the Treasury, on the national fiscus, because as it becomes more constrained, we won't be able to compete at the level we need to. So we need to, at a very early stage, find alternative revenue streams. That's why I'm interested to know if there's any further attempts at partnerships or think tanks, or even a further grant funding that's in the space. On slide 26, there's a percentage of set staff with masters or PhDs. This performance of this financial year is slightly lower than other years. I think it's 1 or 2% different. It's slide 26. So I'm just interested to know what's been done to reach that target in the next financial year. We commend the preliminary performance of the journal articles. I think that's excellent. Chairperson and Minister, the G20 task team on critical minerals. I think there's a need, at least from a departmental perspective, for us to understand what's happening there, and perhaps, Chair, through you, we need to have a further meeting in the future, maybe in this term, just with a briefing from the department about what's happening in terms of their G20 task team. And I say that because it is a unique year, but it's already April, soon to be May, and if we don't, as a portfolio committee, understand the work that's happening in the G20 here. I think it's going to be a challenge. And then very last thing, I can see that thing going
And
up.
your 4
Challenges with the licensing of
And your 4
IPs
minutes.
and trademark registration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister.
I think let's allow Mintek to take the first bite. Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you, Honorable members, for the questions. The first one on how can we upscale pilot projects at Mintek? I think the critical thing here is to create partnership with private sector, because you can do the pilot project, but to upscale it, you need investors to come in. So what is important is to promote the technology, create strong partnership with private sector to upscale this pilot project. But at small scale level, I mean, we can actually engage some of the communities and make sure that those pilot projects are implemented, like EGOL, which was mentioned earlier on. It's a small-scale project whereby we extract gold. So that one, we can easily implement it. But once the project becomes large, you need really partnership with private sector there. The issue of rare earth elements, we are very strong on that, and I'm going to ask the CEO to expand on that. We are really, really strong on that. CEO, you want to talk about it?
Maybe to add, let me add on this demonstration, because you're going to hear about it forever, because it's part of our business portfolio. When we talk about demonstration, companies come to us to be able to demonstrate technologies or to pilot their technologies before they deploy that. So that step will forever be there for any technology, even if it is a goalie. So it's part of the process to get the technology to be implemented. So the part of implementation, then that's what the chairperson answered. Rare earth, the first part is we spoke about the centralized rare earth facility. Mintek has a rare earth pilot plant, so exists. So we are using that to support Steenkamp, Fosco. Actually, even we are looking at recovery of rare earth elements from fly ash. Actually, one of the major submission, honorable members, we made to National Treasury is to have a national program of extracting rare earth elements from those discard coals. We are talking about millions and millions of tons that are produced annually on a fly ash. Unfortunately, it was not funded, but it did go through with the support of the department. So the idea, the infrastructure to do that, and this also touched to the potential then to support small-scale miners, to support artisanal, to support communities, because this waste is sitting in communities. It's a resource that is available that we can tap into. The US is looking at this. India is looking at this. Studies have been done, and we've done some preliminary work. We've mapped where this potential, even characterized most of these dumps in terms of what can be extracted. So we'll continue to do work technically, scientifically as Mintek in this space. The issue of a smelter in South Africa, the problem is no mine is producing rare earth elements. That's the challenge. Steenkamp, they had indicated that they'll start production this financial year. We are piloting a Fosco's flow sheet in terms of recovering rare earth from their waste stream. If you are fully aware that you do get rare earth elements from is a monazite. I think the chair can talk to this, which they use that for fertilizer production. So we do have companies who are producing fertilizers who have stockpiles. Palabra is one of them. So we work with a company for honorable members who had Mintek at 90. We were piloting a process for an American company, Rainbow Rare Earths, and this they are to treat the Palabra waste dumps. We have worked with Glenova. Also, it was a fertilizer mine. So Mintek is very strong, but also we are starting to get a lot of inquiries globally on rare earth. Okay.
Technical solutions to support rehabilitation.
Are we there already? I think there was also development process for recovery for artisanal. I've answered that, but also for artisanal and small-scale mining, when we spoke about the secondary sources, we're talking about electronic waste, for instance. We're talking about fly ash and many more areas. The technical part of it, Mintek has done the work. What we find being a challenge, yes, access to technology was a challenge, but we have engaged with a lot of small-scale mining. Access to funding is a challenge for them. And it's something that even though we partner, but we have limitations in terms of how far we can go. Sustainable solution for mine rehabilitation. Is that the one?
Yeah, what are technical solutions?
Here we talk a lot about asbestos mine rehabilitation. Actually, it's non-technical. You just bury the asbestos fibers. That's all we do. And not to touch that again. But if you are talking about gold, for instance, dams, Mintek has technologies, and we have tried to work with communities. We are supporting a community in Klerksdorp with our solutions to be able to actually reclaim gold from those dams. So the technical solutions is available. What we often find the challenge with communities, the first part, each dump is unique. So the technical studies are important. They are in a hurry to make money, even when we say we need to understand what is in there, and we need to develop processes or flow sheet that they are appropriate for the ore body. So we do engage, and it start to talk to our engagement, stakeholder engagements. We do go out there with communities physically, and we are also being helped by the rehabilitation program because we are visible in communities and we see what other opportunities are there. When we train artisanal and small-scale mining, it's almost the majority of the provinces. Very strong in Limpopo, different communities. It's not always the same site each time. We are very prominent in Northwest, Northern Cape. We also engage even provincially, whether it's Northern Cape, we just had a breakfast with the Premier of the Northwest at the mining Daba. So we do it across the organization, senior leadership as well as at the technical level. I think overall, the visibility of Mintek, whether it's in technical forums or whatever, it is much stronger. What was another one? So in terms of rehabilitation, solutions are there where you can extract value. Technically, we have worked with major mining houses, but also it's an area that they will be happy to also continue to support communities. Mine impacted areas, identify and treatment of water is a grudge purchase. Unfortunately, we cannot treat the water. We will provide solutions to treat the water. It's either the companies themselves or communities, but we partner. Where we are able to raise funding, like with Tungela in Malahleni, we also put our own money, but on our own, it's very expensive for us to be building that infrastructure. So we always need financial support to be able to do that.
Infrastructure.
Before we go there, let me just respond. On the fly ash, we did our submission on the treatment of ESCOM fly ash. ESCOM was a partner in that, and that the process is led by Professor Indarasen, who's here in the room. MSCs and PhDs you're correct, bursaries are needed, but what we are finding is that actually you have a lot of unemployed graduates. And that has been the focus for Mintek. MSC's, PhD, our postdoctoral program, we have about 20. These are unemployed PhDs in science, engineering, and technology. We have about 34 in partnership with the Department of Science, Technology, and Innovation and National Research Foundation. But also, we have a lot of unemployed graduates who are even willing to take internship. We have signed a contract with MQA, supporting interns, with, working with also MERCITA and the Human Sciences Research Council, because they are implementing one of the biggest internship programs in the country. To that effect, we have 94 interns. These are people with degrees. So yes, bursary is important, but also let's not forget that those people, we have a lot of unemployed graduates in the country, in science, and sadly, it is in science, engineering, and technology. Constrained infrastructure, this is physical infrastructure to continue to take work. And I'll give an example. When you do this pilot plant, the work can take about a month or 6 weeks to 2 months. It means to take more work, you need more of this physical space. So in one area of biometallurgy, our order book is full. It means we need to expand. And we have been expanding to a point that we start to get those limitations in terms of space. The fortunate part of the biometallurgy, you don't require huge infrastructure, something that is affordable. So it is that is posing constraints for us. When you look at smelting, these smelting campaigns, we only have so many of these furnaces. And to build a furnace, we started in one for 3 megawatt furnace. We started 3-4 years ago. We're only completing it now. And in that time, you lose contracts. And once contracts are lost, and that we invested about 150 million, supported by the department. Fortunately, National Treasury then was still willing to come to the party. They also did give us funds. So it is that for further expansion at Mintek, in a more meaningful manner, we need major investment. So we're unable to take, in certain areas, many projects. Like in smelting, our order book is full. The PhD number we're not able to meet by a percentage. I think if you look at this slide from 237 and we're saying 285, it's a denominator effect. When you increase the denominator, the percentage will suffer. So what we normally do, we show the real numbers. In real numbers, we're increasing. It's just that also when you do well and able to attract more, the denominator hits you hard. So in our quarterly reports, we give both the percentage but the actual numbers to show that in actual numbers we are growing.
G20. G20 testing.
I think that's the question I missed. What was the question on G20?
What are you doing?
The minister will take it. It's about my pay grade.
Okay, minister. Challenges with IP. IP, what are the challenges? It's two.
Challenges with IP. Licenses of technologies, the first thing maybe I need to say is we assess the strength of our technologies and the strength of our patents. Some of them were weak, actually we exited them. For you to be able to successfully transfer technologies, most of them, they look good on paper, but some of them we had to exit. So the few examples that I'm giving here, some of them existed, but the market wasn't ready for that. So sometimes it's opportunistic. So the trademark, we had a tendency to, before we even have the technology at a certain point, we trademarked it. But also we tended to register patents. Most of our patents were in South Africa. The challenge with that is that South Africa is not an examining country, so the strength of that patent is not being tested globally. So those are the issues that we consider in that space.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Can I give the DG to talk about train one pass all?
No, thank you, Minister. Chair, I think from my side, in response to your question, let me first start by accepting that there is a need for streamlining the various initiatives on artisanal and small-scale mining. And that process actually started last year already with the work that Mintek is doing. But we've also started a conversation with CGS, because when you look at the policy talks to making a proposal that CGS must allocate an area for artisanal and small-scale miners, to do the mining. So there is that discussion to streamline the various processes. That will also make sure that we streamline the limited resources that we have. You may train 200, but there may not be sufficient money to give all 200 people, assuming they all have licenses to operate. But I know that not all of them, and not going into the details of why the various projects failed, there was a criteria, and one of them was that you needed to have a permit, etc., and you needed to have a business case. And some of the projects, they didn't get the funding out of the 200-somethings because they did not have those in place, which then talks to the point that you're raising around the support systems that we put in place, so that once you've trained people, how do you make sure that they are successful beyond the training? So there is that streamlining collaboration that the conversation has started around. Thank you.
On the G21, we are not a working group. We are a task force, which is subjected to working groups. There was an effort to make it a cross-cutting task force of critical minerals. Others want to see critical minerals for what they are. Others want to see critical minerals only for green economy. And our view is that critical, almost all minerals are critical, depending on where you are. That's why there's no universal description of what a critical mineral is. US has its own, and there are factors that they take into account in giving that title to a mineral. EU have their own, Australia have their own, Canada has their own, China have their own. We are developing ours. When you get that strategy, Honorable Chairperson, you're going to see 18 minerals we have identified as critical minerals. So we are in that task force. We are actually going to have a stakeholder engagement on the 23rd of May, where we're going to be engaging on critical minerals. Our proposal was that that task team must also include small-scale and artisanal mining, and also bring in a debate on illegal mining, because we're discovering that it is not a South African phenomenon. It's well spread all over. And we have shown that we have received quite an interesting list from Latin America who want to join that stakeholder engagement. The offer that we want to put on the table, Honorable Chairman, is that when the committee is ready for us, you can invite us. We come and make a presentation here in the portfolio committee. We can do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, those are the responses. And we're quite happy, Honorable Minister, that the stakeholder engagement will invite the small scale and artisanal mining, but also discuss the element of illegal mining so that South Africans, all of them, understand the difference. Yeah, I'll leave it there. DG knows why. I'm in trouble because I refused to see artisanal illegal miners as small scale, because there's a difference. But let me leave it there. Thank you very much, Mintek. Honorable members, we will now have SDT. After SDT, we'll have SADPMR before we ask questions. So we'll club them together and ask questions on both of them. So you'll have to note which question you want to direct to who. Honorable Ntlangwini, decision that we're allocating each other 4 minutes. I'm just saying so that we don't fight when I stop you. After 4 minutes, I stop you. SDT. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. State Diamond Trader is SDT. Many people mistake it and call it STD. It's not STD, it's SDT. State Diamond Trader. Is a state-owned SOE which is doing buying and selling of diamonds. I'm putting it in simple terms, but let them make the presentation.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Mhlaule, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Honorable Minister, esteemed officials in the ministry, and of course, esteemed guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I have the pleasure of representing the State Diamond Trader. Is it here? Yeah, I have the pleasure of representing the State Diamond Trader as the chair of the entity. One has been here for just less than 6 months, together with the board, and of course, the State Diamond Trader is established in terms of the Diamond Act number 56 of 1986 as amended. And of course, the State Diamond Trader is the most trusted trader in diamond beneficiation. Our mission is to promote diamond beneficiation, equitable access in particular to rough diamonds in line with the enabling legislation, which is the one I've just referred to. The mandate is well articulated in the white paper in the first place on minerals and mining policy of 1998, the minerals and mining policy of South Africa, mineral beneficiation strategy of South Africa, Minerals and Petroleum Resources Development Act, the Precious Metals and the Diamond Amendment Act, and other myriad of policies, strategies, and legislation that determine exactly what we do. Chair, I am a proponent of good governance in accordance with King 5, and I strongly believe in clear lines of demarcation between the board and management. It is in this context that this presentation will be made by the Chief Executive Officer, Madame Nossi, and her team, which comprises the Chief Financial Officer, the Operations Manager, the Company Secretary, and our Marketing Manager. And as a board, I must say that we are delighted to inform you that we have since established another committee which comprises of the shareholder, which is the minister, diamond experts, financial experts, legal experts, to lead a rigorous review of the state diamond trade, because we happen to be appointed just 3 months before the organization is 20 years. And we have decided that we should look at the business case of the organization as when it was established about 17 years ago in 2007. And of course, it is the business case, financial model, operating model, and the governance framework of the organization. An exercise that we think that at the end of our tenure, we should be able to present to you, to the minister in the first place, and of course yourselves, about the state of beneficiation in this country. In a nutshell, we would like to argue that diamond beneficiation in South Africa remains a floating concept. And the reason why I'm saying that is that we believe that there is much more that can be done in the area of beneficiation, particularly because this concept features in every discussion of any politician that you have in this room. Most of them, it is something that we believe that as a country that is mineral wealth rich, that we can do more. And it is in that context that at some point we will present a report to the minister and to yourselves about this. If you don't mind, because the CEO is going to take over, I just want, CEO, with your permission and your team, to just summarize in 3 minutes and in numbers what our perception of beneficiation is in our context. In the sense that, first of all, we are governed by policies that I've just referred to, which are 5 and possibly more. And secondly, we, in the legislation, are allowed to source 10% of rough diamonds from diamond producers. And you are talking here about run-of-mine diamonds. And these diamonds, only 15% of such diamonds are economically cuttable, which means 85% is not economically cuttable in South Africa. Among other reasons is because of our cost of production in South Africa. For instance, we can only cut diamonds from a 0.5 carat of a diamond. We cannot cut anything below that point. You may try, but those are diamonds that are cuttable in India and other countries, but in South Africa that is not the case. And of course, you've got 85% that you have to decide, the legislation decides on what to do with that. But fortunately, the legislation also allows us to source diamonds from foreign jurisdictions, such as Botswana and others on the African continent and elsewhere in the world. And such diamonds should be able to help us to increase our beneficiation. But thirdly, which is another number of 88, that we have something like 88 diamond beneficiaries. And these diamond beneficiaries are expected to benefit from this 15% of cuttable goods in South Africa. And as you increase the number of your beneficiaries, basically the implications are that you provide less and less of those goods to those individuals. And that economic of scale creates a challenge for these 88 cutters and polishers, simply because the lesser they receive that is cuttable, the lesser profit or generated income can be derived from that model. And that is a problem, which basically makes the chief executive officer to spend sleepless nights about where else do we buy diamonds outside South Africa. The second thing is that right at inception, the department had negotiated with Treasury and of course the IDC to make available 100 million rands. And that 100 million rands was meant to support the buying of goods from producers. At that stage, I think it was just De Beers. And what that meant was that 100 million rands should have assisted the state diamond trader and the beneficiaries to have a currency or an amount of money that they would be able to use, among other things, for instance, for the state diamond trader to buy goods from De Beers, and not only that, to be used as a collateral for these individuals that historically would have not had the money to be able to buy diamonds from De Beers. And that model tend to make a lot of sense, but unfortunately what it meant, it also meant that those individuals had to be trained in cutting and polishing. And unfortunately, a 6 months trained cutter cannot safely cut a half a carat economically and safely, because a half a carat is a lot of money, and you have to have at least 3 years or so, if not 5 years in some cases, simply because you need training to be able to cut such a, am I taking more than 3 minutes? I'm just realizing that is more than that. So in terms of my numbers, then you have, of course, you know, the other issues that we have to deal with, which is what 14.5%, if you may, Minister, that South Africa is not competitive internationally simply because of our tax regime in this country. And basically what that means is that the reason why Dubai is doing relatively better than us, it is because of their tax regime. And other competitors basically are in the same situation. And I'm not talking about the current debate about the VAT or whatever. But we are saying that I think we need to find ways and means of reducing any kind of tax that makes us uncompetitive internationally. And this specifically refers to companies that are actually not even producing diamonds for that matter, but they are able to beat us in that regard. So it is in this context that this ad hoc committee that we have put together is most probably going to look at all these factors and determine how else can we be competitive internationally and how can we increase our diamond beneficiation in South Africa. And on that note, I hand over to the Chief Executive Officer. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, honorable members, Honorable Minister Mandasha, DG and DDGs from the department, SOEs with their chairs of boards and CEOs, to the media present, colleagues, good afternoon. I will be giving a presentation on the corporate plan for the State Diamond Trader for the financial year 2025-2026. This will be the content of my presentation. I'll start with an overview of the entity, our strategic focus, the annual performance plan, and the CFO will then take over to present our financial plan for 25-26. This Chairperson have already given his overview, so I'll skip that. And in terms of State Diamond Trader, I'm presenting this in line of the Section 52 of the PFMA. And our aim is to fulfill our mandate, which is to make sure that there's equitable access to diamonds, and we promote local beneficiation of diamonds. And the industry for the past 2 years has been having serious industry challenges. There's been economic slowdown, high inflation, and the diamond market has really been on a downturn. And as a country, our diamond production, we have dropped. We used to be on the top 5. We are now number 6, which then this has huge implication in terms of the supply of diamonds to the state diamond trader. TBS, who has been the major supplier to the state diamond trader, they only have 1 mine. When the state diamond trader was introduced or established, DBS used to have 6 mines. And currently, the Venetia mine has been going through a project of going underground. So that on its own, it brought some limitation to access to diamonds to the state diamond trader. So we look at then with all these challenges to say, how do we then close the gap? So the law that was written to establish the state diamond trader, the people that wrote it had a foresight. So it allows state diamond trader to be able to source diamonds outside South Africa, and both the minister and the board has approved the state diamond trader to be able to source diamonds outside South Africa. We, in this financial year, will be then starting a pilot project with Botswana for the next 6 months, where we will then look at all the components of buying diamonds outside South Africa, as this will be a first time state diamond trader does this. So this is to address the issue of challenges of supply. But we're looking at a borrowing plan in terms of how do we then fund this buying of diamonds. So we are looking at various options of getting money, as we're all aware that state diamond trader does not receive any funding from the fiscus. It is an entity that is on its own financially. We're also looking at implementing a revised organizational structure. The current structure of the state diamond trader, it is the structure that it has had since its inception. So if we want to grow this entity, we need to look at capacitating it with human capital. And then also we're looking at prioritizing the employee development. And there's a huge focus in terms of R&D, as the chair has highlighted, that currently our country produces about 85% of the diamonds that we are unable to manufacture in the country. So we're looking at having an industry partner that will assist us to be able to have a research conducted in terms of how best can we make sure that these diamonds that are produced in this country, they don't leave the country as uncut, but find ways. We are also looking at marketing and positioning South Africa in terms of playing in the diamond space. We successfully launched a South African diamond show, which was running parallel the Mining Indaba this year, where we want to build South Africa to be known as a country that does not only sell rough diamonds, but also create that market for polished diamonds. And also with the introduction of lab-grown diamonds, it is important that the state diamond trader promote natural diamonds so that we can boost the global demand and support community development. This is our mandate, which I'll just summarize, which is buy and sell rough diamonds to promote equitable access and beneficiation of the country's diamond resources. Also, we aim at growing South Africa's diamond cutting and polishing industry by increasing the participation of your historically disadvantaged South Africans. In terms of our vision and mission, we were established in 2007, and our vision, we want to be trusted diamond trader for beneficiation, and our mission is very clear, is cut directly from our mandate. These are the values of what we live ourselves as State Diamond Trader entity. This is the governance structure of the State Diamond Trader, where we report to the minister, and we have the board, and those are the 4 committees that governs the State Diamond Trader. And I'm putting these pictures because these are the newly appointed board members of the State Diamond Trader that started in October 2024. This is the structure that I referred to, which has been the structure that State Diamond Trader has had since its inception, and it has its gaps that are bringing challenges in us being able to do the work that we need to do. In terms of composition, we have 4 executive management, senior management, 5 middle management, 4 skilled technical academic qualified people, and 2 semi-skilled. And we are heavily capacitated by interns and trainees, which makes it difficult to do the things that we need to do. But in order for us to capacitate the entity, we had to look at how to best make sure that with the current structure that is approved, we are able to execute our duties. This is the executive management of the State Diamond Trader. Our strategic focus, I've mentioned already the vision and the mission, which is underlined by its values, but most importantly is to ensure that we have human capital, financial capital, intellectual capital, natural capital, manufactured capital, and relationship capital. And this will then ensure that we are able to have the outputs of rough diamonds traded, suitable for local beneficiation, diamond beneficiation promoted, and also looking at internal organizational and excellence is achieved. And the outcomes of this will be an economically feasible, transformed beneficiation of diamonds, and also an organizational sustainability. In terms of our strategic focus, there's been, we've done a situational analysis. As I've said, there's been global challenges where there's been fluctuation on the rand dollar, and there's been an oversupply of polished goods, meaning that then there's less demand of rough diamonds. And the introduction of lab-grown diamonds in the market and the global economic slowdown, China and India used to be the biggest buyers. With China still has not recovered post-COVID, and they were one of the biggest consumers of diamonds. The financial impact, these challenges, then there's been reduced profit margins from the State Diamond Trader. Then we had to rely on pre-finances. Pre-finance is a model that we use where our client, they pay upfront for the goods that they want to buy. So because then we're trying to minimize the risk, so we then had to rely on pre-finance sales, and also funds from capital markets, and clients with all the challenges then in the slowdown of the market, then there have been less interest in terms of buying. So we're also looking at then buying from outside the country. And then current local concern is the diminished supply. As I've explained, the challenge with DPS, who was the biggest supplier to the State Diamond Trader, that caused a disruption, and the low production levels in the country, as we have dropped from being one of the top 5 producers in the world to being number 6. And with all the challenges, then there've been price disparity between what the supplier thinks that their goods are worth and what we, when we're doing the evaluation, think that the goods are worth. But also, most importantly, access to finance for our clients. And as I've explained, we have current human capacity constraints and financial constraints. I will not go through this SWOT analysis because it talks to everything that I have just said. But in terms of then our strategic outcomes, we have 2 strategic outcomes which are aligned to our mandate. The first outcome is to be economically feasible, transformed beneficiation of diamonds, and secondly, the organizational sustainability. These are the performance indicators that then are addressing the outputs. The first one is the rough diamond traded, which will be suitable for local beneficiation, and we're looking there at the percentage of rough diamonds that we have inspected. By law, we are supposed to have inspected about 10% buying, but we have been able to achieve year to date 5% of that. And that is really talking to the quality of diamonds that we currently have in the country. And also looking at the number of producers that we buy from. And also what is most important is the percentage growth in the volume of carats sold to your historically disadvantaged. And this is to address the transformation of the diamond industry. And the diamond beneficiation promoted. So we're looking at the number of industry research reports that we provide. This is a new indicator which is talking to the focus of the entity looking at R&D and also percentage access to market initiatives implemented. This is also talking to what we have done, implemented this year, the Diamond Show, which look at ensuring that South Africa, it keeps on being the global leader in the diamond industry and doing this through marketing initiatives. And we continuously train our enterprise development individuals where we have annual plans, and we're planning to at least achieve 80% of that, but we have been able to achieve 100% of that. And then in terms of business management, we want to make sure that the implementation of our combined audit action plan, which talks to how we govern the entity, and also percentage of corporate communication implemented versus what has been planned. And we thought it is important that let's look at what is the culture of State Diamond Trader. So we did appoint a service provider that conducted a culture survey for the entity, and there were initiatives that were suggested for improvement. So we will then plan that on a year-to-year, we do implement those improvements based on what was suggested. And we also thought it was important then that we do a satisfaction service of our stakeholders so that we can understand what our stakeholders are saying about the State Diamond Trader. Are we doing what we are meant to do according to our mandate? So that's a new indicator. In terms of organizational sustainability, corporate governance excellence, we're looking at the number of, this is a new indicator as well in terms of reports on risk maturity, looking at a 5-point scale, the number of board evaluation conducted, percentage of approved positions that are filled, so it's talking to the vacancy rate of the entity, and also implementing our WSP. And in terms of financial management excellence, we want to ensure that we maintain a working capital ratio of the working capital and the overspend on operational budget that has been allocated. We are looking at having a digital transformation plan. One of the biggest challenges with the State Diamond Trader, everything is manual, so we want to make sure that we digitalize how we conduct our business. And also then we're looking at improvement on how we manage our knowledge management, because all the information is sitting everywhere, so we want to implement this year a knowledge management. This is a summary of our annual performance plan for 25-26, as I've gone through it on the previous slides. I'll now hand over to the CFO. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. I will maintain the protocols that have been observed by my Chair and the CEO. Doing the financial plan for the entity has been a challenging exercise due to the challenges that have been mentioned by the Chair and the CEO. We are projecting, in terms of the statement of comprehensive income, if you can see that the revenue is just fluctuating year on year, for FY 25-26, we are projecting a revenue of 481 million, and that's coming from a revenue of 290, which is for 25-26 almost double what we are projecting to achieve in this financial year. This is mainly due to the efforts that we've put in place for the revenue enhancement efforts of buying diamonds from other sources within the African continent, and the market that is turning around. We're starting to see that the market is turning around, and we're positive that that will translate into higher revenue. In terms of the gross profit, if you can see the gross profit for FY 25-26 also is double what we're projecting for 24-25. And this is just a projection of us hoping for a better year for 25-26 because of the things that I've mentioned. In an effort to ensure that we are financially sustainable, we have maintained our operating expenditure by deferring some of the projects that we budgeted for. We deferred some projects to future financial years. We also, if you can see, the biggest expenditure is salaries, which is about 56% of our operating expenditure. And we also have traveled. For FY 25-26, we have cut travel into 50% of what it was in the previous financial year due to the efforts to contain costs, and also marketing where there's exhibitions and shows. The expenditure for marketing is mainly the drive by the entity to market natural diamonds. And also one of the challenges that are highlighted for our clients, specifically the HGSAs, is that they struggle with access to funding, and they also struggle with access to markets. So when we spend on marketing, it's just our efforts to support the beneficiaries for access to markets. And also on the traveling as well, you can see FY 24-25, it's a bit high because of our support on the KP and also the traveling internationally for the Hong Kong shows and all of those international shows. We also, we have invested our reserves, the cash that we have, in short-term investments, and we do generate a bit of interest that we use to finance our operations, and we've budgeted 9 million for finance income. Due to the challenges that we have highlighted, we have budgeted for a net loss of 5.5 million, but we expect that to normalize in FY 26-27 and the year after FY 26-27. I've already mentioned the fluctuations in revenue, where in the previous financial year we generated 631 million revenue, and this has decreased, and for the financial year that we're planning, we do expect an increase, and that trend is expected to continue. This graph shows the fact that we are trying our best to contain the costs while maintaining our operating expenditure year on year. If you see for FY 24-25, we're projecting 36 million. We've decreased that by 5%, where we're projecting 34 million, and we expect that to decrease in the outer years of the MTEF period. This is our operating expenditure, and this graph shows the slices and how much we tried to cut costs so that we can be financially sustainable. And as you can see, the slice, the 56% is just salaries, and all these other slices for leases, which is our rental, computers, and the projects, we've cut those to the core, and it's 7% there and 10% there, and there's really nothing that we are planning to overspend on. This is just the profitability position, as I've already highlighted, where if you can see the bars that are the columns up to 25-26, it's the net losses that we have incurred due to the challenging market conditions, and we're expecting that that situation will turn around in 26-27 and 27-28 as the revenue from the African countries, we're expecting that will generate more revenue, and the market will also turn around. In terms of the balance sheet of the entity, despite the losses that we have incurred in State Diamond Trader, we can say we still have a healthy balance sheet, and our balance sheet is actually driven by our cash and cash equivalents. We are projecting that we'll end the year with 99 million, which for us is still significant, as that means we are still a going concern and we will exist in the foreseeable future, 3 years maybe, 4, even if we can stop trading. And in terms of working capital and other variables within the balance sheet, there's really nothing much other than the cash that we generate from our trading activities. This is the cash flow statement, and this actually confirms what I've already mentioned, that despite the losses that we have incurred, we still generating cash, and we projected that we'll start the year with 104 million and we'll end the year with 99 million. And this is actually true. State Diamond Trader is financed by the cash that we generate from the trading activities, the 21 million there for FY 25-26, and we're going to pay our operating expenses, the 34, and the interest that we generate will also come in handy, and it will also finance our operations, and we expect that to continue during the MTEF period. This is just the graph that shows that we have, despite the losses, we have tried our best to maintain our cash reserves, and we expect that to continue. And even actually, it could be much better if the Africa project, the Botswana project, generates more revenue than we anticipate. This is our CAPEX program, and in terms of CAPEX, we don't spend much because we are labor intensive. We don't have much capital. We're spending on furniture and just computer for the staff. Thank you. I won't touch that.
It's okay, Chairperson.
Next.
Thank you, Chairperson, committee members, Minister, DG, and colleagues. As they still prepare, I think, in order to not waste time, I will start. Our presentation this afternoon will be led by the CEO. Oh, I thought he has done it for both ministers, sorry.
Abezendukunikela Minister.
Thank you. The South African Diamond and Precious Metal Regulator is not just regulating diamonds, it regulates all precious metals. This is what it's going to present. There's a list of legislation that govern it. So we're handing over to them, Chairperson of the board.
Thank you, Minister. I'm Abiel Mgomezulu, as the Minister has said, the Chairperson of the South African Diamond and Precious Metal Regulator, popularly known as a SADPMR. Thanks to the Chairperson of the committee members, DG and colleagues. Our presentation this afternoon will be led by the CEO, Cecil Khosa, who will be assisted by the CFO, Ms. Yalegile Lusibane. But before I hand over to the CEO, I would like to highlight the following. As we indicated in our previous presentation to the committee on our annual report, we have continued in the 2024-25 financial year to achieve a good performance, which is in the region of the 90% on our planned targets. This has given us a confidence as an organization in planning for the 2025-26 financial year. However, unfortunately, one cannot say the same about our financial position, which has remained subdued. The decline in production in the industry we serve, which is diamond and precious metals, has not improved now for a third year running. And that has prompted us as an organization to continuously approach Treasury to retain our previous surpluses in order for them as our reserves to cushion us going forward. We know that this is not sustainable in the long run. To ameliorate the situation, we are currently applying all possible cost measures, which have included not filling some of the vacancies where we can afford not filling them, which we are doing as a stopgap measure. We are aware that this would lead to a low morale in the organization. Hence, we've continued to support our employees and monitor their level of engagement with the work that we are doing, which our latest measure that we have done of engagement of our employees shows acceptable levels. At this stage, we are still managing somewhat well with our critical undertakings. I will now hand over to the CEO to give us an outline of our presentation and take members along with our presentation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings once again to yourself, honorable members, the Minister, DG, and my colleagues, and the chairpersons of the various entities present today. For the SADPMR, we're going to quickly go through our mandate and then have a scan of our achievements over the past 5 years, and then go to the main focus, which is the APP for 2025-26 and over the MTEF. Then the CFO will be able to also give us the budget assumptions for that period. The SADPMR is a Schedule 3A entity, as you are aware, meaning that it's funded through the appropriations of Parliament. However, because of the history of the SADPMR, we had funds that were overlapped and brought forward to subsequent years. But currently, due to the depressed state of the industry, we have seen a large number of, or a substantial amount of that, those reserves being depleted over time. The SADPMR regulates both precious metals and diamonds alongside other entities. So I would like to stress that what we actually do in simple terms is licensing of the industry, monitoring compliance to what they do in terms of processing of those minerals, in terms of trading of those minerals, so that we keep all the information regarding the transactions, all the information as to what have they traded, what have they produced, and all that information is captured and handed over to the South African the South African Revenue Services, so that they can actually collect the necessary taxes and levies. So with that, we also ensure that we work together with other state entities that are responsible for law enforcement around these minerals. This particular slide is here for one purpose. When you dealing with minerals, you need to understand the current situation in the country in order to be well informed when you draw up your policies. So basically, South Africa over the years was a top producer of all these minerals that we have there, which we regulate. We are still a top producer of PGMs, particularly excluding palladium and rhodium, which we interchangeably compete with Russia. Gold, we're the top producer as well as diamond, but over the years we have seen a huge decline in production. As far as gold is concerned, we are now number 13 in the world and 5 in Africa. We moved from 1,000 tons per annum to currently just under 100 tons per annum, which is a 10-fold drop in production. That is a huge concern. You will also recognize that the production is the function of the department. However, when we submit information to the Kimberley process on diamonds, we are required to also submit information on production so that there can be a correlation of what is produced, what is traded, exported, and imported. With that, we also notice that we are a very small consumer of our own minerals, and we rely mostly on exports of our minerals to be able to generate revenue to serve the needs of our citizens. We have also seen that over the years there was a sharp decline in employment. South Africa used to employ over 1 million people in the mining industry. To date, we're talking of numbers below 500,000. And these particular industries, diamonds, or sectors, diamonds, PGMs and diamonds, are the backbone of our industry. So it's cause for concern to see this decline in production as well as sales. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these slides, but what we wanted to indicate is that in the past 5 years, we have actually increased our performance. We moved from scoring around 85% of our targets to 95 currently, and we have been able to achieve 3 unqualified audits, as well as sustaining our clean audit. We had two clean audits in that period, and we're hoping that with the current audit that's starting now, we will also maintain the clean audit. We revisited our vision and mission in planning for the coming financial year, and we see ourselves as a world-class regulator of a competitive and transformed diamond precious metals industry. And we aim to regulate and promote these industries in the best interest of our people to ensure transformation, local beneficiation, and equitable access to minerals, as well as ensuring compliance with legislation. Now, we're going to go now to the core divisions. We have essentially 3 programs. which is your regulatory compliance, your trade program, as well as your admin program. So the first one that we'll be dealing with is regulatory compliance, which is broken down into 4 parts, which is regulations, which is basically what we used to call licensing. And then we have the inspectorate, which is a combination of previously 2 wings, which was diamond inspectors as well as precious metals inspector. With that, there's also the transformation unit, as well as the enforcement unit, which we introduced a year ago. When we look at diamond trade, we'll be specifically looking at 2 branches there, which is diamond valuation, as well as a diamond exchange and export center. Now, with regards to our APP, one of the outcomes is the effective, efficient development and innovation-oriented regulator, whereby we say for all the applications that we receive, whether it's precious metals or diamonds, we have to process all of them, 100% of them, within the prescribed time frame of 60 days. As far as the competitive and compliant diamond industries, we have dissected the industries into various segments, where we look at various types of, in terms of size, in terms of types of premises, and allocated a number of inspections for each. And we have committed ourselves to achieving 100% of the targets. A competitive and compliant diamond and precious metals in the industry, once again, we looking at working with other enforcement agencies. In the past, we had set ourselves 35 inspections, joint inspections on precious metals, as well as 25. But now we have actually upped those numbers, and we have converted to looking at 100% of what we set ourselves to do with other entities. This is, of course, due to a lot of focus on curbing illicit trading and illegal mining. On the percentage of inspections conducted on exports, which is a requirement in terms of Section 12 of the Precious Metals Act, we didn't have this particular one, but we are aiming to deal with all the export approvals that land on our desks within the speculated time, prescribed time frames. On non-compliant licenses that are cancelled or suspended due to any other issues around compliance with the Act, we have to address all those. But as the Minister has indicated earlier, cancellation or suspension is the last resort. We have to take the clients through the necessary steps in terms of promotion of Administrative Justice Act before we can cancel a license. We also identified high-risk refiners, which are a major concern as far as illicit trading is concerned. And we put a target of 8 on that, and in future we're going to increase it to 12 and above. We also have included in the current year and into the future the analysis of registers that are submitted by clients on a monthly basis. We're also looking at export approvals, as I've indicated that we do 100% of them, but we have now created 2 new elements on holders that have registered, that are assessed to determine whether precious metals are traded, and also on the number of cars that are manufactured locally. We have seen a decline in local manufacturing, and we want to pay particular focus to that to ensure that we increase that number from 150,000 upwards. We continue to assess transformation within the industry. In the past, we used to do that in terms of the mining charter. we still maintain the same principles and assess compliance with certain elements of the charter within the industry. And we are receiving quite positive responses from industry. We're also working with industry to ensure that we develop new enterprises. It's a partnership with developed enterprises. We have done over 15 projects in the past, and we're planning new projects, as you see over there. There's also focus on verification of fair market value, which is a function of the diamond trade. That particular function has been there over the years in terms of the Diamonds Act. We have to actually confirm the assortment, 100% of all the goods that we receive at the GDV. We also verify polished diamonds to confirm that there are no synthetics. And in particular, we have purchased machines to ensure that we can detect if there's any. And we sample on the melee, which is the smaller diamonds, that are predominantly, what we call industrial diamonds. We also continue to train our entrants. So in the industry, before you apply, you have to demonstrate a certain minimum level of skill to be able to participate sustainably in the industry. So the regulator has an internal unit that actually upskills some of our identified clients so that they can compete in this very competitive environment. What we have also done is to look at a proposal on technology and best practice informed improvements to the South African diamond tender system. It's important to mention that we are the first country or the first entity in the world to have what we call a diamond export and exchange center, as well as establishing our own internal in-house GDV, or Government Diamond Valuator. A lot of other countries have descended on South Africa to come and benchmark from our processes. They benchmark from the Diamonds Act as well as the Precious Metals Act. And over time, some of them are starting to surpass us in terms of the skills base, in terms of the technologies that they've implemented in this particular respect. And we feel that we need to also be proactive and upskill ourselves and use technology to improve going forward. We also look at the total carriage of diamonds allocated for exclusive local beneficiaries. These are tenders that are specifically targeted at small emerging licensees together with established diamond trading houses. We're also looking at number of dealers accessing the DEC. This is a very challenging one because with a depressed market, clients are not keen on coming to view and bid for goods. And there's also the number of beneficiaries accessing the DEC for the first time. So we identify all this and we take them through the process so that they can come and bid for goods at the DEC. We have to comply with the minimum standards of the Kimberley Process Certification Scheme. 100%. If we don't comply, we might be excluded from the diamond trade. The next target or indicator, output indicator, relates to the Kimberley process, where we continue to advocate for South Africa's position within the diamond trade by participating in the various working committees of the KP. As it is, we are leading one of the very important Kimberley process working groups, which is the working group on monitoring, and we are also vice chairing the reform process, as well as the working group on diamond experts. So with regards to administration, we have the following support divisions, which is finance, corporate services, governance, internal audit, and office of the CEO. So we'll quickly go through the output indicators for each of those. So in terms of finance, we have committed ourselves to spending 30% of our spending on HDI-owned suppliers. But this has proved to be a very quite difficult one. Previously, we had very high targets, and then we had to reconsider dropping the targets because of the challenges that we're facing. But the CFO can talk to that later on. We're also looking at the number of skills development initiatives that we are implementing within the organization that is informed by the project that we undertook to optimize HR resources. And also the percentage of performance systems, we have to complete 100% of that. Stakeholder engagement events, this include those activities that we undertake together with the department. There are other activities that as a regulator we undertake on our own, where we visit communities to showcase the services that the regulator renders. We're also developing online applications internally through our ICT division. These applications will assist us to actually bring in efficiencies where our clients can apply from any place where they're located. As far as governance is concerned, here, usually, we always focus on 100% achievement. Any matters that are referred to our governance or legal section, they have to be treated within 15 days. No security breaches. All the security mitigation measures have to be implemented. And we ensure that for every contract, we have a service level agreement, and we've had all those processes to ensure that there's no comebacks. And with regards to audit outcomes, we're planning for unqualified, but our aspiration is to have a clean audit once more. Financial sustainability. This is quite an area where the CFO is going to talk about, but we monitor that on a quarterly basis and report to the board as to what are we doing to try to keep the organization sustainable, looking at various financial streams, revenue streams, to keep ourselves afloat. The department has talked about legislative proposals. We have actually submitted our initial recommendations to the department, but the process is still ongoing, and the door is not closed for us to engage in that regard. The Office of the CEO is involved in a number of research projects, including looking at our history as South Africa, which is a birthplace of diamonds and precious metals as far as industrialization is concerned. And we're saying that we need to go back to the drawing board and say, what is it that we can do to create, to bring South Africa to become a hub of diamond and precious metals trade in the world. And we're also hoping onto the train that BRICS has actually provided for us to be part of this collaboration with BRICS members to ensure that we bring our own industries on par with them. So I think CFO now can take over from here. Thanks, CFO.
Thank you, CEO. Good afternoon, Chairperson. Please allow me to observe all the protocols that have been established by my principals earlier. In relation to budget assumptions for the MTF, I think the depressed diamond industry has been spoken of in details earlier by the SDT as well as the Chairperson and the CEO. So we've taken this into account as we estimate our revenue because we are on a hybrid funding model, which means partly we are funded by the state, but we also have to generate our own revenue. On average, over the years, we've been funded 53.3% by the department, and the rest of the expenditure that we incur is from revenue that we generate by ourselves. We've also considered the weak dollar per carat, which we have seen in 2024 taking a 43% slump compared to the previous financial years. Our budget also is sitting at a deficit of 5.3 million for the 25-26 financial year, which has been duly approved by National Treasury as required by PFMA Section 53.3. Our major cost drivers are on system licenses, office accommodation, security services, audit fees, and other contractual obligations. Our personnel bill takes 72% of the total budget in 25-26 and onwards, as we have no provision for salary adjustments in the current year that just started in April, and also we will not be filling any positions that were vacated in the previous financial year, as the chairperson alluded to earlier. In terms of the figures, we've got the audited figures for the 21-22, 22-23, and 23-24 financial year. The first 2 years of the audited period, we were reporting a surplus. In the previous year, we reported a loss of 14.4 million. And in the interim, the indicative figures are that we are sitting at a 15.4 deficit for the 24-25 financial year. I spoke to the deficit in 25-26 already, and what we estimate will be generated internally on rendering of services is 52.8 million. We're estimating an interest of 3.6 million based on the cash balances that we have. Our license fees, we're estimating 3.4 million, and the grant that has been confirmed by the department for the year 25-26 is 62.5, and other income, which is very many thousand. As you can see, the employee cost takes 92.2 million of the 122 million revenue. Our office accommodation takes 7.7 million. Our audit fees, 3.1 million, and we didn't estimate for any adjustments because we've engaged the Auditor General at length, requesting that they do not adjust or increase the audit fees moving forward based on our circumstances. And other operating expenses are sitting at 24.7 million, and you'll see that in the other outer years, it's also similar. So our total expenditure will be at 127.9 million with that deficit of 5.3 that is estimated. In terms of the split between the revenue that we receive from the department as well as what we generate by ourselves, the blue bar indicates the grant that we are receiving, and the red color, that's what we generate by ourselves, and then the other bar that is quite longer, it's the expenses. So as I indicated earlier, on average, 53% of our revenue is from the grant. The rest is what we generate by ourselves. And as you can see that in the first 2 years, we were spending below our revenue, which means we generated surplus. There was more service fees that we're generating because at that time, the diamond production was not as bad. And since 23-24, that's where we are showing a loss moving forward as well. And that is all, Chairperson. Thank you.
Chairperson, back to you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We're going to take questions for the two presentations. It doesn't mean you will have 8 minutes. You have 4 to ask both entities. Can I have hands? Honorable Zungula, Zondi, Lorima, Honorable Selepe, Honorable Hassan. Maybe let's start with clarity on, it's not in the presentation, but as we interact with stakeholders, we get some information and questions. What is a verification node? I don't know whether it will go to you or that side or the minister, because we are told that we have been banned from verifying diamonds. We can only now take them to Belgium and then back. And it's us, Namibia, and it was Botswana and DRC. But Botswana wrote to motivate that it's unfair practice. They want to go back to verify and all of that, and they were granted. What is stopping us from doing that? And all of this is done because of diamonds that are coming from Russia. It's a political matter that needs political solution. So what is it? If you can explain to us, what is verification? Because when you speak about the regulation of export products, I would assume that there's a relationship there. I'm not sure. That's number one. That's the question. I don't know where it's going. Whoever is responsible for it. What do we mean by launch of borrowing plan to fund operations because of lack of shareholders' support? Who are we borrowing from? Do we have a plan? As a Schedule 3B, where can we borrow that money? I don't want to assume that you can just go and borrow anywhere. There are guidelines in that. The third point I want to ask is that you have put in your targets the number of industry research that you want to produce. You are not a research institute. Why is this a necessary target? I'm asking this because we don't want to hear tomorrow exorbitant funds from consultants, because you don't have a research capacity. If you have, tell us. But you're not a research institute. You are putting a target. Where is the money going to come from? If you have it, who's going to do the research? So that we hold you accountable when we see consultants. There's nothing wrong with consultants, but exorbitant funds will give us some problems. I think that's what I have. Honorable Zungula.
Thank you, Chair. My questions will be directed towards the regulator. The first one is, what are the legislative challenges that restrict the growth of the industry, and what are the plans to address those challenges in the financial year? Secondly, are there any matters that are subject to litigation as a result of outdated legislation that is governing the precious metals, and what is the impact of that on the operations of the entity? The third question is that, given that the diamond production is low, what then becomes, or what is the outlook of the diamond industry for the country? The last question is, the country loses millions in the illicit market what are the programs or action plans to combat illicit trade in precious metals, and what mechanisms are in place to measure success? Thank you.
Honorable Zondi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me first greet everyone in the room, and apologies again for coming late. Chairperson, my first two questions are for the State Diamond Trader. How are you going to ensure that diamonds that are sourced in the continent are free of human rights abuses, as we have seen with many countries in the continent who would not want to be associated with such practices, especially if you look at our global standing currently. And the second one is, with the advent of synthetic diamonds, how has this affected the State Diamond Trader, and what are you doing to mitigate this impact? My other questions are for the regulator, Chair. How many inspectors does the entity have? From the figures that you showed there, it seems that you have sufficient inspectors because you are meeting all of your inspection targets. I think they were all at 100%. But with that said also, and I'm not being difficult when I ask this, do you think maybe the targets are too low if you are meeting them 100% all the time? And then the other one is, are you able to detect all synthetic diamonds that might be passed as natural diamonds? Have you had cases like this? And what is your success rate in detecting these synthetic diamonds? And then how is the entity combating the smuggling of diamonds out of the country to evade the export levy? I think those are my only questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. The first question is to the diamond trader. I see that you've got a board of directors of 13 people, and yet you've got just 29 employees. This looks a little top-heavy to me. I'd just like to know what that board is costing you, and whether this is a good idea. Second question is to the regulator, and that is, could we have something about the number of gold refineries? I know that the number of licensed refineries seems to have increased. And are you concerned that illegally mined gold is being processed through some of these refineries? And if you are, can you tell us what you can do to stop it?
Honorable, was it you, Slab? Yes, it was you.
Thank you, Chair. I think I have just two questions. One is for the State Diamond Trade. Just my concern is for the dropping of from position 5 to 6. I'm checking, have you got any plans in place of retaining the position that you have dropped? And then I'm checking whether it is because of the monopolization of the PS that caused the entity to drop like this. Is not a good thing. And then the last question is for the regulator itself. How do you support the small scale miners and emerging players in the industry? Thank you.
Honorable Hassan.
Thanks, Chair. Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm going to start with the State Diamond Trader. On the Diamond Beneficiation Program, what plans does SDT have to expand the program and to better track the development of individuals that have gone through it? And what are the overall outcomes of this particular program? I'm also interested in the strategies or the framework that has been integrated by SDT to ensure that procurement has a transformative impact, particularly for historically disadvantaged South Africans, and ensuring broader market access and integration. And then you also cite in the weaknesses or the challenges, the delays in the Diamond Act amendment. Where is it in the process, in the pipeline? What are those delays so that we can understand? Chair, it might be something that we need to add to our legislative tracking, so we know what's going on there. And then to the regulator, slide 14 speaks to the percentage of export approval, and slide 4 also talks about the numbers, the rands and cents, but the need to also develop the emergence of new enterprises and the beneficiation program. So I'm questioning, or wondering rather, how does the regulator plan to balance those two elements? So that's ensuring diamond beneficiation while adhering to growing our export license approval. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Tlangwini.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question, Chair, in terms of the overlapping, and you have made mention to that, because I know Mintek have the role of research capacity and innovation within the department. How are we gonna sort of streamline within the entities of the department so that the one entity don't overlap in the work of the other entity, Minister? So the so the way he's looking at me, Chair, it looks like I'm talking something very out of the extraordinary. So the overlapping of work, Minister, that it doesn't occur within entities, so that you don't have that overlapping responsibility. How is the department streamlining that? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tlangwini. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I will allow the entities to respond first. Okay. Regulator.
Thank you, Minister. Let me start with the last question, because I think it echoes the other question that was raised on the same aspect as to whether there won't be any duplication of work relating to research. Am I audible? Okay, thank you. So the nature of the research that we're going to do, it's not highly technical work. So like I indicated earlier, that other jurisdictions, they come to us, study our legislation, they study our process, our internal processes. So what we're doing now, we're leveraging the huge network that we've got. We've got, in the Kimberley process, we've got over 90 countries. And these are our colleagues on the other side. They are our counterparts. We have access to them. We communicate on a daily basis. So what we're doing is we're clawing back to what they've taken from us, and also the similar benchmarks, so that we can improve our own systems. So it's not the type of research that these gentlemen are doing. It won't require any expenses. We'll be doing it in-house, and we've got people that are capable of doing that. The person that's actually leading this process is a PhD within the regulator. I hope that answers the question. Chairperson, you asked about the verification node. The regulator is basically a verification node. I think it's a question of semantics or terminology. So the phrase verification node has been brought up by the G7 in an effort to exclude Russia from trading their diamonds globally. So under the KP, each country identifies what we call a focal point. And in this particular case, the minister has identified the regulator as a focal point, where all the systems have been designed to actually assess all the transactions that are happening and make analysis around that and report according to the KPCS minimum requirements, which are stipulated. So there's a statute in terms of what must be done, how must it be done, how does it get reported quarterly and annually through the KP. So what these, the G7 are trying to do is to create a parallel process to that. So the KP is a platform for verification, but they're creating a new platform that will work according to their own rules. So that's something that we have said as a KP, we're not going to support. Legislative challenges that we have as the regulator, you will agree that the Diamonds Act, when it was amended in 2007, I think we are now almost 20 years, 18 years into its implementation. And as we implement, we have picked up some challenges around there. And how it was drawn up, most of the practical things are written into the Act, which were supposed to be written into regulations. And that makes it very difficult to amend. If you have to amend, you have to go through parliamentary processes. It will take 5 years or so. Just to give an example, back in the day when South Africa was a top producer, we had a gem industrial ratio, which was quite high, but that has dropped over the years. And in terms of the law, there's a specific requirement to have 80% of all diamonds that are purchased locally to be cut and processed locally. But when you look at the current scenario, that's almost impossible. So those are some of the challenges that we've identified. There's quite a list of issues that we have raised, technically, that we have actually provided to the department to assist so that we can amend the law so that it can assist to grow back the industry to what it used to be before. Any matter subject to litigation, we have one issue lately that involves second-hand goods, that's PGMs. So there was one entity that processed autocatalytic converters and exported the material. As they approached the customs at the OR Tambo, they were stopped and the material was confiscated. So we were cited, us and the department, in that issue, and we appointed lawyers, attorneys to look into that matter. But the outcome of it was that we don't have jurisdiction over that material because it is regarded as second-hand goods. It's not primary goods. So we are working with SAPS. We have advised them on some of the technical aspects. We got an opinion from Mintek. We also got an opinion from our lawyers to support SAPS to address that problem on a technical level. So far, those are that's the only legal issue that we've been dealing with lately. Programs to combat illicit trading and what are the success measures. We regard precious metals and diamonds are classified as high priority minerals. So if a crime is committed within this space, it's dealt with by the Hawks. So the DPCI is the one that deals with that. And in 2009, an interministerial task team was formed, comprising of all the various departments, DMR ourselves, Home Affairs, SARS, SAPS, the various divisions and so on. Their role is to deal with this illicit trading because it's not a single agency kind of problem. It's a problem that cuts across, And we have an APP, very much similar to the APPs we are presenting here. So those APPs are presented on a quarterly basis from all these entities, and we check progress in terms of implementation of those APPs. So that's how we measure a success. I think, how many inspectors do we have? Our target's low. Our targets are not necessarily low. Currently, we have 20 inspectors in the regulator for both precious metals and diamonds. Ideally, one would like to have a premises visited at least once a year. These inspectors are spread over, at the moment we are sitting at 1,920 something licenses or licenses that have to be inspected on a regular basis. That will also exclude new applications. So, but we plan in a manner that our inspectors are able to visit all the areas. Fortunately, most of our licenses, let's say half of them, are located within Gauteng, and Gauteng is a very small province in terms of physical distance. So they are able to do multiple inspections maybe in a particular day. And the nature of the industry is such that it's not like a mine, which is vast. One can be able to conduct an inspection on site within a couple of hours, and then they go back to the office and verify the registers against what they've seen. So it makes it more efficient for us. However, we would like to increase efficiency if we can, or increase capacity if we can. But given the financial situation, I don't think that is possible. Detection of all synthetic diamonds, is that possible? So synthetic diamonds are very much similar to natural diamonds, especially when they are cut and polished. Through a naked eye, it's not easy to see. In rough form, you can actually detect through a naked eye. But fortunately, we've got 3 machines that we use to scan. However, with melee, meaning that it's a parcel of very small diamonds, you have to take a sample and scan them through the machines. We have been, we have not been inundated with any illicit diamonds at this stage in South Africa, although the numbers of declared synthetic diamonds are being received at the regulator. SDT. Regarding the Diamond Act amendment, I think the DG can assist us there, but yeah, I think the DG can assist us there. Export approval, slide 14. I didn't get it very clearly what the question was about regarding balancing the 2 aspects. It was not very clear. If you can, Honorable Hassan, assist with that. Rephrase the question regarding slide 14 on export approvals, please, through you, Chair.
So basically, I'm just trying to understand how you as a regulator plan to balance. So you have the export approvals, but also the emergence of new enterprises and the beneficiation program. So I'm trying to understand how you balance the 2 while ensuring diamond beneficiation, to growing export license approval.
Okay. No, I think it's easy to clarify that one. So export approvals, actually, that dispensation is actually utilized by the big companies. So you have the big companies that would refine gold, for instance, or platinum to 99.99%. The small operators will actually refine it to a certain standard above 300 grams per ton, or 30%, and sell it over to the bigger companies who will process it to 99.99%, and from there it will be exported out of the country, and some of it will be used locally for other different uses. So when we talk about creation of new enterprises, we're talking about those emerging companies that we identify and we bring them on board. We partner them with the big companies to assist them to grow and become sustainable. So that's the difference between, I think you have to clarify the two targets, that they are not necessarily interrelated. Thanks. Maybe SDT, if... Gold. Okay, gold refineries, we have all refineries combined, we are sitting at 233 at the moment. That also includes PGMs, but PGMs is quite a small number. So I can say in the region, just over 200 gold refineries, but I can verify the exact number. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Just a minute. You are not satisfied?
Sorry, Chair, there's just a second part of the question about the worry that those refineries, some of those refineries are being used to process illegally mined gold.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah. So yes, that is one area where we're concerned. Hence, we work with other entities to ensure that we monitor what is happening on the ground. But one has to understand that on a monthly basis, we receive registers that we analyze. If we pick up an anomaly, we drill deeper, and we also involve SARS to check if there's a balance in terms of the monies that are collected, as well as the metal that is declared. So SARS have got a model that they apply. They call it. It's more like a spider web model, which links one refinery to another refinery. As long as there's a transaction amongst these parties, it can go deeper into many refineries. So we do a thorough combing of what is happening within that space in order to check if there's any illegal activities that might be happening.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start with the borrowing plan. As the Chair explained first, is that when the State Diamond Trader was formed, it used to have a revolving credit with the IDC, which has then fallen away. So we are looking at reviving that borrowing plan through the IDC. Also, maybe look at NEF in terms of what will be financially viable in terms of the interest. So we're currently looking at IDC, NEF, or commercial banks, but we will do a study where we then look at a financial viable option. And then in terms of the research that the State Diamond Trader wants to do, we are working with the SADPMR, we are collaborating with them, so there won't be a financial cost that comes from a big cost coming from outside people. So the research where what we will be conducting, what the board has asked us is, what has been the impact of the State Diamond Trader in terms of beneficiation? The clients that we have, are they really doing beneficiation? Do they own factories? How many of those own factories? So it's a study that is going to say what has been the impact of the State Diamond Trader since its inception. So it's more of looking at the gaps and trying to address the gaps that are within the State Diamond Trader in addressing its mandate. And in terms of buying from outside South Africa, State Diamond Trader has developed a framework that will assist us as we embark on buying these diamonds outside Africa, South Africa. the most important thing that we'll do, we will be buying from countries that are Kimberley process compliant. So Kimberley process, as you're all aware, it was formed to combat the flow of illicit diamonds and to ensure that the diamonds that we buy are not blood diamonds. So all the countries that we have identified will be countries that are KP compliant. The impact of lab-grown diamonds, they have taken a 10% market share, and I think we are looking at a matter of how do we coexist as natural diamond marketers and the lab-grown diamonds. And what the State Diamond Trader has done to address this issue, we did launch the Diamond Show, which I did present on. And the objective of the Diamond Show was to create awareness on natural diamonds. Why natural diamonds and not lab-grown diamonds? And we continue to engage with the industry stakeholders on marketing natural diamonds so that we can make sure that we don't lose the market share. Because one of the studies, what we have picked up is that your millennials, which is the generation millennials, for them, it's not about natural diamonds or lab-grown, it's just a diamond. But we thought then the studies have shown that it's important that we create awareness and teach the consumers why natural diamonds and not lab-grown diamonds. And on the board of directors, Honorable, please note that out of the 13, 4 of those, they are state employees. So being a state employee, then they don't carry a cost to State Diamond Trader. So if you work for the state and serve on the board of a state-owned entity, you don't get paid. So 4 out of those 13 directors, they are employed by the state, so they don't come at a cost. And also board of directors, they are appointed by the shareholder. It's the minister's appointment. It's definitely not my appointment. And on the drop of production, the production we're referring to is the supply, is the mining part of it, which is why I made an example that when State Diamond Trader was formed, DPS used to have 6 mines, and currently DPS have only 1 mine. And we might find ourselves as a country that there will be no DPS in the near future. That has an impact on its own in terms of the State Diamond Trader. It also talks to the exploration, which is what the DG was talking about. There is a huge need that the country invest in exploration. We have not invested in exploration, we just consumed, and then our resources got depleted, and we find ourselves in a challenging situation where then our production has gone down, and hence the State Diamond Trader is looking at even having partnerships or buying outside the country. And regarding the diamond beneficiation program, the State Diamond Trader, when it started this program, about 27 youth and women have been trained, and out of those 27 that have been trained, they are now the State Diamond Trader clients, and 4 of them have successful businesses. And we continuously look at working with the MQA in terms of increasing the number of these people that are trained. And when we do this training, it's a 3-year program where we take them through industry training, where they are being taught how to cut and polish diamonds. And it does not just end there. We also teach them entrepreneurial skills so that at the end of the program, they are able to work or have their own businesses. But the biggest challenge with the State Diamond Trader is the access to funding, the clients having access to funding. And you know, with transformation, if there's no money, transformation on its own, then it becomes difficult. So there's been a huge challenge for these trained individual having access to diamonds, and our banks don't have appetite for diamonds. They don't understand the diamond industry. They're saying it's risky. So that on its own had a big impact in terms of the procurement on how then these clients of the State Diamond Trader, they participate then. And in terms of market integration, so if you have seen one of the huge costs that State Diamond Trader carries, it's on marketing. So that marketing is to take the State Diamond Trader to access international markets. So we take them to the Hong Kong show where they go and then exhibit their cut and polished goods. And we're trying to minimize that cost by partnering with the DTIC. State Diamond Trader has participated in the Hong Kong show for over 9 years now. We can show the DTIC the return on investment on taking these clients to Hong Kong. And secondly, we are also trying to build the local market with the Diamond Show here in South Africa. And the Diamond Show, we're looking at DBS. They've just announced that they're going to be funding natural diamonds marketing. So we're looking at also having access on that fund that the DBS has put in place. Thank you. I think that's it.
Your team wants to make additions.
Chair, there was 2 questions that we skipped by mistake. The other one is on what led to the production drop. Is it DBS? Yes, DBS has a big factor. It's a big factor to that because they were planning to bring Venetia expansion into production in the past 2 years, and they've not been able to do that. So that had a huge impact on our total number of carats that we trade annually. And also historically, because some of the mines have closed down, like your Forcewood and all of that, that led to a drop in production nationally. And with regards to supporting small-scale miners, those roadshows that we do with the department, we guide them on how to maximize value for their goods that they produce. However, they also visit they visit the diamond trading houses and tender their goods there in order to fetch higher prices. They also have an option to come to the DEC at our offices. We assist them with also valuation of their goods. But the best option for them is to work together and put their goods under one umbrella. That way they are able to get higher prices because they only trade in small parcels. So I hope I answered the questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will comment on few issues. My voice is gone. I was preaching the whole weekend, trying to warn people not to look for the living among the dead. That is what I was doing over the weekend, so my voice is gone. Honorable Chairperson, the verification of diamonds is a political action. We are members of the Kimberley process, which is a formal process of diamond and assessment. We are a member of African Diamond Producers Association, which is helping African countries that produce diamonds. It is that ADPA that helped CAR, Central African Republic, to get out of the list of blood diamonds. This one is an additional one by EU because of their own obsession with Russian diamonds. So you only comply with it when you want to sell your diamonds in EU. Other countries don't recognize that verification process of diamonds. I want to leave that at that. The second point I wanted to talk to is the board of 13 when you are employing 29. If you go to the picture of those board members, the first 2, 4, and 1.5, that is 5 board members, are appointed independent board members. The rest are actually sent by their organizations. For example, if you take 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, that those 4 members are actually union representatives in the board. That is Hugo, and next to him, and Diatile. Those are union representatives in the board. Next to Diatile is an alternate. And next to, and the 4th one on the top is deployed by our department. He represents DMPR in the board. So he's not drawing board fees. Next to him is an alternate. So basically, we're talking of a big board in appearance, but actually board appointed external board members are 5. You will notice that there is a bigger number of females in the board. We insisted on that with the unions, that please do send a female representative to the board so that it is a little bit balanced. It's not as balanced as it should be, but there is an attempt and an effort to balance it. The last point I want to talk to is beneficiation versus export. I don't think those two are mutually exclusive. They're not mutually exclusive because you can beneficiate and export. You can export raw diamonds. So it's not really beneficiation versus exports. It's beneficiation and export. And again, it talks to the point I made much earlier, that mining is a business. Sometimes we always think that it's an EPWP, it's not a business. People who are involved in this business want to generate returns. And therefore they get into opportunities that they see in the market. The last point I want to raise, why do we drop from number 5 to number 6? We can drop even further. As long as we understand that mining is not like coke. When you are a coke factory, you mix water and syrup and produce cool drink. With mining, if you take out a kilogram of a mineral, that is out, it doesn't grow again. So diamond and gold have been mined in South Africa for more than 130 years, both of them. So both of them will be in a state of decline. And we must appreciate that it reflects the history of mining in the country. De Beers, for example, used to have a number of mines that they have sold to small operators, others are almost dead. Clancy, Kimberley, Finch, Cullinan, Coffee. All those were the De Beers mines. All of them are not in De Beers today. They've been sold to small operators. They only run Venetia. The only thing that keeps the hope for all of us is that they're investing a visible amount on exploration to discover new diamond deposits. We're hoping that it will give us good returns into the future. It's one of the major companies that is investing on exploration. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister, and the two entities. Without any waste of time, can we please go to MHSC? We want it at the end. We want Alexkor. We want Alexkor at the end. It's a new baby. I hand over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The Mine Health and Safety Council is a body that is very focused. It is focusing on the slogan at the bottom of the presentation. Every mine worker returning from work unharmed every day. It is striving for zero harm in our lifetime. That is the focus of Mine Health and Safety. When we present the report in detail, you will see the small steps of improving the number of fatalities in the industry and decrease in health incidents in the industry. We're now standing at 42 fatalities as the lowest ever number of fatalities in the industry, following a 49 fatalities before that, and it goes on and on and on. Those who have been around for a long time will remember that. That is a big improvement. If you think of a Kinross disaster where 177 miners died in 10 minutes. If you think of Vaal Rift disaster, 54 miners die. You think of St. Helena, 52 miners die. You think of Khobane, 43 miners die. And that number continues. And it translated into thousands of mine workers dying per annum. That was standing at 42 fatalities as the lowest in the last year, is the big improvement and the focus of the Mine Health and Safety Council. They will explain the effect of cooperation. Even unions a fight for everything and anything under the sun, except mine health and safety issues. Those, they cooperate, they work with the employers, and they work with government. May I please hand over to the institution chairperson, Dada Masiza.
Thank you, Minister, for that. I think it's up for me to also to make the acknowledgement of the Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the Minister, the DG and the colleagues and the media and all in the room. Yes, indeed. As the Minister indicated, we are a tripartite organization. We have agreed that we can compete on anything in the sector, but not on health and safety. And we've been continuously sharing on that. As Mr. has indicated, last year was the safest year on record. In fact, historically, what we tend to do as well, we look at the past trends. At one stage, we used to have 1,200 fatalities every year. We used to have 33,000 fatalities every year. So those are about 3 fatalities every day, about 90 injuries every day as well. We used to have monthly disasters, and normally Minister will say, we no longer have rapid disasters. A disaster is one fatal incident that that leads to 5 people dying or more. We don't have them in the mines anymore. We have them on the road. So we put measures in place which the CEO will also touch on. On occupational health as well, we've seen a significant decrease on occupational diseases, and the CEO will also touch on that. The other thing that we've been progressively focusing on is women in mining, health and safety, and GBVF issues. Minister has indicated that there are about 76,000 women employed in the sector versus 11,000 in 2002 when the MPRDA was introduced. So we have put programs in place to improve on health and safety. Our goal still remains 0 harm, and we're bullish about it. We believe that it's achievable if you actually look at the historic lag indicators, that it is indeed achievable. But we normally say with health and safety, you can't stop. It's something that we have to continuously work on, and we are working together with the other stakeholders on that. We continue to seek opportunities to improve on health and safety. We had last year met at the Man Health and Safety Tripartite Summit with all the stakeholders that Minister has indicated to say, what more can we do? And we'll touch on the new milestones that we'll be implementing from this year. The new milestones, they also include women in mining related issues, and also what we call lifestyle diseases. That is non-communicable diseases. And we believe that we can achieve the goal of zero harm if we focus on the other issues. We started off focusing on HIV and AIDS. We've seen a significant improvement there, including TB. We focused we actually focused on TB. We've seen a significant improvement, and that also relates to the downward trend. Now we believe that if we focus on the NCDs, the lifestyle diseases, including diabetes and mental health, it will edge us closer to that goal of 0 harm. So the CEO, Mr. Mampita, will also touch on that. And lastly, from my side, honorable members, is that we also focus on the changing landscape in the sector that Minister has alluded to, and how it affects to the business of doing mining and later affect the health and safety of the workers. So we have come up with measures, and we're promoting them in the sector as well. We're coming with the guideline to make sure that we manage change better in the sector, because if we don't, then it leads to harm, and also the issues of adoption of our technology. Having introduced the presentation at the high level, I'll hand over to Mr. Mampita, the CEO, and he'll also do the presentation with the CROO and the CFO. Thank you, Minister and Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Board Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson and members, the Honorable Minister and colleagues from the department, all protocol observed. I'm presenting today with my colleagues, the Head of Research Operations, Fatila Brovko, and also the CFO, Precious Mbingo. Our presentation will cover 3 main things. The first one will be the overview, which will deal with matters of the legislated mandate, the vision, mission, and values, the summary of our APP, the tripartite partnership, and the impact that our research outcomes are making out there in terms of mine health and safety. And then Fatila will cover the research and innovation, women in mining, legislation, the MHSC events, and then the CFO will cover the income and expenditure budget and research budget. I will also deal with the conclusion. In terms of the introduction, as the Minister and the Chairperson of the Board have indicated, as an organization, we have made a lot of strides in terms of improving health and safety, That's for mine workers and also communities that are affected by mining. And we ensure that the goal of zero harm remains a priority. Our main focus areas, which are normally the main causes of accidents and fatalities in the industry, are fall of ground, transport accidents, and then also dealing with issues of noise-induced hearing losses and also occupational lung diseases, TB and HIV/AIDS. As also indicated by the board chairperson, we leverage on technological advancement to improve health and safety, and the training of mine workers in line with advances in technology remains a priority for ourselves and also for the industry as a whole. We implement initiatives to ensure that women are healthy, they are safe, and they are protected, and I think that is a very important thing to do. We do regular review of the state of health and safety, and we do that through the summit, which we hold every 2 years, and we held one last year. Apart from that, we have to, once you've got the research outcomes, they need to be disseminated, and then once they're disseminated in the industry, that's where they make the most impact. Our legislated mandate includes, we provide advisory services to the minister, and on all matters that are relating to health and safety, that include legislation, research, and promotion. We review and develop legislation for the recommendation of the minister, and our main focus is actually on regulations. We oversee and undertake mine health and safety research in the industry, and that basically inform what the industry need to follow in terms of best practice. We liaise and work very much together, collaborate, and in partnership with all those bodies and institutions that are concerned with mine health and safety issues. We promote mine health and safety culture in the mining industry because obviously there is a behavioral part of health and safety in the industry that needs to be taken care of, and that's why we've got the culture transformation pillars that deal with the culture. And as indicated earlier, last year we had a summit, and the theme was Innovate and Elevate, breaking boundaries to achieve zero harm in our lifetime. Our vision and mission is still zero harm, and it will not change, to mine employees and again to communities affected by mining activities. Our mission statement is to respond timelessly to current and emerging mine health and safety needs for the South African mining industry through tripartite relationship. Our values can be summarized as SAIRA, which is caring, integrity, respect, and accountability. And as the minister has indicated earlier, our slogan is every mine worker must return home unharmed every day, and we continue to strive for zero harm in our lifetime. In terms of the APP, we are looking at different outcomes. The first three deal with the issue of the mandate, which talks about the informed decision support, and that deals with the advisory notes that we recommend to the minister for approval. And we also deal with the issue of creating awareness, and we deal with the issue of dissemination as well. In addition, we also deal with the issue of, we want to look at the issues of making sure that our processes, our internal processes are actually automated to make sure that we become more efficient, and I think that will help us to achieve zero harm, and not just zero harm, but also to have an impact in terms of our audit outcomes. There's another one that deals with the development of human capital, and that part also we look at, and then there are two that deals with the finance and also the revenue. The first one deals with making sure that we collect enough levies to run the organization operationally, and we are sustainable and a going concern continuously. The other one deals with the issues of expenditure, particularly on capital projects. So those are the key APP outcomes that we'd like to look at in terms of this financial year 2025-2026. The tripartism, I think the chairperson has spoken about it, and also the minister has spoken about it. There is no competition among the organized labor, the state, and the employers when it comes to health and safety. It is important that we work together, because if we disagree, then the only people who will suffer are the employees and the communities that are affected by mining. So working together in partnership, in collaboration, and reaching consensus on matters that impact the industry and the employees is very crucial for our organization and also for the tripartite partnership. The impact of research on MHSC performance, this has also been highlighted, and I think historically you can see where we come from up to a point where we are now in terms of 42 fatalities last calendar year. And then in terms of diseases, there is a reduction, significant one overall, in terms of the various type of diseases, pulmonary TB, silicosis, we can talk about coal workers, pneumoconiosis, and et cetera, and an average is minus 24% or 21% rather improvement from the previous years. I will hand over now to our Head of Research and Innovation, Fatila Brovko. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister, DGs, DDGs, and all protocol observed. So through the research and innovation part, which is a main area of what we involved in as the Mine Health and Safety Council, we are focused on the production of knowledge through funding and overseeing mining research projects. That knowledge we then translate into tangible outcomes and improvements within the mining industry. We also develop and refine mine health and safety policies and regulations, and then inform and enhance health and safety practices within the mining industry. We look at identifying and mitigating existing and emerging safety and health hazards. Some of these areas are lifestyle diseases, mental health, women in mining challenges, TB and HIV, and as the chairperson has mentioned, change management and the impacts of change. And then another focus is also on facilitating education and training of mine workers, and then promoting continuous improvements from a health and safety perspective. Thank you. Right, so these are just some of the, I would just highlight some of the projects that we are currently focusing on in this year. The first one is related to heat stress. As an impact of climate change, we find increased accidents related to heat stress. So what we've done was, or we're undertaking a project to look at whether the heat tolerance screening test is an adequate tool to assess if an employer is heat tolerant, and are the methods used to determine heat tolerance valid. So our anticipated outcomes is to identify shortcomings with the current processes, and then also to develop a modified procedure, a tool, if required, to determine the heat tolerance of employees, taking into account the body size and proportions and males and females. Thank you. Right, so the next project we found that there's a high number of silicosis cases that are still being reported, despite legislation that requires mines to implement a mandatory code of practice. So we then are under the impression that there are some gaps in sampling methods on silica assessment as one of the potential areas that need investigation. So we've initiated a project to develop a standard operating procedure that will assist in developing and implementing a standardized monitoring strategy for respirable crystalline silica dust. The anticipated output is a standardized assessment tool that will assist in the correct classification of homogeneous exposure groups per airborne pollutant. Thank you. Right, from a safety research initiative perspective, we find that currently training operations or cleaning operations within underground mines, particularly in narrow reef mines such as platinum and gold use scraper winch systems to remove blasted rocks from the mining face. So in order to improve safety and efficiency of scraper winch systems in underground operations, we have undertaken a research project to look at to investigate winch accessories as well as rope cleaning methods. Recommendations will be made to enhance safety on winches, and then also alternative technology to winches such as reef boring or reef cutting. The next safety project that we're involved in also links to communities. We've talked about abandoned and non-operational mining shafts, and they basically pose a hazard such as accidental falls, environmental degradation, possible entry points for illegal mining operations. And the Mine Health and Safety Council is currently looking at a project to address the safety and environmental hazards posed by these abandoned and non-operational mines. Phase 1 was to develop sealing methodologies, and that has been completed, and phase 2 is ongoing this year, which is looking at conducting field tests and to assess the effectiveness of the methodologies that have been developed. Right, so in our pipeline for the year going forward, there are various different types of projects. The first set is fault of ground, and these projects aim to develop practical, implementable solutions that can assist the mining industry to prevent gravity and seismicity-induced fault of ground accidents. So we find that accidents under fault of ground category has been the leading cause of fatalities and injuries in the South African mining industry. So we've got 2 projects in the pipeline. The first one is to look at what are the appropriate average pillar stress criterion, and the second one, also linked to pillars, would be the development of strategies to support the safe mining of pillars. The next section or classification of projects is linked to transport and machinery systems, and these projects aim to develop solutions that can assist the mining industry to improve the safety operation of transport and machinery systems. So accidents under this category has, for over the past few years, been amongst the top 3 leading causes of fatalities and injuries. Right, then we move to women in mining, which is a key area for the Mine Health and Safety Council. We are looking, we've got existing projects as well as some of additional activities that we're doing in this space. So we're looking at assessing the impact of overexertion on women's health and safety within the South African mining industry. And when we talk about overexertion, we talk about physical as well as mental health. To assess, and then what we're doing is we want to assess whether the existing occupational health and safety reporting channels of exposures to women, for women in mining, to determine whether aspects of overexertion for women are incorporated. We're also looking at enhancing the current guidelines for the mandatory code of practice on the minimum fitness to perform work at a mine. So this would address gaps related to the body mass index that women have, as well as women in mining fitness requirements, and it would also align to research evidence that has since been emerged. We will once again review the PPE guideline and also spend the year popularizing the guidance note on GBVF to ensure their correct interpretation. And then what we always do is participate or collaborate with stakeholders during the annual 16 days of activism against the abuse of women and children. From a legislative perspective, we have completed the guideline for road and rail traffic management, And this guideline is mostly to influence or to promote collaboration and consultation between the employer and the entities responsible for oversight of the appropriate road and rail safety requirements. We've also looking at the code of practice on emergency preparedness and response, conveyor belt installations for the prevention of persons from being exposed to flames, fumes, or smoke arising from conveyor belt installations. And then very importantly, looking at Chapter 2, which is appointments, duties, and responsibilities, to ensure that we introduce appropriate appointments in critical disciplines to reduce fatalities and accidents within the industry. Right, some of our events, we've got our research in Daba that we'll be focusing on in the new financial year, which is a platform that enables all stakeholders to participate in determining the research projects that we undertake as an entity. We will be commemorating the World AIDS Day, which is also, and TB Day, which are also platforms where the mining industry joins the country to commemorate these important days. And it's also used for raising awareness and sharing the South African mining industry's progress towards managing and preventing these diseases. The 7th Occupational Health Dialogue will also be held in 2025, and that is basically aimed at providing a platform where health issues in the industry can be discussed by multiple stakeholders, and potential solutions are also shared to address some of these challenges. Thank you. And then finally, we've got, as the chairperson has mentioned, we have the Mine Health and Safety Summit, which is held every second year. The one that was held in 2024 had approximately 2,000 attendees, and some individuals attended virtually. So there were quite a few new milestones that were set. We have our existing elimination of fatalities, the most important milestone for the Mine Health and Safety Council or the mining industry as a whole. Once again, the elimination of reportable incidents, especially falls of ground, transport and mining machinery, and the general type accidents. The elimination of reportable fatalities and reportable incidents. And then from a health perspective, looking at the elimination of lung diseases. So this includes the reduction of overexposure to respirable coal, platinum, and crystalline silica dust. Then we're looking at the elimination of noise-induced hearing loss through the quieting of equipment. We're looking at the prevention and the reduction of HIV and AIDS. And as mentioned earlier, one new milestone for us is mental health awareness within the South African mining industry. And then also non-communicable diseases, where we want to actually screen 100% of employees for non-communicable disease metabolic risk factors. And then we continue with the implementation of the culture transformation pillars, which includes leadership, risk management, bonus and incentives, diversity, leading practices, and technology. And we've strengthened our Women in Mining milestones to include personal hygiene of women in mining, as well as the safety and security of women in mining. And then finally, to ensure that we capacitate mine workers effectively, we are looking at the Center of Excellence Phase 2. Thank you.
Greetings, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, and all protocols observed. So when coming to the income and expenditure budget for the MHSC, so for revenue, the MHSC is planning to raise a total of 140 million, which is made up of 130.3 million for the levies charged to the mines. That represent 92% of the total revenue budget. We also have a grant, a government grant that we receive from the department, approximately 4.7 million, representing 3% of the total budget. And then the balance is made up of the finance income and other income streams, sitting at 5.9 million in total. So coming to our expenditure budget, the total for all our expenses that we've planned for 2025-2026 financial year is 140 million as well. So as you can see, we are planning or anticipating a break-even bottom line. So our expenses are equal to the income. So just to highlight the big ticket items, I've got a separate slide for the research and dissemination project, but just to highlight the big tickets for now, under the admin, we've got admin expenses that includes IC-related costs, facility management costs, and other consumable costs that we need within the MHSC operations, with a total of approximately 9 million rand. And then also we've got our salaries as well, which it represents the total for both the research department or research unit and also the support units in total. So we've been talking about the zero harm within the South African mining industry. So this slide depicts the cost. How much does it cost the MHSC to ensure that they are able to meet that target of zero harm? So in total, we've set aside 68 million rand out of the total expenses of 140 million to achieve the zero harm. This 68 million in total, Chair, it represents 48% of our total expenditure budget. So in summary, so we've set aside for the Center of Excellence project, we've got a total budget of 29.5 million rand to make sure that we are able to have those projects that are planned in line with what Fatila has said earlier. And then also, in addition to that, MHSC hosts a number of workshops and RTFs, project or workshops throughout the country as part of the research and legislation dissemination. So the total for that that has been set aside is 9.6 million rand. So also the total for making sure that within the research unit we've got the skilled resources in terms of human resources, and then it's a unique industry as well. We must make sure that we attract the people with the right skill. The total for that, the salaries for the research staff is 28.9 million rand. So over the MTF period, Chair, we as MHSC, we aim to increase the research spending to make sure that we are able to achieve the zero harm strategy. Thank you. I'll hand over to CEO.
In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, the overall health and safety of mine employees and communities remain a key priority for the organization. As indicated earlier, we have made a lot of progress, but we haven't arrived, and it's something that we have to do literally every day to ensure that we have zero harm, zero fatalities, we reduce injuries and occupational diseases. I think technology will definitely play a very big role in terms of achieving those goals of zero harm. It is indeed achievable, yet it's still aspirational at this stage. There's a lot of mines that they themselves have achieved the zero harm, and some in 10, 15, 20, 25 years without a fatality. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, thank you. Minister, thank you. That was the presentation. Thank you.
We will take questions, Honorable Chairperson, except that one of the issues that I think we must acknowledge, we saw 7 fatalities in Harmony in the first quarter. And that led to a face-to-face engagement with Harmony. We did engage them on the effects of change of the top leadership. When they change a CEO and got a new one, normally in companies, you see that impacting directly on the culture of a company. But I'm reporting that we have met Harmony, we had discussion, face-to-face, not a letter, and we have attended to that, and everybody is quite serious about avoiding accidents and fatalities in the industry. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and the team of Mine Health and Safety Council. Honorable members, that's the presentation. Any take? Honorable Senne, Honorable Mhlongo, Honorable Zungula, Honorable I'm tired. Ntlangwini. Yeah, before we take that, you know, Honorable Minister, I was going to come very hard on the team for not mentioning anything about Harmony. Because last year, we went to Harmony. The presentation indicated that amongst the mines we have visited, they were doing extremely well on health and safety. February, people die. A week after. So that indicated that there's a problem. But we accept the one-on-one with them because left unattended, it meant that with Harmony we are going to see other fatalities, and we can't have that. So Msiza and the team just dodged a bullet, thanks to the minister. Honorable Senne.
Thanks, Chair. One point from my side. Thank you for the presentation, Minister and the team. Chair, this is, I think, the second or the third time we had Mine Health and Safety doing a presentation to this committee. But, Minister, I've never heard of the department as a whole mentioning the role that we are playing in terms of assisting or supporting the ex-mine workers. It is related to your silicosis, your TB in the mines, but I've never had the department. We always have to ask in terms of what is the role that you are playing. There is a project in place that is running in provinces, if not all provinces, but I know it started in the Eastern Cape, Northwest, Free State, Mpumalanga, and also in Gauteng. But what is your role as a department in terms of assisting or working together with NBOD, your Tiamiso Trust, in terms of track and tracing those ex-mine workers who are still having undue payments? Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Mhlongo.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. As a mode of promoting the culture of health and safety in the mining industries and ensuring the state of health and safety at the mines and to those who were ex-workers from the mines, like the community of mines. Most people are affected by TB, HIV, and AIDS co-infection. Most of them were to leave the industry were to leave the mines, and unfortunately for them, they lost their lives. But the problem was with the transfer of the communicable disease from the people who were affected to their families. This was due to poorly managed, to them being poorly managed, and most of them progressed from susceptible TB to multi-drug resistant TB and total drug resistant TB. On ensuring health and safety currently, what did you do, or did you put in place to ensure total or proper eradication and prevention of these communicable diseases? Are your intervention sustainable? Are exit checks still done, or are they still in place whenever a person has been affected with TB or MDR, and they need to be followed for 6 years post-infection? What is your status quo on the management of MDR and TB, as well as co-infection with HIV and AIDS? Thank you.
Honorable Zungula.
Inkosi Sihlalo. On your legal fees, is that amount the amount that you normally have on a year-to-year basis? If it's higher, what would be the rationale for having an increase for the year? And what are the issues or matters that you are involved in litigation in? On program 1, which is research and innovation, what will be the tools to measure the success in that regard? In the previous year, you had presented or reported about the administrative fine fund. Is it in place? And if not, why, given the fact that it was presented last year? And what impact would it have on the finances of the entity? The last question is relating to the constraints on the financial and human resources to effectively enforce mine health and safety in all the mines in all the operating mines. What then are the interventions given those financial and human resource constraints? Thank you.
Is it Honorable Ntlangwini?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm happy that the Minister have also mentioned the Harmony case, Chair, in terms of the current influx in incidents. Okay. The Minister is indicating it can't hear, Chair, so I'm moving closer to the mic. I'm happy that you have mentioned the Harmony case, gold case, in terms of the influx in cases of incidents that are happening currently there. And I don't think that we must solely or have an indicator that when management change, all of a sudden, the compliance of safety and the regulations must change. That is a wrong perception. So once we sort of allow that to say that it's okay for people to die because management have changed, it sort of painted or paints a wrong perception as to what the role of this entity should be, Chair. So we can't allow a situation where the department just solely say, and painting it out, that the reason for the incidents at Harmony Gold are solely, and is only the attributes to that is because management have changed over the time period. What are their role to ensure that safety and compliance are happening across the boards and across this mining houses? Where is the role of this entity to ensure that that doesn't happen, to track and trace that when management or those type of changes are happening, how do we ensure that safety is not compromised? How do we ensure that compliance is not compromised? So to just say that, oh, 6 people have died, it's because of management have changed, it's a wrong perception to have. And it's a wrong sort of analysis to make a minister, and to have that from you is quite disappointing. Then I want to delve into the issue. I think it's on slide 1 on the introduction as well, in terms of your focus areas. And I want to point it out yet again, and I want to make this example yet again to this committee, and yet again in front of the department, as to the dust within the Motherwell area where mining is happening, in terms of either it being transported from the sites where it's happening throughout the Motherwell area, through the depots where it needs to be exported, but there is a high dust condensation that is happening there. And it can't be that we just leave it as such. And was there any research, and I've asked this before, and I haven't gotten the answer as yet, was there any research done within that area or any other area where that transport is happening with so much dust within those areas, and the TB or whatever lung diseases that it may cause, vis-a-vis the people that are working with on site, but the people that are indirectly affected by the transportation of this raw material towards the export site. And then, yet again, when we, within mining communities and mining areas, 4 minutes, Chair? Okay, the 2 last points. Within mining communities, the blasting that are happening, and the blasting of the houses and things like that, let alone the mining and safety aspects at the mines. But what do we do when communities, their houses are falling upon them because of the blasting and exploration that are happening within, and fracking that are happening within their communities? How do we ensure that that are taken into account and being adhered to, or being looked at? And then the last one is the one of also illegal mining. How do we also look in terms of the illegal mining aspect? Because those people are going down, they do illegal mining, and it has an impact, because you have, the last part, you have a person of going down in his house. Where do those incidents being reported at, of people being injured and all of that? What was your role, especially in the Stilfontein matter, in terms of ensuring that to report those type of cases? And the last one is in terms of cases of GBV within the mining sector. Where does it play a role within? Because one would have thought the minister have given us a beautiful figure of how many women are being employed within the mining sector. And then how are we ensuring that your sector is regulating when women going down within the mines, they are safe, they are secured, and they are prevented in terms of possibly
Thank you.
GBV
I think the
cases
point is
within
across.
those shafts. Thank you, Chair.
I think the point is made. There was an agreement of 4 minutes. Let's stick to it. Honorable Minister.
I will allow the entity to come first. I will come last.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Minister, honorable members as well. I'll also respond to some of the questions, and the colleagues can deal with it. Yes, indeed. Change management is one of the big issues that we are dealing with in the sector, as the Minister has indicated. We've seen that various changes, they can affect health and safety, whether positively or negatively. So as indicated, the Minister has indicated that we've seen that sometimes when managers changes, including executives, it affects health and safety. There is the law, the Man Health and Safety Act, that puts the responsibility on the employer. However, our role is to also assist the sector. So we are coming up, we are finalizing, in fact, a change management guideline to look at various factors that will assist. I'll make an example. Most of the fatalities that we had, that ministers referred to this year, happened in the gold sector after Harmony improved significantly last year. And for us, it's not a coincidence that it's related to the significant increase in gold price, which is also favorable for us economically as well. But we've seen that in some of the mines, when the gold price is favorable, they tend to take chances, and it's something that we are also looking at. In the same vein, when the commodity price goes down, sometimes when there's changes, they try to retrench, it affects the morale of the workers and also health and safety. So there's various factors that we are looking at, and we'll come up with a guideline to assist on that. Honorable Senator, indeed, we are working together with the Department of Health because they are leading in terms of compensation, and the Department of Employment and Labor. We do support them, and yes, indeed, you have raised it before, so we continue to work together with them and support them with the preventative measures that we put in place. But I think it's a constant collaborative effort between the three departments and the other stakeholders as well. Honorable Mhlongo, in terms of HIV and AIDS, one of the key things that we believe has helped us with HIV and TB is the living conditions of mine workers. In the past, mine workers were living in hostels in big numbers and moving away from home to work at the mines. That has also affected the HIV, and it's a legacy issue that we've addressed through the MPRDA and the mining charter. And we believe that because of that, there's been also significant improvement on HIV. For instance, the HIV rates at one stage were about 11.5%, and it moved to about 4.2%. The TB rate now, in the past, it was trending above the national rate. Now it's below the national rate of about 2.5. So there are various measures that we've put in place, including guidance notes. The guidance notes amplify the assistance of the families as well, and the communities affected by mining-related activities. So I think that's work that we've been focusing on. We've done the same during the COVID period. The exit checks, yes, they are being done. They must be done in terms of the provisions of the Mine Health and Safety Act. We do have inspectors who go to the mines to focus on them. Honorable Zungula, yes, I think the DG and our DDG on corporate service have also touched on what we do in terms of resources, but we continuously also monitor compliance in terms of the APP that we've presented as a department. Honorable Hlangwini, in terms of the community safety, I think the presentation that was done by the council, you would have indicated that we will notice that one of the things that we've been focusing on now mainly is the public road safety in all let me say health and safety. Because we've seen that, as Minister will say, disasters have moved from the mines, or they stopped in the mines, they are now on the roads. So we are finalizing a guideline to address those issues that you referred to. And I will, with the Motherwell one, will be gladly, if we can, given the actual details, we can also follow up on that. Similarly, with the blasting near communities, we as a council came up with a guideline last year because we've seen there's been a lot of complaints from the communities and people affected by mining on this. And in that guideline, we specifically included that there must be a committee formed made of technical experts, but also include a community representative in that before, there's certain mining that takes place. And they must do a baseline assessment of the houses around and structures. It's a requirement. We promulgated that guideline last year. So I think it's one of the things that we are focusing on. Women on safety, I think the CEO and Ms. Brovko has touched on the women in mining matters. I think they'll also touch on that. And I think I'll stop here and then allow the CEO and the other colleagues to also to respond. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. So I'll deal with the issue of legal fees. They are mainly labor matters related. So we don't have pure litigation, so to speak. I don't know if that's the right or correct legal language, but all our legal issues are related to cases that go to either the CCMA or the Labor Court. So that amount of 6 million has been more or less the budget in the past few financial years, and the actual has actually gone down. Last year, I think we only incurred about 1.1 million, but that is where we are at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So with regards to how we measure the success of our research projects, number one, we look at improvements in the statistics. Secondly, we look at what's the uptake of our research outcomes by mining companies, and then also the implementation and the guidelines that were developed from the research. So that is how we measure that success. And then from a GBVF perspective, we are actually going to, so there are national statistics available, but what we're going to do is develop a special monitoring tool to look at GBVF cases specifically within the mining industry, so that its visibility, we can address the issue when we have greater visibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I get worried when we give responses, they get distorted by the committee. We say the trend that we've observed in mining is when there is change in management, you begin to see a slight pickup on accidents and fatalities. Harmony was no exception. That's what we're saying. We're not saying people die because they change management. That's not what we're saying. That is a distortion to the superlative degree of distortion. Now, all we're saying is that we did meet harmony, Honorable Chairperson, because it became an issue for us. We had to meet their top management and explain to them that we can't allow this uptick on fatalities. We reminded them of the Zero Harm program, which they are part of. And we think that that was understood, and that is the report we're giving here. Let me go past that. Support for ex-mine workers. Ex-mine workers, you know, if you listen to my voice, I suspect that I've got coal dust in my chest. I suspect that. You know, I'm an ex-mine worker. I need support as well, because I may be having coal dust in my chest. It's coal dust. But the silicosis program is a program that was actually initiated by engagement of this department, unions, and the industry. The money is located in the Department of Health. But all the time we have ensured that the deputy minister of our department is part of that process. And that continues to be the case. But there's no money in our department. It is with the Department of Health because it is an occupational disease funding. Therefore, it is with the Department of Health. But we are involved. Our deputy minister is part of the team. The only thing that has slowed it down is that both the deputy minister in health and deputy minister in mineral resource and energy were removed. Our DM is a minister of higher education now. We have a new DM. She is absent. She's on leave. She's on leave. Okay, she's on leave. She has asked for leave of absence for 3 months. We can't help that. And DM Dlomo in the Department of Health was changed. And that slowed the process a great deal. But those two DMs were driving the payment of silicosis funding, which is negotiated and is settled. I don't want to talk about infection of families as a result of poor management of how we stay. I stayed in a compound for 14 years of my life. I'm still here. I'm 70 years old now. Leave that I'm handsome. I'm not young. I'm 70 years old. I'm just handsome. That you can't help. You can't do much about that. So, a responsibility for my family, I can't transfer it to government. I have a responsibility to look after my family, and that family has a responsibility to look after me. And all of us have that responsibility. I want us to actually emphasize the responsibility that is on us individually for our individual families. And if we transfer it to government, it's like transferring the responsibility to discipline a child. You say, where is government? And the child is not disciplined in the family. And that is an issue that we must have a discussion about on another day. The question of Motherwell can only be Motherwell. Those trucks don't fly from Postmasburg, Kuruman area to Motherwell. They drive over a long road to Motherwell. They are actually, if we have to look into that, we must look into all export centers and roads to those export centers. And those export centers include Richards Bay for coal, Gqeberha for manganese, specifically manganese. And it includes Saldanha for iron ore, and a great deal of Maputo, lesser than these three others. So our argument is that if there was something that we looked into those roads, all those three roads need to be focused at because they are used for transport, and that reflects on the state of the rail system in the country. If the rail system can improve, I can tell you that number of trucks will reduce. And so it's not a Motherwell issue. It's a whole issue of these export cities. And I think we should actually look into all of them. The mining communities and blasting. One time I was asked to go to Uwagis in Mpumalanga, and I was told that the houses are being cracked by blasting. And I went there physically. And I was taken to houses that are far from any blasting, in the center of Uwagis, next to a school there. And they said, "See, this house has a crack, therefore it should be blasting." And we do have a prescribed distance from a blasting site to houses. When a company breaks that requirement, then that mining company is held responsible for the cracks. But sometimes after the time, when we deal with those issues, you need to be objective and look into it practically and not take it at face value. Because sometimes it is not the blasting that leads to cracking houses. Sometimes it's bad workmanship, and houses crack. They happen to be in a mining area, therefore mines must pay. But if they're responsible, they have broken the distance, and there are cracks, they must be held responsible. For example, we went to a mine in Mpumalanga, and then there's this family, the families that came to us and said, we're here, this mine is affecting us, we need a clinic. Now, what they didn't understand is that if they say so to me, I will go to the village to check what is really happening. And I discovered this village that requires a clinic is 3 households. You see, 3 households. I'm not exaggerating. I'm giving you reality. And all we did was to say to the mining company, all you need to do is to remove these families from here, build them alternative houses at a distance. It's only 3 households, you can afford that. That was the directive we gave. So we intervene into these areas from time to time, and we go and see them and attend to them. Illegal mining, people falling with houses in the illegal mining. I haven't seen that experience. I have not seen that experience, okay? I was in Stilfontein. What was my role in Stilfontein? Stilfontein became a crime scene, and I kept off the crime scene not to tamper with the evidence for the police until we were given a directive to rescue the people. Then I got involved. We bring the mine rescue services on the site, and we rescued the people. That was our role in Stilfontein. Okay, but overall, that was a crime scene, and police were in charge of that area. We never interfered with the crime scene. But when it was a rescue operation, we got involved. We even set aside funding for the operation, but the company remained responsible to bring back that money to the department. That was the role on Stilfontein. I think we have tried to deal with all the questions. GBV is a pandemic in the country. It's not a mining feature, it happens everywhere. Actually, females who work in the mines are not subject to GBV in the mines, in the shaft. They work there, they are supervisors, they are shift bosses, they are mine overseers, they do all responsibilities. The others are mine managers. At least we have 1 CEO now. The other one has been released of her duties. Because we're celebrating that we have 2 female CEOs in the mining. It's now left 1 in Kumba. The Xaro one has been removed and changed. But we monitor that closely because it is a form of transformation that women must take responsibility in the mining industry. So, presence of women in the mining industry is not characterized by prevalent GBV. It is characterized by progression of females into responsible positions. They are qualified, they are not appointed to impress anybody. They are engineers, they are geologists, they are having all the qualifications that are required. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You know, Honorable Slepe, when you ask a question, we will have to give them a response chance. Do you know that? And we are still left with the presentation. Okay, let's go.
Chair, thank you very much. It's a minute question. I just want to get an understanding here. In an instance whereby the graves have been removed in the place whereby people have been buried and thrown away, not to be found, what is the department intervention in that regard? Because it's been happening in many areas. There's cases from KwaZulu-Natal, there are cases from Mpumalanga with the very same thing. And then I just want to know what is an intervention of the department in that instance. Thank you.
Honorable Zungul.
For me, Chair, it's just to state that my question on the administrative fine fund was not answered. Administrative fine fund. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Minister.
No, thank you, Minister. I think if possible, because there's a process that is followed legally on that, probably through the DG, the Obama Kubela can touch on it. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you very much, DG, Honorable Minister, Chair, and members. So that usually happens in the process of licensing. And we do get complaints from time to time. And we deal with those complaints. It is not supposed to happen. It is not supposed to. No graves are supposed to be removed without consultation. What we are finding, though, is that some of the graves are not removed. And then people want to go and perform, their traditional rituals at the grave site. And sometimes that is not allowed because of operational reasons. And then they want free access to those areas. And we then tend to, try and find a middle ground where when there's an operation undertaken, then that access, obviously would not be granted, but you can't have a blanket ban if you decided to leave the graves there. But ordinarily, there should be no removal of graves without consultation. There are those rogue players that do take a chance, but when we find them, we obviously deal with them from our side. Thank you.
Yeah, the issue of graves and cemeteries is a very serious matter. I'm in the middle of reading about a case study in Tirfley here in the Western Cape, where people were removed from Tirfley to Ravensmead. They're staying there now. But Klein Henkis, which is a cemetery, was put under a hospital, and people can't do their rituals in that cemetery. And I'm looking into that as a case study of the link of people, us, and our ancestors and graves, because we treat graves with particular respect, and that's where we conduct our rituals in there. So I'm doing this study here in the Western Cape in Tirfley. They have been moved from Tirfley to Ravensmead. And you have a hospital on the cemetery of Klein Henkis. That is how graves are disrespected. It happens all the time. So it's an issue that we pay attention to. The administrative fee, I didn't understand this. Who understand it? Caesar, you understand it? Yes. Okay, go.
No, thank you. Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Honourable. Yes, in terms of the admin fines or the administrative fines issued, in terms of the Mine Health and Safety Act, there's 3 measures that the inspectors can implement on improving health and safety. One is Section 54s for stopping unsafe work, and the other 55s for ensuring compliance, and the last one is admin fines. And we normally issue admin fines when there's a repetitive transgression, or after an inquiry, we find out that there's been significant transgression that led to that accident. So the mines, they actually pay that to a particular fund, and indeed it is administered. It is administered through the Mine Health and Safety Council to promote health and safety related matters. So any issues can be the matters that the CFO have touched on engaging in workshops. We can look at that. That money can also be gazetting of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members and minister. On a lighter note, I think you had a slip of a tongue when you got me shocked at first when you said the issue of graves is not an important issue. You said that, but you went, the issue of graves is not an important issue. But as and when you speak, I could see it's a slip of a tongue, because why else would you study it? No, by V. CV, it's on hindsight. It's a slip of a tongue, I believe. Yeah. Nice, zokusendela yona. Honorable members, we're on the last lap of our marathon. We will have Alexkor. I don't know whether you need 5 minutes to stretch or we go right straight to it. Yeah, let's do 5 minutes stretch. It's 24 minutes past. Let's come back at 6:30. SG Mantashe. So I'm not calling him Secretary General as he was. I'm calling him SG Mantashe. It's his initials. Before I'm accused, that I acknowledge. Samson Gwede Mantashe. Up to you, Honorable Minister.
The last entity is Alexkor. It's a diamond mining company. You'll hear in the report. It's quite a complex operation, which is two entities coming together, but not really legislated. They are voluntarily coming together. You can't appoint anybody there unless there is unanimous agreement. If you interview a general manager and some people agree with it and another one say no, you can't appoint that general manager. The other one bring their own general manager. If the other group doesn't agree, you can't appoint that general manager. So you're going to discover that many of the people in that entity are all acting. We have just constituted a board because we put a premium on governance. The chairperson of the board is here. She wanted to lock me in a room today and tell me, is manga zase Alexkor? I refused, I resisted, no, I don't want to understand that. I will go to Alexkor and discover for myself, because I know that there are many things there. It's a real complex. But I think they must make the presentation so that you can understand how complex that thing is. It's complex, generating little amount of money, but very, very complex. Thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Just a disclosure before they continue, that we also are going to visit them. So whatever they say here, we want to see it there, so that we don't see anything that was glossy here, but not existing that side.
Good evening, Honorable Minister, Honorable Chairperson, DG, members of the Portfolio Committee, and our colleagues from the department and from the other SOEs. My name is Dineo Peta. I'm the incoming chairperson of the board of Alexkor. With me, I'm with Mr. Unati Mkiva on my right-hand side. He's the acting CFO. And behind me is Mr. Vian Basson, who is our acting CEO, until recently the acting GM. I will give an overview of
explain the last
Alexkor
part,
and its operations.
You will explain the last part of acting CEO and recently GM. Please do.
I'll explain it in detail towards the end, Chairperson. So within this presentation, I'll take you through an overview of Alexkor and its operations, our strategic intent, the role to its stakeholders, our corporate objectives and KPIs. Mr. Basson will take us through the production budget and human capital. Mr. Umkiva will take us through the financial plan and I'll come back and close off with a summary of the issues, but more specifically, the challenges that are an impediment towards implementing the strategic plan, while we do have planned measures in place. So just to, if Chairperson may indulge me to give you a brief history of Alexkor. Alexkor holds a participating interest of 51% in a pooling and sharing joint venture where the Richtersveld community holds 49% within this joint venture. This was following a successful land claim by the community in 2023. This then resulted in a deed of settlement and a unanimous resolution, which are the specific documents that regulate the functioning of the pooling and sharing joint venture, which was established in 2011. The team is managed, the company is managed by an executive team comprising of a chief executive acting currently, and also 8 individuals. The executive provides oversight over the PSJV. That is where the main primary operations of the pooling and sharing joint venture occur. Just to give an indication of where Alexkor's operations are situated, they are in the northwest coast of South Africa, close to the border of Namibia. The core business of Alexkor is the mining of diamonds on land along rivers and also on beaches and within the sea, as indicated in the northwest coast. The mining operations comprise of low-scale operations and shallow and deep water mining that are currently performed by mining contractors, which are appointed by the PSJV board. It must be emphasized, and I'll come back to that in great detail when I speak to our challenges, is that while these two parties are independent, they also operate interdependently. And as Minister explained, there must be a unanimous resolution and consensus on all the decisions made. Our strategic intent is to transform the current operating model to make it more profitable, financially feasible, and also sustainable. The current manner in which Alexkor operates, specifically, you know, how the minister explained in terms of decision-making, requiring a CEO for Alexkor, requiring a CEO for the PSJV, require a CEO for the Richtersveld. It's one, economically not feasible, but it's not operationally practicable. We further intend to create more jobs and be able to sustain them. This is particularly because that is an area that has high levels of unemployment and poverty. And saying that, one of my personal passions, having worked in the mining industry for over 20 years, is local community development, being aware of the injustice that mining communities that's done to mining communities. It's really to create local economic development, but most importantly, as Alexkor approaches the end of its life of mine, to ensure that the community is able to sustain itself. Currently, through the pooling and sharing joint venture and the unanimous resolution, when those were initially concluded, Alexkor took over the greater part of the liabilities and advanced loans, management of the town. All of this should now be transferred back, and this pending transfer that's pending for quite some time, for a couple of years now, also affects us from a PFMA perspective, because we continue to carry the liabilities of the town. We have responsibilities to our shareholders. Firstly, we endeavor to create value and have free cash flow. We endeavor to ensure that our employees are trained and developed. And, you know, part of our plans is to revisit the social and labor plan and look at issues of skills development, local economic development. Further, we have regulatory obligations to the government through the Mineral Royalties Act and other taxes that we pay. To our customers, we endeavor to deliver quality products, and to our suppliers, particularly local suppliers, it is our endeavor to create opportunities for the local businesses within Alexandra Bay and surrounding areas. So our corporate objectives and key performance indicators, the first one would be to get Alexkor to a position of financial sustainability. And that would be through revenue collection. Mr. Mkiva will speak to the issue of outstanding revenue that is due to Alexkor. Production, our colleagues in the diamond industry have spoken about the current economic climate of the diamond industry, which is quite depressed. So we need to find ways to improve production and production efficiently so. Further to that, from an operational efficiency perspective, our KPI there is to ensure continuous compliance to the T, to the Mine Health and Safety Act and its applicable regulations. In terms of capital projects, we intend to look at our corporate social investments, and further to that, like I said, our SLP projects, specifically as they speak to local community development. You'll be aware that there are various other projects that are happening within that area, Buchu Bay. So that speaks to the issue of, expanding that area and making it economically attractive. Environmental sustainability is also one of our key strategic pillars, and to ensure that we comply to our licenses to operate, our environmental authorizations, our rehabilitation liability, which we have plans of assessing. We also had a disclaimer of an audit, and those are the PFMA issues that I was referring to, some of them. So we strongly need to address our audit outcomes. There is an implementation plan in place, and that has been presented as well. And then from a governance perspective, Minister Mantashe just spoke to the appointment of a permanent board. Some of us were on the previous interim board. So I think there'll be more structure and certainty, but more of greater significance is to ensure that the right governance structures are in place. Then looking at our SWOT analysis of the environment within which we operate. So there are still unmined mineral reserves, both on the land and for marine mining. We do have adequate resources and infrastructure, though some improvement is required. The quality of the diamonds that we mine have been determined to be of a good quality. We also have a low staff turnover, and we have not had any major safety incidents because we do have the necessary safety policies and procedures in place. Our weaknesses are, firstly, it's how production has been affected, how there's a lot of reliance on our contract miners. So we need to look at, revisit that. But I think this is ongoing work that will go on. Of great significance is the lack of consequence management. I think that speaks to the other challenge we have of capacity constraints within the organization. There's also aging infrastructure, as indicated on our strengths, is that we do have the infrastructure. However, there does necessitate a degree of improvement and upgrading to our infrastructure. We also intend, as a new board, to engage vigorously with each and every one of our stakeholder groups and form better relationships with our respective stakeholders. Then, in terms of opportunities, I spoke about the unmined areas that both within the land and marine mining concession areas, and what needs to be considered there and opportunities that need to be looked into there is the issue of beneficiation. Then in terms of our threats, I think as many mining companies, we are also affected by illegal mining. Again, our operations have raised the issue of the over-reliance on our contractors for our production. Then further to that is the fact that when the contractors, some of the contractors, not all, don't perform, it then affects production as a whole in the books. Then another issue that I touched upon is the slow pace of the handover of the town to the municipality. Again, Alexkor, one, continues to sit with large operating expenditure as a consequence of having to maintain the town. And in addition to that, there's also the delay in that transfer, together with the loan that has been advanced by Alexkor to the PSJV that is still sitting on the books and creating accounting irregularities. But these are some of the issues that have been addressed in the implementation plan, and Mr. Mkiva will speak to it. I'll now hand over to Mr. Basson to take us through the production. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, over the last year or so, the PSJV has probably seen its lowest production levels that they've ever had in a long time. We are trying to amend that, but we've lost a fair number of contractors over the last year, 18 months. We have appointed, the end of last year, awarded contracts to an additional 17, and we've just recently awarded additional 60 contracts for contract mining, and that is over the marine side, the onshore side, as well as the beach mining, or the inshore side mining as well. So we are confident that over the next year we will be able to up the production levels. We are still on a contract basis. Those contract miners that we employ, and we are doing the final recovery from the PSJV point of view. So there's a breakdown on screen of the operation in terms of land mining. We anticipate and hopefully we'll be achieving that, 4,800 for the land operation, beach operation 8,600, and then marine operation, that is the inshore areas, 8,500, and then the deep sea areas which will be a large contractor miner, 21,000. And that will give us approximately 45,000 carats for the year. Thank you. Just recently, we've applied for, or not applied for, renewed our mining licenses when we've put down the social and labor plan, and we've targeted approximately 9 million rand for the social and labor plan. Will come out of the PSJV budget, where 2.4 million would be social and labor plan projects in the community. Training and development, 2.7 million. Housing and living conditions improvement of 370,000 rand. Nutrition of employees, 2.9 million, almost 3 million. And then school and education support about 839,000 rand. And we'll escalate that amount over the next 3 years to a total of about 30 million rand for over the span of the 3 years. The current permanent employees at the PSJVs is 153, of which you can see the breakdown of the various demographics and also the various management levels and technical, skilled, unskilled levels, and also the amount of females that we are employing at the mine. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, so mine is to try and bring in the strategic intent presented by the Chairperson into numbers for better presentation and understanding of where do we want to go as the company and for us to achieve our mandate as a state-owned company. So we prepared a financial presentation which then continues from Mr. Basson's presentation, which looks at what are we intending to produce over the next financial year. And as stated, there's 3 different types of operations at the PSJV level, which is the shallow water mining, the land mining, as well as the deep sea mining. The type of quality of the stones that we get from those different types of mining operations are different. As a result, the price per dollar for each diamond per carat also differs. On the screen, you'll see, for example, we've indicated 4,800 carats, and that will be sold at $650 per carat. And the next level is at 1,200. That means that's a better stone in quality that we can sell. The next level is at 1,100, which is the deep sea mining. The other thing I would like to maybe just bring your attention is on the presentation by Mr. Basson is on the deep sea, which is deep sea marine mining. You would note that we don't have estimates on a monthly basis. The reason for that is there's certain seasons when you can do deep sea mining, and it costs a lot at the same time for you to actually have those operations running all the time. So from a perspective of what we want to do, we have then planned to actually get in the companies that actually specialize in that operation, and they can come at a specific time. Hence, we've actually planned it in certain months, which then works for them so that they can produce enough carats for us to actually be much more productive. On the screen now, Chair, I'm showcasing in detail where does then on a monthly basis each of the production carats actually will be taking us to come the end of the year. And you can see that at the bottom line there, we will be sitting at the PSJV level at over 600 million come the end of 2026. This, however, if you look at our audited financial statements from the previous years, is a little bit of an increase. And Mr. Basson did indicate that previously we had lost some miners and mine operators. And the reason for that is simply because of the operating strategy we had, where the operating split between how much money we make from each diamond was reduced for the operators from 75% to 65%. The plan going forward is to return that split back to 74% so that the mine operators can still get enough split from the diamonds that we sell. The reason we saw a lot of them actually leaving the mine is simply because the mining operations next door to us were giving higher splits, which then was actually advantaging the other miners or other mining operations next door rather than disadvantaging us. So going forward, we want to fix that and make sure that we continue having operations that are sustainable, where we work with mine operators that can continue working with us. When it comes to revenue and expenditure, Chairperson, we are looking at the screen where we are presenting high level where we are currently for 2025-2026. And as you can see, we are at the revenue, the top line there at the budget or the projected actual for 2024-2025. It's about 200 million. And that's vessels, the 600 million that I had indicated, which is then 2025-2026 financial year end. The reason for that is, like it was previously presented by Mr. Paswan, we've appointed more mine operators that will then be allowing us to actually produce enough diamonds going forward. And secondly, in the 2024-2025 financial year, we did not have any deep sea mining operation that took place during the year, which usually becomes a major component where we get majority of the diamonds, although it's not a most high valued price diamonds, but it becomes a lot when it comes to the quantity, and it does impact our bottom line overall. When it comes to the bottom line, Chairperson, I will skip the slide because then we've got two operations. There's PSJV and there's a Alexkor, the state-owned entity, which we do prepare the financial statements for the PSJV and the consolidated version. On this slide, I just wanted to showcase the split in the revenue, how it actually affects from an operations perspective. But when we look at the consolidated view of the company, Alexkor as a company standalone also has different operations within the town. We do own the fuel station that is operating in the town, is owned by Alexkor. We do own houses in the town, and we're renting them out. However, some of the houses are not part of where the houses that still needs to be handed over, as previously mentioned by the chair, that there was a deed of settlement which ordered by the court that we hand over the land with some of the houses that were on the land back to the community property trust. So some of those properties are still in our name at this point because the transfer has not taken place. So we are collecting rentals for some of them, which the rental actually belongs to the community property trust, and some of it actually belongs to us. The challenge we are facing mainly, Chair, is the houses, because majority of them are actually owned. Some of them are owned by the community property trust. People do not want to pay rent because they believe the houses are actually theirs. And the impact then on our finances as a company is that we can only collect currently about 13% of the rental income that we are invoicing to the tenants. We are also failing to actually even put in place eviction notices because those type of legal proceedings actually cost a lot of money, and in most cases you end up not even achieving the goal at the end of it because the people in the community itself believe the houses are theirs, and eviction notices do not work in the area. So we've put a strategy going forward, Chair, that will look into, one, us committing into renovating the houses and maintaining the houses, but in exchange for the community to actually come forward to actually commit to actually paying rent going forward. And at the same time, we want to institute that strategy in line with the township handover taking place at the same time. The reason we're doing that is simply because there's also a concurrent consequence for us with maintaining the town from a basic services perspective. We are the ones as Alexkor that maintains the water services in the area on a monthly basis, costing us about 200 to 300,000, and we are paying that, and we are not recovering anything from the community. So from our perspective, Chair, we do foresee that if we can resolve some of the challenges which are, call it, affected by the fact that there's no appetite from the community property trust members and the leadership to actually make sure some of these things are actually done, as per the deed of settlement, it's affecting Alexkor financially in the long term. From an operations perspective, Chair, I think the operating model, like I indicated, there's two things that are becoming an issue. One, the split itself. Two, the fact that the deed of settlement and unanimous resolution actually mandates that we make sure that we appoint and make sure that we use locally based miners, especially for land and beach mining. As a result, we do sometimes struggle to find operators that can come in and operate at the skill or rather at the productivity that we require for us to actually be much more productive. And those are the challenges that were previously mentioned by the chairperson, that with the way we operate as a result of the unanimous resolution, as well as the deed of settlement, which guides us on what we can do and we can't do, it limits on how operationally and productively we can be as a state-owned entity. Further to that, then you add in PFMA, which is the Public Finance Management Act, which then brings in its own challenges when it comes to having to operate within certain guidelines, certain governance requirements legislatively. That also brings in additional challenges for a company like Alexkor. When it comes to the budget, Chair, we have indicated currently, Chair, that over the last couple of years, I think the nice thing about this company is, from a financial perspective, is that from the fiscus, it's not being funded by the department. We are solely funding ourselves from our own operations, and we might be getting to the stage where we might actually need support from the department. And I'm glad that there was presentations that were made here about lack of investment in exploration within the mining sector, and that's exactly the same thing we are facing as a company, that we do not have a clear understanding of what is our resources and our reserves within the mining operation. And going forward, we do need some support from understanding that, so that we can also, when we do the budget, we can budget accurately and budget at least to the detail where we can actually give information that will be reliable going forward. And then from a budget perspective, we have not spent much as a company, but overall, we have estimated that we are actually going to spend, there's two aspects that we have looked at. There's a critical budget, capital budget we need to spend, which is looking at about 30 million, and 34 million to be exact. And important capital budgeting is 22 million. However, due to the low cash flows and low productivity in 2026, the critical budgeting of 34 million has not been incorporated into our strategic plan going forward, because we do foresee that our cash flows will be very low. We will then reconsider the 34 million going forward should our cash flow position change and it improves. As I stated, we are not funded by the department, so we need to manage our cash flows on a regular basis as a company. However, not spending on CapEx is affecting our operations, our productivity, and our efficiencies as the company. So we do need to look into this going forward in much more detail. Chair, I will now hand over back to my chairperson to finalize the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
So we have this strategic plan, but there are various challenges, as we discussed in our presentation, in terms of implementing this. And our first challenge, as indicated, is the operating model. So as discussed, the PSJV community members do not agree that we are bound by the PFMA. They do not agree that they are bound by the Companies Act. And as such, we have those differences when we have to pass board resolutions from a compliance perspective. And that is also what leads us to some of the audit findings that we have from a PFMA perspective. The mining contractor operating model has also been discussed, in that the moment the mining contractors do not perform, it obviously then affects it affects and it impacts the production of the overall operations. One thing that gives me sleepless nights is the critical vacancies that exist within Alexkor. Mr. Basson was the acting GM. His appointment was revoked. We now have an acting GM, but this acting GM is not suitably qualified to be appointed on a long-term basis. We attempted to appoint a GM with the knowledge that Mr. Basson's contract is coming to an end in May. Our PSJV board members rejected that appointment. So we're now sitting with the risk of running an operation without a properly qualified GM. We don't have an internal auditor. That is a continuous audit finding that continues to exist. Our community board members as well also blocked the appointment of a permanent CEO and a permanent CFO. As I indicated, it does not make operational sense to have two CEOs, one for Alexkor, one for the PSJV. And that is why it would really be desirable to revisit this operating model and have proper single resources in place for the operations. I think we spoke at length about the decline in production. It's also been alluded to by our colleagues. The issue of financial sustainability has also been alluded to in great detail. As indicated, we have issues in collecting the rental income that is due to Alexkor. We have financial liability of carrying the Alexkor town. And there are also cash flow challenges that exist. We are paying legal fees for a couple of other matters, double granting matters that we're dealing with. You'll be aware that on the 28th of March, President Ramaphosa extended the proclamation on the SIU investigation on Alexkor. That also speaks to fees that are due for this SIU investigation. And generally, the operating costs and expenses of Alexkor and the impact of low production, has led to a concern of the mine actually collapsing. But like I said, as a team, we are working on looking at measures as to how can we mitigate this. But and I know, Minister, you don't want to hear this, but we'll be knocking on your door. But yes, thank you, Chairperson. That is my presentation. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, DG.
That is Alexkor. I'm handing over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Chairperson, and your team. Honorable members, that's the presentation. Any take? Honorable Zondi, Honorable Hassan, Honorable Ntlangwini, Honorable Slepe, and Honorable Sungula, and Honorable Senne.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me welcome the presentation. I have two questions. The first one is with regards to the issue of the court case with the FFE. What is the progress on that? And what is being done to ensure that that is not a reoccurring case or issue in future? And also, how are you monitoring these contract miners, especially those that are doing marine mining? Because with this type of mining, you can have micro particles of iron, which are phytotoxic to the biodiversity within that marine environment. And if you don't have proper processes or regulatory measures in place for that, you will be destroying the biodiversity of that ecosystem. So what is, the monitoring tool that you are using there? And maybe also just a comment with regards to the way that the decisions are made. I think I do agree with you that there needs to be a plan on how to structure this whole operation. I don't think that you can run a proper entity when decisions have to be made on a unanimous basis all the time. There has to be clear reporting lines, but there also has to be some form of agreement in terms of how the business is run, because the issue of taking decisions unanimously, I don't think is sustainable going forward in future. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Hassan.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just a couple points. I think the first is to acknowledge and welcome the new board, and of course to wish them success in their tenure. It's not an easy space that you are in. So I think it's important to mention that. Chair, I agree with the Minister that it is a complex setup, not necessarily in terms of how the community trusts, etc., work, but just in terms of where Alexkor is. And I think it is important to acknowledge that Alexkor, unfortunately, was one of the SOEs who were fingered in the state capture report. And I think it's okay to acknowledge that, because it means you're dealing with a really difficult situation where you're doing a lot of rehabilitation, so to speak, in the space. So I wanted to start by saying that. I think, Chair, there's a need for us to do a little bit more work going forward with Alexkor to understand not only their mandate, but some of the challenges in the community, because I know with the contractors, not many of them have been helpful, they haven't been cooperating. So I'm just interested in how, let's say, stakeholder engagement has been going. Is there still that level of distrust with the new board? I'm hoping that because it's a new board, maybe there'll be a new leaf that's turned, so I'm interested in that. But I'm also interested, Minister, perhaps this is more towards yourself. Maybe there's a need for us to rethink Alexkor's core mandate. While we acknowledge that there should be diamond mining, both in marine and on land, but there may be an opportunity for Alexkor to look at the Boegoebaai green SEZ that's coming up, and the kind of investment in green hydrogen, and the kind of work that's happening in the Northern Cape to pivot, actually, to say we have Alexkor that's doing all these different things already, but how do we find different revenue streams? If you're already there and you already have the setup, perhaps, Minister, and to the Chair of the Board, it's worth a consideration to ensure the long-term life of Alexkor, so that even if we find that the diamond mining may start to wane for all the different reasons that even the regulator spoken about, all the different entities, that there's still life beyond it. And the reason why I say that is that the communities there have historically been left behind. And it's not a situation where we as the state also want to do the same thing, but we want to find other ways in which we can develop that space. So I thought it was important to say that, but also to acknowledge that there is a new board, and maybe, Chair, we need to have more ongoing discussions. But I'm very interested and maybe concerned about the stakeholder relations, and if there's trust, and what's being done to rebuild that trust. Thank you.
Honorable Ntlangwini.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I thought the time that Alexkor appeared in front of us for the first time as this committee, in this term, and the Minister have given us an indication that he's going to look into the issues that are there in Alexkor. Many of the issues that the current chair is presenting today, that were presented to us before, would have been somewhat addressed. And for me,
quite frankly, it's a bit disappointing because what we have heard today, we have heard before. It's nothing new. So we would have thought that, or in fact, me, as Natasha would have thought that, because the last time that we heard, when Alexkor was there, the operational problems was there. It was presented in front of us. And you have said, Minister, you needed time, you need to go back to Alexkor and find what is the situation there. And quite frankly, 4 months or 6 months within it, and we are still having or presented with the same problems. With the operation model, it's a problem, and there are somewhat interference and so forth. So I want to get it from you, Minister, and I want to applaud you for putting in a board, but what steps are you putting in place to ensure that these occurrences doesn't constantly, or interference doesn't constantly happen, or or ensuring the operation model of Alexkor is somewhat, if it can be reviewed or re-look into and so forth. And then as well, the vacancy that are there, it was last time as well. Those vacancies was there and it's still not filled. 6 months down the line, those vacancies are still there. We are still coming back here. It's nothing new, ma'am. We have heard that. It was there the previous time that Alexkor was here presenting in front of us, and it's still there, and it's quite disappointing. So, is Alexkor much more a liability towards the department than an asset? Should we not, in fact, somewhat try to streamline it with other entities? Because we have many other overlapping entities within the state that quite frankly don't need to be there. And if you look at the mandate of Alexkor and many of the other entities that is within your department, there's somewhat an overlapping of mandate. So should that have not been looked at first? Because the time that you have come in front of us, Minister, you told us that Alexkor have just been put on your table, and you are also still new, and Alexkor have been in some other department, so it's still also frankly new to you. We have not studied first to see, does this entity not overlap with other entities? And it have nothing to do with the new board or the capabilities that they have been put in place now, or the capabilities that they are having. I were to believe that they are fully effective in the capabilities that they have and they are fully qualified. But at times, we are having these entities and they are having overlapping mandates, and it shouldn't be. So shouldn't we have a look in terms of that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just quick one. Number one, what informed the establishment of this PSJV? I just want to check whether it was for the interest of the community or if it was for the benefit of Alexkor. Because when you look deeper in detail, it clearly shows and indicates that this was for the benefit of Alexkor. Maybe if I may ask, the management structure of this JV, as the Alexkor is here now, here in Parliament, the board, I don't know how you do work with the board members of this JV. Are they represented in this particular, or they are not forming part of this team that has come here? Because you are saying something because on your budget slide, the JV was always coming up, but now you are here as Alexkor, but as when you are presenting the name of this JV, it always appears. I'm checking that. How do you operate with this JV arrangement? That's number one. Two, I want to check here. You as Alexkor, having lost 5 times case with one of the community company, and then now you are telling us that you are having the problem in establishing the strategic plan. Don't you think that Alexkor is the, I don't know, maybe it's going to be harsh if I can put it like, is the racist company of some sort? Because you are talking about development of communities. In the other hand, you are suppressing. You can't be losing 5 times a case and fighting to a community company whilst we are in a joint venture with the local companies. It doesn't make sense to me. Which one are you advocating in these two? Because the people from where you are operating, they are complaining. We've received emails here coming from the people from, what's the name of this area? Let me check quickly. Yeah, Richfield, yes. We've got emails that we have lost 5 times against the local companies. Then now we are saying, no, you are doing the transformation. I don't understand which one is the one you're advocating here. And then the last one, I think the challenges of implementing the strategy plan, I think that the reason why you were unable to appoint the CEO is because you are bullying them. That's the simple reason. They don't have any confidence in you. That's why they don't want you to appoint your own CEO. You need to share. They are 49% shareholding. They have power. Give them what they deserve. If you are going to go as an Alexkor that you have experienced their communities, like don't preempt them that they are maybe not knowledgeable. Give them what they deserve. You can share, give them CEO, and then you take CFO something, but you don't take everything and dictate for them. Do the right thing, Alexkor. Your company is all over, like everyone is not happy about your company. Can you do your in-house cleaning? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo the sentiment by Honorable Ntlangwini that last year, I think it was barely 6 or 7 months ago, we had an engagement with Alexkor, and most of the things that were identified as problems were also alluded to even back then. Perhaps this needs to be addressed by the department or the minister to say, what is the real cause of the leadership instability in Alexkor? And what is a permanent solution to avoid a case whereby 6 or 7 months from now, we've got new leadership and they will come and still repeat the very same issues we've had before. And I'm asking this, Chair, because the issue of Alexkor was also somewhat part of the Zondo Commission of Inquiry. So one would wonder if is there any deliberate link between that, the findings of that particular commission and the issues of the leadership instability, because it may give an impression that it is somewhat deliberate or intentional, the manner in which it has been being prolonged. But coming to the Alexkor now, the entity, the losses for the next 2 or 3 years, how will they be funded? And you spoke about the appointment of Mr. Basson being revoked. Why was the appointment revoked? You also spoke about the CEO is managing the mine with 8 individuals. Who are those 8 individuals and what are their specific roles? And what is causing the delay of the transfer of the town to the municipality? Because in my understanding, that could solve most of the problems that are faced by the entity. And then the last question is, what is the status of the investigations that are related to the Zondo Commission of Inquiry? Thank you.
Yeah, covered. Okay. Those are the questions, Honorable Minister.
I would have loved to take all of them, but let me give the entity. Thank you.
Okay, so with regard to the DFFE case, that was the Coffer Dam mining case. So you'll be aware that previously in our legal dispensation, the MPRDA regulated environmental management. And within that EMP, Coffer Dam mining was approved by the Department of Mineral Resources. The MPRDA was then repealed, where the environmental provisions now fall under the NEMA, with effectively both departments being competent authorities, which is a consequence of why the Department of Fisheries, Forestry and Environment issued the compliance notice. And where we differ is that the Coffer Dam mining was approved. And now the DFFE, after the one environmental system, is now basically saying that we cannot operate the Coffer Dam mining. So the compliance notice was issued. We did raise an objection to the compliance notice. Subsequent to that, we took the matter for judicial review. However, we then resolved that let us sit down with the DFFE and the Department of Mineral Resources and see how we can reach consensus on the issues, because one of the key issues was how the walls were constructed, etc. And the Coffer Dam mining has stopped, and we are where we are now is we're waiting for feedback from the DFFE as to when we can sit down and mediate on the issue. The second issue was how we monitor the contract mining. Mr. Basson, I'll give that to you to answer.
Okay. I think the question was with regards to toxicity within the water, and that was primarily the coffer dams that created, or the model was it was creating toxicity in the water. We are not doing any coffer dam mining at this particular point in time. We are doing diver-based mining, which is a little bit more further offshore. So I hope that particular answer your question. The monitoring of contractors, onshore, we've obviously have the personnel that monitor the contractor operations from a health safety point of view, as well as from a mine planning and survey point of view. Offshore, we're also monitoring. We are continually in contact with the offshore vessels, the smaller vessel base. We also monitor their movements through marine traffic systems. And we have a team of people that is at the harbour that is providing services to these contractor base. Can we do it better? Yes, we can do it better. And we are obviously every day trying to strive to do things better and more safe than what we can do. Our safety record is quite good for the last couple of years. We've only had a major incident, I think, in 2018, as far as I can remember.
With regard to the functioning of the PSJV and having to make unanimous decisions, yes, you're quite right. It's not sustainable, and it's part of the reason why we have the challenges that we have, and why there is no progress with the issues that we have within the organization. I think personally, I mean, just to address certain issues, like the issue of appointment of the GM. PSJV members were appointed to sit on that during that process. So it's not like Alexkor or its directors operated independently. No. The PSJV board members were specifically invited to participate. They declined to participate. The process went ahead. Unfortunately, and that's why we need to revisit this operating model, because we're really being held to ransom because of egos. It makes, I mean, the names that were presented for the interviews were the same names that came from the very PSGV member who declined to participate in the interview process. All the recordings of the meeting, the scoring of the people we were interviewing, all of that was presented, all of that was transparent. So I differ with respect, sir, to say that we are bullying the PSJV board members. I really don't think that's the case. Then with, sure.
If I may, I think one shouldn't leave here with a perception this is a company in complete disarray. It is not. We are daily making decisions. We don't need consensus of all the decisions that we take on the mine. Yes, we do have challenges. We do have challenges. Over the last 3-4 years, we had 4 mining engineers. The one died, the one walked away, and the one was fired. So we do have challenges. We are the southernmost, westerlymost town in South Africa. Not everybody wants to stay there. But we are daily doing production. We are daily managing the place, the operation, with 8 managers that is competent and giving them their all. There's a lot of people that will disagree with us, and I think those 3 gentlemen over there will disagree with me. But we are daily doing what we would term our best, and we would like to think that we are trying on our best. We do have challenges. We do have problems. We don't deny that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can I correct something? If we can't give them a right of reply, keep it to yourself, because they are not in the privileged seat you sit on. So let's just avoid quoting people who can't have a right of reply, but they are here. It's another thing when they are not here.
Apologize.
Okay. With regard to Alexkor, the stakeholder engagement. Yes, that is on the top of our priority list. Starting in May, Minister, you are invited. The board will be visiting Alexkor. We're in the process of planning a visit. And one of the intentions with that site visit is not only to see the operations, but to engage with each and every one of our stakeholders and to understand what the issues of our respective stakeholders are. On the issue of Alexkor exploring different revenue streams, and perhaps consolidating it with other entities within the department. I'll leave that to the minister to respond. Then Oh, okay, then the other one was, yeah, the issue as to whether Alexkor is more of a liability than an asset. Again, I'll leave that as well to the minister. What informed the establishment of the PSJV? So Alexkor was established under the Alexkor Act. I can't remember what it was called during apartheid, but it was established then. And then there was a successful land claim by the community in 2003. That land claim, the success of that land claim led to the conclusion of the deed of settlement and the unanimous resolution, which are the operating documents for the PSJV. Because the PSJV is unincorporated, those are the documents that guide its operations. However, some of us are of the view that by virtue of Alexkor's interest within that PSJV, we are bound by the PFMA and the Companies Act. So yes, it is impractical, and I think, yeah, I don't see myself as well. I find it very difficult to operate within that framework. And these are the discussions that we are having with the department to resolve. Then with regard to the lost case, with the 5 cases that Alexkor lost. So there's a bit of context to that. There were, if you read, I don't know if Sir has read the SIU report, and also the state capture report, but there were certain board members and employees within Alexkor who utilized their institutional knowledge to apply for rights over Alexkor's mining right area. And because this was happening internally within Alexkor, there was no MPRDA, section 96 of the MPRDA. There was no appeal to the granting of that prospecting right. There was no appeal to the granting of the renewal of the prospecting right. Hence now, and it's part of the legal arguments that we are sitting with, is that why are you fighting this now? And I'm just really summing it all up, but I think the reports will give you a detailed indication. So from a technical perspective, I know of transactions where mining companies have double granted rights, and they have concluded agreements, amended the mine works program. If they have different minerals in different ore bodies, then they agree to mine that differently. However, the challenge in this particular matter is the manner in which the rights were acquired. But and to your point, in that we have lost 5 court cases, correct? And we were of the view as the outgoing board and the incoming board that we will not proceed with the court cases. And we will find means, if we can't, you see, and again, there are ethical considerations that come into play, coming from, because the moment you start you don't wanna perpetuate certain things. And so I think it's something that we are looking at and considering, but you are quite right. It is not ideal to continuously go to court. And you know, we really, the key issue here is production. If we can get to the bottom of production, then everything will be great. Okay. I was answering the questions one by one, Minister. Okay. Okay, I think I've pretty much covered them all. The Minister will close off. Okay, Minister.
was saying the more she tried to answer questions, the more she gets into prison. And she answers another question, goes deep into prison. Say, please round up. Let me start off by saying, let me start by Honorable Shangwin. She is so disappointed that MPs allow us, Alexkor, to sit without a board for 3 years. That within 6 months we appointed a board, she is disappointed. I don't understand that line of thinking. You allowed Alexkor to go without a board for 3 years. We had a board there that was having renewed contract year on year for 3 years. Then walk in there, in the process of trying to rebuild Alexkor, the first point we do, we appoint a board. And that disappoints Honorable Shangwe. I don't understand that. Now, Alexkor is fingered in the state capital report Kazondo. I'm not sure if that is our issue. It's a broader issue that should be managed legally by the state. There are many cases. When it is my case, I manage it myself. My review will sit on the 9th of June, Zungula. My review, I'm reviewing my case with Zondo because I think it's very flawed. And I will review it on the 9th of June. Write the date down so that you come and accompany me. It's an invitation. So the Alexkor case will be investigated with other cases that are in the Zondo Commission report. Ideas are very important for a committee. That Alexkor must be involved in the Bukubai Green project. No. Alexkor is a diamond mining company. It is not a green project. It's mining diamonds. There is Bukubai, which is a stand-alone project that is run by various actors. Now, you can't just impose Alexkor on it. Maybe the community part of it may maneuver its way into it, but you can't just take Alexkor into that project. It's not a free-for-all. It's a project, there are investors there, and they are going to generate energy, green energy from sources. The best we can do in this department, DG, is to actually put more oil in that area. If you can discover that oil and mine it and drill it and bring it back and produce it there, again, there will be questions, who should be involved, and that is the issue. But we must discover it first. After 6 months, what steps have you done to avoid recurrence? First step is to appoint a board. Second step is to go to Alexkor, sit there, have a sense of what that community company is all about. We cannot just think and imagine it, because if we do that, we're going to make wrong assumptions without talking to anybody, and that will be wrong on our part. We'll go to Alexkor, we'll sit with everybody. That visit will include stakeholder engagement in the area. Then we'll form an opinion after that. I would imagine that I heard that the Portfolio Committee will also visit the area. I hope that there will be nobody who goes down the river. We'll all go there and then come with an informed position. We share ideas. We build Alexkor from an informed position. Is it a liability to the department? I don't think that is the department's choice. Who were given Alexkor from DPE? It was given to us. I don't know why it was given to us. I describe it that it is given to us for our sins. That's how I described it. For our sins, we're given Alexkor. It's having a disclaimer audit finding, and it's a disclaimer. It's coming to a department which we ran 12 entities. All of them got clean audits and unqualified audits, all of them. Nothing below that. Then an entity with a disclaimer is thrown at us. It's not a choice that we want it. We're looking at it, we're going to work it, we're going to ensure that it works. But it's a complex entity that we should be looking at. Now, Honorable Slepe, remind me when I was young, Honorable Chairperson, when we make appointments in Alexkor, we must not look for competence. We must do kawena kamina, kawena kamina, kawena kamina. That's what you say. No, you say so. Uti were bullying them. That's why there's no CEO. Give them what they deserve. They have a 49%. We have a 51%. We must get our heads together and get a competent person to every position. Akoka mina kawena. Akoka mina kawena. No, I'm not representing. I'm saying what you said.
Minister, just hold on.
Yeah, please protect me.
Can we not create sideshows? They will deter us. You have made statements. They were recording it. I have no interest in saying you said it or not, but it was a discussion. Allow it to flow.
Yeah.
We'll take it from when he's done.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can't appoint a CEO because you are bullying them. Give them what they deserve. Then it goes and elaborate that they have 49%, give them what they deserve. It means position must be divided. We take this position, we give it to them. We take another position, we give to Alexkor. We must get a competent person jointly, not theirs, not ours. We must all go there, do selection, and select the most competent person for every position. If we don't do that, it's a formula for a disaster for Alexkor. Then I'm leaving it that way. Kamina Gawena won't work there. Okay. How losses will be recovered? When I did a little bit of elementary management, I know that in every management there are types of managers. If you appoint an alpha in Alexkor, you're not going to recover, because an alpha walks on the water. When he walks in the room, everybody feels that the alpha has arrived. For Alexkor, you need a fixer, a person who is prepared to dirty the hands, fix the entity, stay there as short as possible. Once fixed, he leaves, and then you appoint a proper alpha CEO. That is what you need in Alexkor. So losses are a function of a turnaround strategy. And that turnaround strategy is a management function. It's not a portfolio committee function, it's not a ministerial function. It is an executive function in the entity overseen by the board. Report here and report to the committee. That is what should happen. If we take shortcuts on that, we are going to push Alexkor deeper into trouble because we think we can run it. There's one question that has not been answered. Why was Basson's appointment revoked? Nobody answered that question. And I think it's quite important for the committee to understand the answer to that question. Thank you.
Maybe I should answer it then. Oh, okay, I'll switch off then. My appointment of general manager was not revoked. My appointment as a legal appointee 31A was suggested by the PI should be revoked. We're doing a presentation in the 1st of May to cover that particular issues with the PI in Kimberley. So my appointment as general manager was not revoked. The legal appointment was, or suggested by the PI.
So you're still going there, 1st of May, on May Day?
That's correct.
Okay, so you're going there on May Day. But the reality is that legal appointments are legal appointments in mining. You can't take shortcut. You don't appoint anybody because that person qualifies. That person must qualify in terms of the requirements and qualify in terms of meeting the stipulation for a legal appointment. It's not about a number of degrees you hold. It's about mining qualifications that are credited to your favor and you can be appointed. So we'll see here after May 1 if that appointment is confirmed. But that entity requires full-time executive. If we don't have that, I can tell you that it's a formula for looting, it's a formula for a disaster. And you can't run that thing with part-time appointees. It's wrong because you can't follow the trend of issues. There must be full-time appointees there who run it effectively. I'm not going to talk to letters that the committee receives. It is the right of the committee to receive those letters. But you can't use them to threaten entities. That you should be wrong because I received a letter. It can't be right. You received a letter, you will have to investigate that case and make a decision and make a finding. You can't, because you received a letter, then assume that everybody else is wrong. The only right person is the writer of the letter. It doesn't work that way. There's a letter, the committee must investigate contents of that letter and make a finding formally. When you do that, then you can say, you should be wrong because we receive letters. Then you will be right if you have made findings. If you have not, you are putting the cart before the horse. There's no process like that. Thank you, Chairperson. Hand over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister and team of Alexkor. All I can say is that it reminds me of early days of our coming to Parliament when we interacted with NEXA and SEF. Exactly what I see today, but look where they are today. I have faith that we will move towards resolving these challenges. Can I take this opportunity, honorable members, to thank you for staying on longer than we were supposed to, and we will defer the first item that we were going to deal with last, which is the consideration and adoption of second term committee program. We will deal with that on Friday. You know, the way I was so sick, I always carry this book in my bag. It's a rules book of the National Assembly. I almost revoked one clause that as members we should elect an interim chair for today because I was not feeling well. But the side shows came immediately. I decided, no, I'm staying on because the side shows were scary and were not about to be allowed. That was on a lighter note. Thank you very much, Minister, with your team, DG, all the DG CEOs, Chief Directors, CFOs, advisors, PLOs, our guests there in the gallery. Thank you very much. We will see you on Friday when we interact with Council for Geoscience and Central Energy Fund at 9. It doesn't start at 9:30, am I correct? It's 9:30. Can we change it to 9? Well, can we change it to 9? Yeah, can we make it to 9? Thank you very much, honorable members. The meeting stands adjourned.